Good morning. I think we are about to start, so maybe the, the piano accompaniment can stop, and it has. Thank you. Welcome to this the Dynamic Coalition meeting on day zero, and actually the very first meeting and workshop here at the IGF. Let me start to introduce myself. My name is Wouter Natris. I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm a private consultant on internet governance and cybersecurity, and I'm the coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety, the IS3C. And with me are Savio Moraes from Brazil, Nicolas Fiumarelli from Uruguay, Mark Carvel, the online moderator from the UK, and João Falcao from Brazil as well. Nicolas is the project lead for the topic that we are about to encounter on, and João and Savio are researchers, and the third researcher, Oscar Giudice, is from Uruguay, and he is online, we hope. And we hope that the IGF website is working so people can connect online, and those who are welcome as well. Let me explain just a little bit about the Dynamic Coalition. We started 2 years ago at the virtual IGF with a very clear motto in mind, to make the internet more secure and safer. And we would want to do that by striving to get internet standards and related security best practices deployed in a much faster way than they are deployed right now. If we talk about internet standards and best practices, then just to give an example, in the domain name system you have DNSSEC, you have DANE, DMARC, and that makes sure that the domain name system becomes more secure as soon as these standards are deployed. For example, with websites, if you devise a website, then it would be very best to use the OWASP top 10, which makes your website secure and plug most holes in a website. And there's a best practice that, if used, vulnerabilities become much harder to exploit by criminals and others. So at the virtual IGF, the IS3C was launched, and this coalition brings together stakeholders from all sides, so the technical community, civil society, government policymakers, regulators, corporate and individual users, with a shared goal of making online activity and interaction more secure and safer by achieving more widespread and rapid deployment of existing internet standards and ICT best practices. Internet and ICT security is an issue that is extremely high on the agenda of nearly everybody on this planet. The spread of online harms and criminal misuse become ever more and ever bigger, it seems, and there also seems to be no end to them. However, it is in this day with the pandemic, we have seen how much we depend on ICT. If it wasn't clear to people, it was definitely clear from the moment we were all locked up in our homes and could continue to work, continue to be some sort of socially active, see shows that were all of a sudden put online by artists, etc. So it shows how dependent we have become on ICTs, on the internet, but also on IoT, the Internet of Things, and that is a topic we will be discussing today. It is widely recognized that many internet-related product devices and services are increasingly vulnerable to security threats and the spread of online harms and criminal misuse. However, if relevant security-related standards and best practices are more effectively adopted and deployed worldwide, these risks can be reduced significantly. And this will foster greater trust in the internet and its related digital technologies and applications, and the positive social and economic benefits of these transformative technologies for sustainable development will be fully realized for communities worldwide. Well, as I already said, the IS3C aims to ensure that standards and best practices play their full role in addressing these cybersecurity challenges through establishing the conditions for their wider, more effective and more rapid adoption by key decision takers throughout the standards implementation chain in both the public and private sectors. And this can be achieved only if there is a shared commitment by stakeholders worldwide in a new comprehensive and strategic approach. The IS3C has established a work program that, 1, brings together the security-related supply and demand factors together, and 2, proposes the best options for deployment of key standards and best practices on both sides, in the form of policy recommendations and practical guidance and toolkits. These outcomes will be presented as IGF policy recommendations for dissemination to policymakers and decision takers worldwide. And in this networking workshop, 2 more working groups will announce their start per 1 January. This will come back later. Let me first say what we've done so far. In the first year, we more or less established ourselves and defined what should be the topics that we should be looking into. And we agreed to start with 3 working groups, and 2 actually were able to find the finances to start. The first one is what we're discussing today, IoT security by design. The second one is on education and skills, which will present its first report this Thursday at 16:15 at, I can't say the room from the top of my head, but at 16:15 on our dynamic coalition session itself. And this report clearly shows where the gaps, the skill gaps are in tertiary cybersecurity education, where the gap is between what is demanded by society and industry and what schools and universities are actually delivering. And that these gaps are in some cases huge and hard to close. But we have recommendations on next steps how to perhaps close that gap. The third working group is on procurement and supply chain management, and that was not able to find the finances, but we are happy to say that we can announce at this IGF that we have found the finances to start 2 new working groups, the procurement one and one on making, let's say, a top 40 list of the most urgent internet standards and related best practices, so that people can start practicing with a list that is sort of universally accepted. So if we can come up with a list like that, it means that the world will be tremendously helped to start literally playing with a new set of standards to actually deploy them and how you can go about deploying them. In the meantime, another work group started, that was on data governance and data security. That started on the 1st of September, and that will present its intermediate report on Thursday in our dynamic coalition session as well. So today we're here together for our working group 1 results, and this is a draft report that we're presenting, and we expect to have the report ready around February. And this is sort of a public consultation, because Nicolas here beside me will present our outcomes and will present what we have studied, and from there ask you whether the content we found is complete, whether you know that there's more to be studied in the future, but also whether you agree to certain outcomes and recommendations that we have, so that we can actually better our report. There will be a public consultation through the IGF Secretariat, and that will be opened somewhere in the coming weeks, so that everybody in the world can actually access the document and comment on it, and so that we can take these comments into consideration. So that's where my work as the introductory talk more or less stops. Officially I'm the moderator, but I think that Nicolas will be moderating more than I am, as he's, as I said, the project lead. He devised this research, he found the researchers, and we are happy to say that we were sponsored by Microsoft that made the whole work possible. And that is something I would like to note once as well, because without them we had never been able to do this extensive work. Let me hand over to Nicolas, and Mark, if there are any comments online, or then you can let me know and I will make sure that people can ask questions or make comments. Nicolas.
Thank you, Wout. Are you hearing well? Well, my name is Nicolas Fiumarelli. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here at this session. We are having troubles in the Zoom, but soon will be solved. Well, as I said, my name is Nicolas Fiumarelli. I am from Uruguay in South America. I am the Working Group 1 chair of this dynamic coalition that is on the Internet of Things Security by Design. I am also the head of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. That is another thing. And I am also a software engineer at LACNIC, where I have been in touch with some of the RPKI protocols, DNSSEC, and some of the security standards from the Internet. Well, now here we will discuss and talk a little about this report, about the Internet of Things Security Report. I will share the slides. So, from the IS3C Working Group 1, we are having this report that is about all the best practices or good practices found in policy documents, in regulatory documents The difference from this report from other kind of reports is that we started from the policy documents. We started from the policy and regulatory and code of practices documents that are around there globally, around the world. And we didn't start from the recommendations. We didn't start from the standardization entities, right? We started from the opposite, from the policy documents to know what are the best practices already being considered by these policy documents. So this report had a lot of these practices, and we will cover the different phases. Here is more like a background or introduction for you about the connected devices in the Internet of Things worldwide. We have seen a very number of devices being connected to the Internet, and it's expected from 2030 to have around 30,000 million devices connected to the Internet. That is a lot more than the normal or common devices we have. The Zoom is starting. Well, we have seen different kind of devices, right? The Internet of Things devices are of different nature. We have these small and constrained devices, right? With some capabilities that are not the same ones that, as another artifact like a computer or a mobile phone. It's not the same because the Internet of Things, as you know, are these devices that are tiny with battery constraints, with energy constraints, also with memory constraints. So it's not the same protocols that or the same standards that apply to this kind of devices. So it's another full different world where we need to think in security in advance. So to go a little deep, we have found, and there is research, previous research that demonstrates that it's widely recognized that these products, these related products and services in the Internet of Things world are increasingly vulnerable to security threats. We have seen a lot of denial of service attacks using these kind of devices. We are seeing the personal data of people being compromised, right? And well, this is a reality, and we are now here in 2022 with a lot of these devices, as I mentioned, that are already vulnerable to these security threats. So the spread of these online harms and the growth in the criminal misuse is already here. So it's very urgent that we, and it's some of the aims of the working group, that these standards are deployed, right? That these standards are implemented, and that the policy and regulatory documents include these practices, not as a recommendation, but more as a requirement, right? That is what we need to find. And with this research, we will going to demonstrate that there exists this gap between the theory and the practice of the Internet of Things. So going to the next slide. So in general numbers, this research has taken into account 30 different policy documents from around the world that are specific for IoT. There are not, we also have seen that there are general cybersecurity policy documents or regulatory documents, but we try to follow on the specific IoT focus documents. And these 30 documents came from more than 20 countries around the world, different countries. We have considered this region balanced thing, so having documents from any of the regions in this research. And there are different types of these documents, right? These go from the national government policies, maybe regulatory frameworks, code of practices, maybe open consultations that have happened in some of the countries with different multiple stakeholder processes. And well, it's good to know that because of these different kind of types of documents, we have had several challenges here in trying to identify what are the best practices from these documents, because not all of them are, as I say at the beginning, requirements, right? Some of them are recommendations. So, but we were trying to focus on all these type of documents and trying to bring all these top best practices. And well, about the research leader, I am the research leader, and the researchers, as about mentioned, are Joao Moreno Falcao, Savio from Brazil, Oscar Judice from Uruguay, and we have a volunteer researcher that is Victor de Pan from the Netherlands. I will explain very shortly about the phases of this research. This started in mid-April in this year, while identifying having some preparatory meetings with the researchers about defining what will be our scope, what will be the information that we'll need to collect from these documents, what are the questions that the researchers need to respond from these documents. For example, what are the challenges that the research see, there are any gaps, there are stakeholders involved, right? For example, some of the documents mention obligations for manufacturers when they are designing and constructing this Internet of Things. There are other stakeholders, for example, for the companies themselves that are selling these products to have vulnerability disclosure. So we have a lot of things that we need to consider, and in this preparatory meeting, we try to address what are the things that need to be identified or collected from these documents. Then we have a desktop research that were from April to early May about identifying a set of policy documents and regulatory documents that are sufficient for the research with region balance and so on. So we held this desktop research. That I need to say that was very difficult to find, for example, documents from the Africa region or the Latin American region. There is a lack of documents in those regions compared to the other regions. Then we had a training and briefing of the research team that was an exercise, a practical exercise with 1 or 2 documents. When we did what phase 4 will have, that was reviewing the document, analyzing the document, responding to the questions, and we did with this exercise with the researchers, so they were encouraged to learn about this methodology. And then phase 4 was the stronger one, that were from May to October this year, was about the profound analysis of these policy documents. Then last phases were phase 5, where they compile all these documents in a discursive brief document, categorizing these best practices, identifying kind of types of categories, because the different documents have different terms, different acronyms, different natures for the best practices. But because we need to collect all and do like a brief, we needed to create categories and to create things that the researchers themselves needed to create or to compile in different sets or grouping. That was phase 5. And then we are here on the presentation of the draft in the Internet Governance Forum, and this will continue because we will open a global consultation, as Wout mentioned, maybe at the IGF review platform, for you to make comments, to put additional documents that you want to be addressed in the future. We want to know, also at this session, we will have some parts for you to make comments and questions about the research and about the conclusions. And then this global consultation will also feed the Global Digital Compact, because we are going to submit wishing to submit a contribution to the Global Digital Compact at the end of February. Well, as I told, the publication of the final report and the printable version will be available in February. I'm hoping next year at the IGF we will have some printable to bring to the people to know more about this research. Well, this is a world map where you can see the geographical spread of these policy documents. As I said, we try to consider documents from each of the regions. We have a lot of documents from the Asia Pacific and the Europe and also from North America, but we have lack from documents from the African region and Latin American region. There were also some documents that were from the European Union, so we consider that these documents are more important because they are more regional. Yes, we found documents from Singapore, we found documents from Kenya, Korea, Australia, different countries around the world. Here is another graph on the quantity of documents per region. You can see there is very notable that North America has a lot of documents and a lot of work done in respect to the Internet of Things best practices. But also you can see that the Western Europe and other groups are also in that list. So these other countries from the Western Europe part and Australia part are also a considerable quantity. as well as the Asia Pacific. But as you can see, only 2 documents from Africa and 3 from GRULAC that we found. But something to mention is that we are seeing an increase in consideration of this kind of policies around IoT. For example, in 2022, this year, there were a lot of processes happening in terms of laws and regulations among Internet of Things that we are not considered here because it's a current work that is happening, but certainly we will include those in future research or in an extension of this research. So here I will start explaining a little on the categorization of best practices. As I explained before, was a very complicated process because we found that the different documents has different means for the different things, and the different documents have different categories, for example, some of them talk about privacy, some of them talk about firmware updates, right? But some of them called operation or continuity. So we were trying to identify what are the correct words, and this was a very profound work because there were some concerns between the researchers about the technical terms. For example, when you are talking about the devices, maybe you are talking about the interface of the devices because there is a backend there that you can log in and connect with the device from an external part. But some of the documents mention the device as the device extended to this interface, but other documents mention the device as the device itself, so as an isolated thing. So we needed to deal with these kind of differences, and also, as I told, about the best practices. So going to the next slide. These are the main 4 categories we found. The first one is privacy and exposure, that takes into account all focus on encryption, right? All focus on these cryptographic algorithms used in the Internet of Things, also for authorization purposes. Then also the word is exposure, because we also included these exposed surfaces when it's not, maybe the device is protected, but the interface or the manufacturer has a backdoor or something that could, because they need to update the devices, they need to maintain and have continuity. But these these attack surfaces are sometimes are not covered, like they are not sufficiently secured. So we put all in this category, the privacy and exposure. Also about having a secure management of the keys, or for example, how to deal with the personal data, right? When you are storing personal data in these devices, you will need to extra protect those, because personal data, as you know, is very a global issue. Well, it's not the same to show, for example, a sensor that is measuring temperature in the air. It's not the same kind of privacy you will need to have when talking about personal data, right? So all these stuff, all these issues are in this category, the privacy and exposure. If you want further details, then you can make comments or questions about this. About the updates, you know, software and firmware update is a very good, a very important issue, because you need to have the software updated. Every day is a CVE there. A CVE is a vulnerability that happened because the devices and the interfaces use libraries, right? Where some of the devices use open libraries, some of them use private libraries. So these libraries need to be updated because, as I told, every day is a CVE there. And there are devices that are Internet of Things devices out there that has no possibility at all to be updated. So that is something very important. And for example, blocking unauthorized software installations also is very important. Some of the best practices around there includes, for example, when you are booting your Internet of Things device, if the image of the software installed is not like, how to say, integration checks, right? You need to have the integrity checks in order to assure that the software installed in this device was not manipulated. So this category we think is very important. Also about the policies around the security updates and about authorized entities, that because we have seen in the past that, for example, staff members of the manufacturers or the staff members of these companies, maybe they don't have a good policy of privacy or security requirements in their companies, So the staff could be installing malware on these devices. So this need to be addressed. This need to be have an automatically update feature. They need to explain very clear to the customer that what is the end of cycle of these devices. To what intent that they will be updating these devices. Maybe it's an end of life and they will not update anymore. So you need to, the users, right, they need to know about that. So we included this other category that is a non-technical. We put that word because there are a lot of best practices that not include technical things, right, or technical requirements, but more of a, for example, responsibility for the stakeholders, labeling programs, for example, for identifying what the device is transmitting, what data is being transmitted, what level of security this device has. So this labeling that we found, for example, in our electrodomestics at home, right? When we are taking a bath, we know that the hot thing there, it has a plus mark to say that it's energy efficient. So in the Internet of Things, it happens the same. You need to know if the electronic device is secure, which is the algorithm they use, which data is transmitted, which format, what are the interfaces there. So all this non-technical information for the user, for the manufacturers is very important. Also, the education programs. There are a lot of education programs that their aim is for the users to understand how these devices work, what is encryption. So people need to know and protect their password. They need to protect their data. So these are more non-technical requirements. You must have also support channels. The manufacturer needs to have support channels. For example, when vulnerabilities are disclosed, they need to know and they need to update, but this need to be informed also to the users. So all these non-technical best practices were fitting in this category. And the last one is about the operation and continuity of the device. For example, what are the things that the user can configure on the device? They can change the password. The device accept using the default password or not. These are the kind of things that the best practices are emerging in this sense. Also about to fail safely and securely. What happens if the internet connection fails and the device is trying to transmit? Maybe the device failed and is their operation stopped. No, they need to continue their operation and try to maybe maintain this information inside the device. And when the connection return, they need to send all this information in a batch. So for you to know that this device is continuing being used. Another thing is the end-of-life strategies. Some of the manufacturers have very clear states about what will happen. They will replace the devices with other devices when the end of cycle ends. They need to state all these kind of things. And for example, the logging of the security events is very important. What will happen if a thief is attacking the device or there is a denial of service attacks and the device gets interrupted to transmit the information? You need to log this because the manufacturer need to know that something has happened, and the device and the user need to know that there is an attack underway. Then about the secure boot procedures, as I mentioned, the device when it's booting, if they don't have the image, the integrity of the image, they cannot work because that is a requirement. If not, they can work. They will work in an anomaly way. So there are some best practices around this, about security procedures, about the security state also. If you have devices that are vulnerable in a moment, the user need to know, and there need to be an alert in the device at least to notify the user that they are still compromised in some way. So all these things that are in terms of best practices, some of them we have already seen. We have already seen that when we buy some devices, they already ask us to change the password before starting. But some of these best practices I mentioned, I am sure that you've never seen this in any of the devices. So there are things that are urgent things to have into place, but they are not right now happening. So going to the next slide. So what we found on these documents, we analyzed a lot of documents and were more than 250 best practices from the different documents, and we found that there are different types of best practices, because some of the documents, some of the authorities that create these documents, these policy documents, regulatory documents, some of them are put as a requirement, but some of them are put as a recommendation. That is a difference, because we have an organization that say, okay, will be recommended that these devices have high security standards, but the reality is that if it's a recommendation, they are not really encouraging that. And at the end, the devices are not following these recommendations. But if it's a requirement, it's more like a hard thing, right? For example, we have found the NIST documents, for example, that focus on the Internet of Things, specifically 8259A and B, are talking about requirements, right? So nowadays in the USA, for example, you cannot sell an IoT product if it's not following all the requirements. That is something good, because we need to have this kind of more requirement than recommendations, because it's an urgent thing, but also because if it's a recommendation, we have seen that the states or the regulators say that, yes, we have these recommendations, but at the end they are not following if the recommendations are met. So it's very important that the type and our findings is just saying that, right? You have seen the red graph there, the red bar and the blue one, and for all the categories we found, there is a lack of requirement policies. It's more like a recommendation things. So this is something very important to note. So before going to some of the researchers' point of view, they will talk a little about their findings and their personal conclusions on the documents. But first, I will ask our online moderator if we have questions or comments, and also for the general audience, if you want comments or questions at this point, will be very good. So, Mark, okay.
Yes, thank you, Nicholas. Good morning, everybody. I'm the online moderator. I don't see any comments yet in the chat, but we've got really open possibility for anybody to provide feedback, questions, and points for clarification. So please use the chat if you wish to raise anything. So, Nicholas, back to you.
Yes, we'll ask again maybe something. Someone here in the room will have some comments or questions. Now is the time. We will have 2 more times to do this, but it will be nice to have some feedback at this point.
So if you have a question, please raise your hand, and then we'll try to answer it. Martin, please introduce yourself first.
Thank you, Wout. Thank you for presentation. Good overview, and makes a lot of sense. It's we talked, so I know you haven't considered the good practice document that the DC IoT had put in, but basically it's a step further. So I really appreciate the work done there. One of the specific things that I think may require some attention is the identity schemes. You make some reference to it, but identity and how it's handled is also a worldwide thing that will influence authorization and that kind of stuff. So it may make sense to put more attention to that.
Yes, I want to say that we included, there are some of the best practices around the identity management. Some of the things that they mention are, for example, that these devices need to be unique at each of the manufacturer. But some of the concerns we had with the researchers was that maybe not by manufacturer, we need to have unique globally, right? That could be something very important. And about the authorization, as you said, is maybe because, well, I am from an RIR perspective, but maybe each of the IoT device need to have an IPv6 that is unique. That could be something that could be in the future. But yes, there are. We found a lot of best practices that mention about the identity. Some of the NIST ones, and then I think the Singapore one also mentions some of the things. Also, in the labeling, you need to identify the unique ID of these devices. Very good comments.
One thing is the identification of the object, of the thing. The other thing is the identification of the one tampering with it, installing new software or whatever. And partly this could be, you want to prevent the backdoors, rightly, I think. But if you build in backdoors, then there are general backdoors that would apply to all the devices I as a vendor send out across the world. We don't want that anymore, right?
Yes, there are some best practices specific to, for example, of the part of the update, the firmware update and the software update, on the continuity also. We have found several best practices talking about that only restricted authorities only can do this remote management of the devices. So yes, we think that definitely the interface with the external authorities, updating the device, getting the log from the device, establishing boot mechanisms and new images for the device. All these need to be restricted to only the authorities that have the control about it. So that are some of the best practices we also found.
Thank you. And just to identify Maarten Botterman, he used to be the chair of the DC on IoT of the IGF, and I think he's going to be...
I used to be, I stepped down 3 years ago.
Right.
But I'm still well informed.
So thank you for the question, Maarten. Anybody else with a question? Please raise your hand. Yes, please introduce yourself first, sir.
Yes, Lito Ibarra from El Salvador. My question, Nicolas, is looking at the lack of documents in regions such as Africa and Latin America, is the research going to provide some recommendations for all multi-stakeholders in those regions to start doing this or to look at the topic? Because I believe IoT will spread like in those regions like in the other ones soon enough. So we need to take a look at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lito. That's a very good question. I think that our conclusions of this research are more in that sense, like there is a lack, there is an identifiable gap. So that could be a first basis for the Latin American and the African authorities to start moving themselves to go. If there is no policy regulations or policy document or code of practices about IoT specifically, now could be the moment that they start to create those. Because, as you say, it's a necessity. The quantity of devices is very equally by region. So we will have the same amount of devices in the Latin American and African region. So there will be a necessity to do the same thing that in the other regions. Totally. Comments? If there are no more comments, yes, please.
Roberto, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Nicolas. Roberto Zambrana from Bolivia. I wanted to ask about the plans for capacity building, not only in LAC region, but in the world, because it's important to raise the awareness about IoT and security. Please, thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question, Roberto. As I said, we are in the second phase of our dynamic coalition. There is a clear goal to go into a third phase, which is about creating capacity building programs, and the most developed for that is the education and skills at this point in time. But for the others, it will be the same. As soon as we have the procurement ready, so that we can literally teach governments how to procure safe, that will be the ideal outcome. But for that, we also need to be recognized for the work that we are doing, and that is well, let's say the uphill struggle that we're facing at this moment with the IGF, how to get this work recognized as an official IGF outcome. So that's something we will discuss later this week. It's not for this session, but your question is totally right. We need to translate this work into some sort of a template that the world can start working with and using, and from that moment onward, perhaps we will change things faster. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. This is Malako from Ethiopia. My question would be, I don't know whether this is within your scope or not, but what would be the legal measures if, devices are found vulnerable and somebody is, using something, to do some bad things? So what would be the legal consequences, and how are they tackling this? So can we include this within this framework? Thank you.
The problem there is basically that it becomes a legal question. And what we're discussing here is a mix of voluntary measures and some requirements, as Nicholas has identified. Well, this is about the manufacturing side of the discussion. As soon as things are tampered with or abused or misused or attacks take place through these devices, it is not the owner of the device usually who is responsible for the attack, it's the person abusing it. So that becomes a criminal investigation and sometimes a regulatory investigation. That is something that each country will have to put in their own law, but that is not what we're studying at this moment. But you're right, it's the other side of the coin that we're discussing here. What do you do with the person who are perpetrating laws basically around the world? And that is something which has to do with cross-border investigations, which are incredibly hard to do, but something that the world will have to find an answer to in order to be able to prosecute people who live in other countries and perpetrate their trespasses in other countries as well than where the mishaps takes place and where people lose their money or their identity. So this is a very valid question. Thank you.
If I can comment on that, I think both the UK and the Netherlands have now frameworks in place where they look at the value chain of delivery and recognizing that there's different responsibilities, as Wout says, in different parts of the chain. This is not one person responsible for everything. That's the problem.
Hello everybody, my name is João. I am one of the researchers. Well, I will try to tell a little bit more about a document that I worked on. That is the document from Korea, and it tries to tackle this issue of the appearance of new vulnerabilities into two ways. The first one is that the manufacturer is obligated to provide security patches to the document. And the other way to tackle it is that during the period of checking the standard in the releasing of the device cannot be released until there is a vulnerability disclosed and exploitable in the device. But this creates like a new issue to us because, well, okay, so you're obligated to patch the device, but how much time the manufacturer must patch it? It is related to the amount of the devices, it's related to the complexity of the vulnerability. So we have a lot of factors that can alter and can really make everything a little bit more blurred. So it's a very difficult point that we face of how to address it, how much time did we need to take to fix it, and also how much time do you need to do a security warranty to the device. That's it, thank you.
Looking at the time, that we'll come back to a second round of questions, but first let's go into the presentations of the researchers so that we have time to do the public consultation and ask you about your opinion of the recommendations and that we don't run out of time. So who do I give the word first?
Yes, Savio will start.
Savio starts?
Go ahead, Savio.
Okay, thank you. My name is Savio. I'm one of the researchers of this research, and well, I'm basically going to talk about two documents that I have analyzed. One of the documents is a report of one public consultation carried out by the Uruguayan government with the support of the Internet Society, and the other document is in regard to the security recommendations for the supply chain of IoT devices that was published by and developed by the sorry, I forgot the name, but European Union, and under the let me check the name, the ENISA, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity. So these are basically the two documents. Both are kind of recommendations, not regulatory documents. I think that the presentation has the title of the. Oh, okay. I can send later the links of these documents, but basically starting from the document from Uruguay, what I could see by analyzing this document is that this public consultation reached more the end users, the person as users, not companies, not government, the end users as civil society, and it brings some concerns and some security recommendations in regard to IoT. And considering this scope, it is mostly focused on personal data privacy and also security for home IoT device, wearable devices, and this category of devices, of IoT devices. And I have highlighted some of the recommendations and also some concerns presented in the document. Maybe I should start from the risks and challenges cited by the document. And one of them that called me more the attention was the one that says that competitive pressure to reduce market release times for system and/or devices and to lower the cost of these devices, the manufacturing of these devices, has resulted in fewer resources being assigned to security, which means that the market competition may become a threat to the IoT security, basically. If we don't care about that, if we don't regulate this kind of things, this is a personal comment, this kind of releasing and the marketing of these devices, this could lead us to bad cybersecurity configuration in the device, in the devices. And going ahead to the best practices mentioned in the document, one of the best practices, excuse me, that I saw many times during the analysis was in regard to the use of the full passwords in the devices, like all the devices. Maybe in the same company, not exactly from the same category of the device, but using the full password can lead us to really bad security damage. Basically, you have a back door or a front door with open front door, if you want to understand as this. So if someone discovers the full password, can get access to every device. And in some cases, we could find in the devices hard-coded credentials. So we cannot change the full password, and this is worse than just a default password that can be changed. Another point that is mentioned by this document from Uruguay is the point of allow blocking ports, unused ports of unused services. For example, one of the main IoT botnets, the Mirai botnet, exploits the access of the Telnet, one internet protocol, for remote access and control of devices. The Telnet port that basically no one end user will use this service, and in some cases we can't, or is not a easy process to block this port to stop the service, and this can lead us to one vulnerability. And in the same meaning, limiting the connection of IoT systems or devices to the internet to the minimum necessary to proper functioning of the devices. We have basically local communication in my home network, for example, or in my company network, and then in the internet connection to that device. So the idea is to limit the internet connection of that device, the services and so on, and take more care in the security of these internet-wide open connections. One important thing here is to allow consumers to easily identify the degree of security of the IoT systems and or device. This basically means the need for a labeling system or any other system that makes easier to the user understand if one device is secure or not. And well, one of the things that it mentions is also the need for security by design and security by the full, in the meaning of this, the full security configuration of the device must be as secure as possible, basically by the full. And if the user need to make unsecure configurations for specific use in its local network, for example, it can do it, but by default this is disabled. So these are basically the main points of this document. We have many other recommendations that will be in the final document, but these are the highlights. How much time do I still have? Okay. And well, the other document from the ENISA, it's this is a really good document that I analyzed. It brings some concerns to basically to the manufacturers of IoT devices, and maybe this can be useful also for regulatory actions in regard to the certification of devices, for example, that is security recommendations for the whole supply chain of the devices that goes basically from the manufacturing of the integrated circuits through the end of the life of the devices. So the planning, the development, the manufacturing, the building the device itself, the software updates, and so on. Well, so this is basically the scope. This is a really complete document. It has good recommendations and basically can be useful for big companies to adapt their security maturity to the IoT devices, to the development of IoT devices with more specific questions for this context, and also for small companies that still are not that much mature on developing secure IoT systems to understand their first step, what should they care about, and how could they prevent some problems in each phase of the manufacturing of the device. So some of the risks mentioned, risks and challenges of the mentioned in the document. The first one that I can mention, it can refer to our research, is that one of the I confused the things. So in going more specific in the manufacturer, the risks, for example, the risk of debug interfaces used to the development of the devices to understand the errors and bugs and so on should be disabled when the device goes to the market. So this is one problem that it's deeply technical, but it happens often with some devices, so it's important to talk about that, and it's simple to handle this kind of problem. So another problem, for example, is that counterfeit products are sold by unauthorized suppliers who are not part of the manufacturer's official sales channels. So, for example, if we have the manufacturing of one device with one team that I do not trust, that I can't trust, the team can maybe make more devices and then sell these devices by other means. And this is important to talk about basically having original devices in the market. Another important thing that related to what João just said, that users should be properly informed and trained to raise awareness about the functionality of and the security risks of the devices, and also the company should have one vulnerability disclosure policy in this kind to make the user aware of the new threats that its devices are susceptible. And well, going to the recommendations, some examples that the capability of one device being updated when some new vulnerability is discovered in a short time, in preference, but there is no specific term to update this kind of thing. This is important because during the life cycle of one device, the vulnerabilities can appear at any time, in a time frame of 10 years, for example. Another important recommendation is to build a comprehensive set of documentation resources to combat human errors that include clear guidelines or action points to implement at each deliverable. Basically, teach the users how to make the devices secure and to avoid unsecure, accidentally enable some unsecure configurations. And also the last one very important, both for end users and for the whole supply chain, is that stakeholders, especially suppliers, should be transparent, offering clear and detailed information about the operation and the normal behavior of the supplied product. Since the integrated circuit to the final IoT device and system, all the parts in the supply chain should be aware of the risks and the potential problems, and also the normal behavior of that part of the software, of that asset, basically. So that's it for now, and I hand over to Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Savio. Yeah, so just one comment. I think what is important to understand is that Savio said about the ENISA document that it's very complete and maybe the best that he's seen, but it's a recommendation. So it means that it's easily ignored by everybody who has to deploy these sort of sessions, sort of measures. The second thing I was reminded about, one of the first things he said, is that when I interviewed people on the work before we started this dynamic coalition on internet standards, the person said to me, but these chips, they cost less than $1 a piece, so you can't demand of these manufacturers that they put security in there because they wouldn't make any money. So I said to him, so we let these less than $1 chips basically ruin the world. So that, I think that is something that you need to think about when you talk about the manufacturing of these sort of devices, because it's all about chips. And if these chips are inherently insecure, then it also means that the rest of the device is insecure. And that it becomes $1.05, right? And then we have security inside. So what are we talking about? I think that is a sort of recommendation that you could take home and share to everybody you speak to, because that is probably a mind-changing idea that perhaps for 5 cents a piece you have security. This is just a theory. Let's go on to the next presenter.
Yes, before going to the next presenter, I have a comment regarding that because, as I said in the beginning, these IoT devices are constrained devices. What that mean? The constraint is about the memory, about the ability to do encryption, right? So here we are in a thing because they are going to sell, trying to manufacture this in a most cheaper way, as you are saying. But at the same time, they need to have security. But there is a balance between the constrained device and the level of security they could have, because the more secure you want to be, the most energy you need to spend, or the most, how to say, memory you need to have all these keys stored. So at the end, there is a balance that needs to be achieved. There are very good standards at several standardizing entities to achieve this balance in the different kind of devices, because there exist this type of devices with several differences of these constraints. And yes, I think that maybe an explanation of why these constrained devices are not secure is because they are not capable of doing security. So we need to address this. We need to address the issue of having constrained devices balanced with the security they have. Just one comment about that, because it's not only about making cheaper because of no security at all, but also because of these constraints doesn't allow for the security to be. So there is a balance, and there are good cybersecurity or encryption mechanisms also for these devices. So just to give an example, you can sign the data that is transmitted in the device. Maybe some of the microcontrollers already in the market have the capability of doing encryption at that level, or at least to do some signing. But then the other part of the signing is done in the interface, in the or in the gateway, the place where they have more resources to do this encryption. So with a combination of a level of encryption that is minor at the device, and with a combination with security mechanisms in the capable device, that in the gateway or the computer or your mobile phone, they have the mobile phone and the computers have capability to do strong encryption, right? So with this combination, I think that will be the way that the devices have more security. Some comments there? Starting from Joao.
Hello again. Well, one of my reference points are cryptography. So I think it would be very important us to point out that there are actually cryptography algorithms that are focused on protocols with a execution disparity, like the power capacity disparity. If one of the devices are not capable of doing so much heavy computations with another that are capable. So maybe we could like light on this kind of protocol, the kind of protocol that we would have smaller and weaker devices being able to do like a full setup of encryption algorithms, but with the help of the main device, like a cell phone or a computer.
One more comment is that that means that instead of all these things, these problems, we already have great recommendations and on system architectures and also protocols that deals with these problems. So we can. These are challenges, but we already have some answers to that, to some responses to that challenges. So this is what we saw, for example, in the documents that we analyzed, and we can see every day in the new document releases by the IGF, the IEEE, and other standardizing spaces and organisms. So this is what we could see in the research too.
Yes, Maarten Botterman, thanks. I think it's crucial indeed, as you said, that you look to the function of the device. We all know there's different devices. There's the active ones, there's the passive ones. The active are more likely to be able to deal with encryption than the passive ones, but also the purpose, how they're used. Now the thing is, any IoT device could be part of a bigger system, and that will make it more important to have it certified from a certain quality or not. So I think we should be wary of giving the impression that everything should be top-notch secured. That doesn't take away Wout's argument that security by design also means taking into account that you need different levels for different things. But the problem is, when you think this device is secure enough as it is, if it's put in the plane, it's entirely different than when it's put in a child's toy.
So now we would like to hear from Oscar Giudice, that is online and one of the researchers. He will be speaking in Spanish, so please, if you can use the translators, will be very well for you. Well, Oscar, the floor is yours. Yes, we can hear you.
Bueno, asumo que se está escuchando, como nadie...
No translation, no? Oscar, before you go, Oscar, what?
Yo estuve trabajando sobre distintos documentos, varios documentos...
Oscar? Yes, sorry, but I need to tell that we don't have translation to Spanish. It's very bad to say that. But yes, we will try to put your comments in a... We will share the comments in the output of the session so everybody can read. So I'm very sorry about that because we don't have translation from Spanish to English. Sorry for that and thank you for being with us. So now we are going to Joao, that will cover the Korean and the Singapore documents.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ron, and I want first thank you all for being here and start with my background. I work as a penetration tester, so I am a hacker. And as I am in this point of view, I try to think of like an attacker and also with someone that is going to test this kind of document. So the first document I have here is the Korean one, and actually this is my favorite because, well, this document was released as a regulation about a Information and Communication Network Act from 2021, and it was focused on certifying documents, certifying devices and systems to work with IoT. And this document to me is the main thing that captured my attention here is that it has plenty of examples. So we have like a dozen of best practices of obligatory things that you need to comply to be able to release your device. And for each one of them, you have like document code examples of how not to do and how to do the implementation and testing of this device. And in one of the best standard capabilities, they ask for penetration testing. So it's very important that we have like an active person to understand, to learn, and to try to attack the system to be able to guarantee that it's safe. One thing that Nicholas said before that I think it would be interesting to point out is about the capability of the microcontrollers. When we say about that,
the IoT devices here are divided into 3 main categories, and for each one of them we have 2 kinds of certification. So for the light one, it's focused on, it's like I am reading the document. It's focused on small bare metal devices such as sensors. So we are talking of these kind of devices that are in the end of the network. So it's like a doorbell, it's a movement sensor, this kind of device. And we know that it's very, very simple. Normally it wouldn't have even a operational system. So the thing they try to tackle here is like, okay, does this device have sensitive data? Does this device like handle personal? And if not, it's like easier to tackle, easier to protect, because the stakes aren't really high. So when we talk about the basic devices, we are speaking of small and medium-sized devices with low-spec operational systems. So there are simpler systems with several of the functionalities disabled to run faster and lighter. And to this kind of device, we need an additional security bare minimum, because it has a operational system, it has several threads running there. And when we talk about the standard, they think of small, medium and large smart home appliances. So we are talking like smart assistants, a home controller, and to these devices they run fairly reasonable equipment. You can even compare some of these devices with old computers, like 10, 20 years ago computers. So they're able to run the most of the protocols that we have. The thing to me that another thing that captured me is that they show a mentality shift. Like the standard types aren't like, oh, the basic one and simpler, just to everything, and there are an advanced that we are not going to use it. They say like, oh, we recommend the advanced, but knowing the devices that are on the market, we divide it. And another thing that it's interesting is that this document adds the application and service and the API systems that interact with the IoT devices. So you must comply with certain obligations, even if you are running the system that the device connects. And this is actually a novelty to me when compared with other documents, and it makes totally sense. Because if you have like a safe system, but you can hack the server or intercept the connection to the server, you really breaks the security chain of the system. And well, there's a recommendation that it's actually not obligatory to any kind of the standards, but I want to point out that is the necessity of keeping private data in rest safe. So if someone steals a device and try to break it, try to access the data, they shouldn't, even though they can like connect and read directly from the memory. But this kind of recommendation is actually more difficult to apply, because you need proper microcontrollers, proper systems to guarantee the safety of the key, because the key is isolated and is kept off the system. So this is actually difficult, and when I, as a programmer too, try to buy this kind of device to construct and interact myself with IoT devices, I had issues because there aren't plenty of this kind of hardware available right now. Can you pass? Yeah, Singapore. Oh, okay. So the second document that I worked out is the Singapore document. It was produced by the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, and it's heavily based on the European Telecommunications Standard Institute. This is interesting to us because, wow, we have like few countries that produce these devices, and the whole majority only receives and applies these patches. So, Nico, it appeared, so can you pass it?
No, but it's not. It's only the Korea.
Oh, okay, okay. So, well, the Singapore agency says like, okay, we understand that these devices will normally not be produced here. So how can we enforce our laws since we are like a small country with a small market? And the way that they decided to tackle this issue is using the umbrella of the decisions of ETSI. So this they elaborated on top of it, but the whole idea is to create a common ground, something recommendations that are shared between multiple countries and can be used by them. This document is is a labeling system document. So it will have like 4 tiers that will be given during the release of the product. So here is the first issue, because if a device is released with security patches, everything is okay. But if in like the next month some major vulnerability is released, how can you like degrade or even lower the security level of the system? And the problem is that you can't. You bought the device, you installed in your home, you will not keep an eye checking if the device is still compliant with the labeling system you chose. And well, speaking fastly about the security levels of the system, we have 4 levels. The first one is actually a declaration of conformance. So the manufacturer will say like, I comply with these requirements, and provide documents that agree with their claim. The second one, you will do like a check if the device is was created using a security by design approach. The third one will do a binary analysis, and actually the third is it's quite advanced. And even though we don't have until now a active search for vulnerabilities, and I, as a pen tester, know that it's very limited, this kind of tools yet. So the 4th level with pen testing will be definitely the most useful and could guarantee the capability of that device. But we have a huge limitation. Like into this document, we say that the certification process cannot last longer than 15 days. And 15 days, it's not reasonable. Like they argue, if you are going to level 4 of security, you have 4 days to test the system. So how can you really like turn the device upside down and disassemble it, check the circuits? This kind of analysis takes a reasonable amount of time, and it's not feasible to do. So in conclusion, I think here we have like a huge advance because we are already checking at least a point of the development life cycle to check if this device is safe. But after the release, there is no much thing that we can do. And another interesting path that the Singapore document showed is that they are already partnered with German and Finland to be cross-compatible. So the level 1, 2, and 3 is compatible with Finland's system, and the German system complies with the 1 and 2. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joao. I think it's very important that you note that the labeling programs and specifically this kind of information for the final user is something that is very important, and also the compliance with the with the label is something that is the future of the Internet of Things. All devices need to be compliant with these rules, and this is the way to be compliant with the label, right? Now we are going very rapidly for Savio. He will mention the document that Oscar was to mention about the Brazilian one. So yes, if you can have like in less than 5 minutes. Yes, very good. Good.
Well, I have Brazil was one of the document that was analyzed by this research. Oscar was the responsible for analyzing this document, but we have also in the Brazilian IGF one session that discussed with one of the members of the certification team for general telecommunication devices that published the act for the certification of general telecommunication devices that also includes IoT systems and has some specifications that fits to the IoT systems. So basically what we have are not exactly requirements, but can be understood as some recommendations in the case of similar to the labeling systems of Singapore, Germany, and Finland. Thank you. But what we have is that basically the vendor of one IoT device must go to the Anatel, which is the organization that regulates telecommunication in Brazil, and says that I comply with this point, this point, this point, this point, and then the device can go to the shelf, to the market. But in the case of, in general term, basically, this problem that João just mentioned of a new vulnerability or something else happening, the Brazilian document provide means to the Anatel, remove the devices. When we discover a new vulnerability, Anatel can go to the market and remove the device from the shelf, and then they only can get back to the place, to the market, when that vulnerability get some patch, some firmware update, or something like that. So these are the general points of this document. But what I think that it's a kind of weak in this document is that it do not mention minimum requirements. It's just this is not exactly legal analysis, but basically the manufacturer, the vendor of the devices, choose which requirements it will take care about, and then certify for that. This is not a minimal requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Savio. And then I will ask Mark if we have online questions, and also for the audience, if you have questions, comments. This is the second time. So please, Mark, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Nicholas. And first of all, just to say, in the chat, if you're entering the Zoom, we have put links Savio put links to the Uruguay document, and the other one, the ENISA one, the European one, and also Nicholas has put the Brazil one in the chat as well, a link to that. A couple of comments and one question have come through in the chat, in the online communications. Firstly, a general comment that this is very useful work to look at how regulations and guidelines are evolving, and I think that's a characteristic of the project, that this is a continuously evolving area of important work. Secondly, there was a comment about engaging more directly with equipment manufacturers, as well as the majors who set requirements for equipment RFQs, requests for quotes, in governments and major instrumentalities, etc. So that's perhaps something you want to comment on, requests for quotes. It's a way, the comment says, it's a way of better developing decent manufacturers' requirements in the absence of usual market or demand forces with industry. And then we had a question, is there any research on IoT devices and IPv6? If you care to comment on that and respond to that from Nicholas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Very interesting comments. And yes, about the inclusion of IPv6 in the IoT thing, I have not seen in the documents like mentioning about this, but as we have one comment at the beginning from the person from ICANN, I think that it's very important to handle this, right? To what will be the way to identify these IoT devices globally. So that will be something. So returning to the presentation, and we will go to the end. Okay, we have questions here in the audience. Please, first here and then there.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for good presentation for the researchers, I think. This is Metasebe, a private consultant here in Ethiopia. Actually, I'm working also on the cybersecurity policy research. I'm really wondering, it's just my view, Internet of Things, IoT, is new for us at this moment, but it is an integration of existing technology. Internet is here with us for a century, almost half a century, and devices, those smart devices, before they are smart, they are here with us for centuries and for longer. They are matured. So the point that what the current research is doing is how we can bring those devices to the internet. So it's just a bridge that we are doing, how we can make this electric or mechanical devices or whatever devices that there is in the existing, bringing to the internet, so that adding some features of smartness. So the security is coming here. Security in the internet with the different layers of internet protocols is for long. It's matured. Standards is here, protocols are here, policies are here. And even for device production, there is a standard. There is different industrial standards. So what we have to do is how we can hybrid these things and bringing to the Internet of Things, and then create these standard policies or whatever recommendation that we can give it to the point. So I think all of the presentation that you are seeing is what so far done in different countries on the policy regards on the, but can we see these things and we can create a better documentation over here? Really appreciate for you.
Yes, I have a small comment on that, and then I will go to Joao to answer. I think that there is a difference between what we know or what we understand as the Internet, computers and browsers and applications in the Internet, and the Internet of Things. Actually, they are different protocols that being used in the Internet of Things. And is in some way, if you look at the architecture there, you have routing system that is different in the IoT system. So, but I understand your point that at some point this information from the device comes into the internet what we know today. But yes, we need to address this as an isolated thing or a different thing, because the standards, the function, the capacity, and I talk about the constraints things are different. In the device is something. Some attacker could access the device by tampering the device, by trying to go through a connection that is not internet, but is another thing, for example, LoRa or different protocols there that you can access the device, but it's not internet. So we need to address this as in my point of view, as a different thing, because there are different capabilities, different protocols there. So, but I agree that will be very interesting if we have, or we can have a hybrid thing, like considering this as a cybersecurity challenge in general for the internet, because Internet of Things sometimes is not the internet itself, but we can see this as a set of things. And I think Joao has a similar comment. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for your question. Well, nowadays I work as a security tester for industrial systems, and we also have this kind of question, like, okay, factories are here for like a century, so what changed? Why do we need to like double, triple, quadruple the amount of money to secure it just because we plugged it in a socket in a switch? And the thing is that when the factories were designed and most of the regulations were sketched, the security was focusing on like on-site security. So how can we protect this cable that connects this machine to that? And when we connected it to the internet, the possibilities, the attack vectors multiplied. So now if a attacker like compromises the network of the company and migrates to the industrial network, it's done. If they have the correct tools, it can like do reasonable damage and critical damage to this site. So what changed is that we have a clash here of a fast evolving system that is the IoT devices and the computer science part of the challenge, and a crazily fast evolving system that is the internet. So how can we integrate that, considering that we usually like update our cell phone once a week, our computer once a month, with devices that are meant and that we think must last for years in an unattended way. So to me, this is the big challenge here. It's like the person that buys this device and install in their home, the company that install in the office, or even the industrial facility that install machines doesn't want to like interact with each one of the systems to guarantee that it is functioning correctly. It must be unattended. And our computer isn't unattended. We use it every day. We use it, our cell phone every day. So this is the main change to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Joao. And Savio has also some answer, and then we go to the other person.
Just one short comment. This is the main question probably of everyone here in this room and everywhere, basically. And well, the IS3C can be one of the places that can fill this gap. There are many other organizations, but here in the IS3C, we have one specific working group for IoT cybersecurity by design, which is discussing this. Is this one, and this is one of the works that we are carrying on. So we have more researches, more actions to take to fill this gap. And if you are interested on it, please join us.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, this is Said from Ethiopia, Debre Birhan University. My question goes to, the first one is, I have three questions. The first one is, when you review documents from different countries or from different regions, did you find any of them which dictates the type of encryption algorithms or encryption types they have to use, or just regulations? I mean the reviewed regulations. The second one, what about the first one is to preserve the data vulnerability. What about the hardware vulnerability? For example, manufacturers may add some another additional chips on our hardware. Therefore, do you find any regulation to dictate such type of things? Maybe the manufacturer leak informations from the users. Therefore, do you find any regulation to dictate this? Another one, I told you, as I told you, I'm from university, and what mechanisms do you have to integrate such up-to-date regulations which are found or available in the world to education system, such that we can deliver to students the up-to-date and the excellent regulation systems? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, do you want to cover, Joao?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Well, the first question about the hardware vulnerabilities is a very trickier question, because actually, if we think of cybersecurity, we are saying that it left the military point of view like 20 years ago, when it migrated to common sense and started to be discussed inside companies. But like hardware security, I don't know. It's like on diapers. So yeah, I really enjoy this field. I studied, but we are starting, and it's a big challenge. Most of the hardware vulnerabilities aren't covered because when we think about these devices that are really really cheap, we need that the chips are integrated with the systems that we are going to use. So like, oh, you are going to use AES, you need a co-processor to encrypt your data. And doing that, you cannot patch this co-processor. So the capability, the flexibility to cope this problem is very limited. And about the education, actually in the cybersecurity field, it's a huge problem that we are facing, and we don't have any enough people to tackle the demand. And we also have another working group focused on that, focusing on how to improve how to really improve the education on cybersecurity.
Yes, and that working group, as I said at the beginning, presents its first report on Thursday, 16:15, I think in the large briefing room, but it's in the schedule. Dynamic Coalition, Internet Standards, Security and Safety, and that's the session where we present the report.
Yes, thank you so much. I also think the question was very interesting because the encryption changes every day, right? We are facing, for example, quantum computers right now, and there are the algorithms, the encryption algorithms need to be quantum resistant also, right? How to update the algorithm that the IoT uses? That is a full question, and yes, it's a very good issue that need to be faced, right? What will happen with our data collected right now, and in the future with the quantum computer, they can decrypt in some seconds. So we are at a risk right now. Our personal data that is right now could be readable in some of the years. But this is another conversation, and maybe for another working group on the quantum communications.
It will be announced as well.
Yes, we are also trying to create a working group on quantum. So returning to if there are no more questions, one more? Okay, go ahead. Final one, please.
Okay, thank you for, my name is Getinet, I'm a private from GTE. Please allow me to answer my question. Well, my question is, let me assume that there is some device which is unknown, because the factories are produced some, and it might be software or hardware. So this device is compatible with any devices, and if you just install or make it somewhere, so unknowingly, how can we just make it this? And how can we detect it? Because this the purpose of this software or hardware to steal personal information or a company steal information in hiding way. Thank you very much indeed for answering my question.
Yes, go for it, Joao.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Well, the cybersecurity nightmare is having like a dozen of protocols, speaking with like 100 of different systems. So we already see works trying to integrate and use common protocols and common management systems to manage all this kind of devices. So in the Internet Engineering Task Force, we see initiatives trying to like standardize the update system of these devices, because we know that if the user needs to connect to each device each time they are going to update, it will not gonna happen. So we are really looking into this, how to integrate and how to ease the management of this kind of system, because one of the main problems in cybersecurity is the visibility, is to know what is happening into your system.
Thank you. We're going to close the questions again because we're coming to the recommendations, which is finally the outcome of all this work, and to hear your views on that. So, Nicholas, please proceed.
Yes, following with the presentation there. Okay, so for the the report is trying to identify these 20 best practices from all these documents. So I will mention some of the criteria we find, or the challenges we find to have a commonalities or how to get these top 20 best practices. Well, there are different types of documents, as I explained. Some are more with requirements, some other are with recommendations. Yes, and that is something very important to mention, that it's a challenge to identify what are the best practices if we are talking about recommendations and requirements. So those are different things. So we need to, we try to include in our criteria different types of documents. Also, other things that we identified were that some of the best practices were repeated in different types of documents. So we try to prioritize this kind of repetitive best practices as the best practices also. Also, we try to figure out what are the most consulted sources, right? If there are several best practices that came from the same source, from the same best practices standardizing company, etc., we also give a higher priority in selecting these best practices. Then also the good practices that the researchers found more critical or essential at this moment of time were also highlighted or prioritized. Also, we think that we need to have different balance in terms of the categories, of the 4 categories I mentioned. So we could have best practices from the labeling to the privacy to the operation and continuity and the update of these devices, and special attention also on the ones that included other stakeholders' responsibilities, right? Because we know that something that is lacking right now is enforcing these other stakeholders, not only the user, but the manufacturer, the states, the market, to follow and compliant with all the rules that are being, or the recommended practices, right? And then at the end, we also see because we found some of the open consultation documents out there that they were lacking of sectors or stakeholders. For example, in the Argentina open consultation, they were only private sector and other of the stakeholders. So not all the stakeholders or all the sectors were there providing recommendations. So could be some kind of bias in these recommendations. Also, I think the Argentinian one, in some of the part, it says that no cybersecurity requirements are needed or something like that. So we are trying to focus more on the policies coming directly from the regulator and policy making instead of over the open consultations. So the example of the best practices were a lot of mention in this session. We are in the process of finalizing the top 20. Will be in the report for the open consultations for all of you to review, and we also want you to maybe, if you know of other documents or other regulation and policy documents happening, will be nice for us to know, to include in a further research or an extension of this research. I will not deal in all the best practices because we are lacking of time, but will be all in this report, and you can, as I mentioned, will be an open consultation, so will be open for comments and to put some suggestions, etc. And some of the conclusions of this work is that, yes, this needs to be an evolutionary thing, right? We are seeing in 2022 that there are a lot of, or right now there are a lot of policies being implemented, being created. So we also see, for example, in Latin America and Africa, there are a lot of policy documents being addressed right now. For example, in the Caribbean region, there are 2 or 3 countries that are already working right now in this policy document specifically for IoT. So we would like to include this, but a conclusion will be that this is an evolutionary work, right? We cannot say we stop here, but we need to continue including more documents and continue this analysis. Then we have seen that the adoption of these best practices, as some of the researchers' comments and the really concerns we have, so we see that this is increasingly urgent, right? The following year will be most urgent, and then the following one will be super urgent. So we need to address this right now. That is some of the conclusions. because, as I told, not all the documents mention all of the best practices. So at the end, why this is not happening, why there are some of the best practices, for example, on the labeling that not all the countries are addressing right now. So, but we see that we are very concerned about this. We think that this needs to be something mandatory to do in all states. Well, there are also other topics of relevance that were not included in this list, in this 20 top best practices list, because, for example, as we mentioned about the quantum computing and all the things, no any document mentioned about this. So we need to be very aware of, for example, quantum-resistant algorithms. The researchers identified other best practices that are not in any of the policy documents, so that we think they are important, and all of this will be in the report also. But there are some, like the quantum computing and other things like the identity management that is not fully covered. So just in closing, because we are not, maybe we could have another final round of comments and giving the floor to Val, but I think that we will have this open consultation starting from next week, probably, in the IGF review platform. So you all can see this, and we will have a final report in February, as Wout said, with all the comments and the suggestions being collected from you, from your side. So this will be a thing that will evolve. And then to mention the relevance to the Global Digital Compact. This is something that I will like to talk a little. That you know that this year we are having this artifact, the Global Digital Compact, and there are several organizations, IGFs, providing a contribution to this. The Global Digital Compact has a roadmap with different key points or focus key things to address. And two of them are this, the promoting digital trust and security. That is something that we found linked with this research, because promoting digital trust and security is about having rules, having requirements for the things. So in order for the end user and for the companies to be more trustable about the devices, there are some of the descriptions on this key point of the roadmap that are very, very interrelated with the work of this research. And also the other point is the ensuring the protection of human rights in the digital era, because we are talking about personal data, sensitive data. There are a lot of countries that have personal data or data protection rules, right? But how these data protection rules are being implemented, because if we don't have these requirements for the Internet of Things or different general computing systems, we will not be following the criteria of the rules that these laws, because there are laws, right, on the data protection. So we need to have this, and it's fully interrelated with this point of the Global Digital Compact about ensuring the protection of human rights. Well, here I will stop and let Wout do some conclusion points and following next steps.
Yes, we have a few minutes left. So let me look at the online comment section, if there's anything there, Mark, that you would like to present on.
Yes, thanks, Wout. No new points coming through online, but just to say that I've included links to the Korean and Singapore CSA documents that Joao described earlier on in the chat. So if you want to access those documents, go to the chat for the links. Okay, thanks. Back to you, Wout.
Thank you. Then we have time for one final question. So who would like to ask it? Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Gabriel from the USA. I am wondering if your researchers give any time to discussing the consequences of inaction. We talk about how these devices, if they're not secure, they can remain online potentially forever, and that the market, if I understand you correctly, does not currently incentivize the adoption of non-obligatory standards. So is there a doomsday? Is there a discussion of what those consequences could be if we don't come up with good international obligatory standards?
Let me start from a general point of view, and then I'll give to the researchers. Is there a doomsday? Well, not in the sense that the Earth will explode, probably, but if you look around you, there are so many incidents each and every day that of course, there's a need that the world needs to come together and solve this problem. Because in whatever country you live, when it really comes down to security, we do have the same, I can't think of the word in English, but the same common ground, basically. Because we want to keep our data secure, we want to keep our whatever we have secure. So if we do have common ground there, and can we be able to find each other on that common ground? And that seems to become incredibly hard, but that is different from the attacking point of view, because everybody has an attacking point of view. And we use the vulnerabilities that we find when we attack somebody. Not me personally, but we as a country, basically. So yes, it is what is the most important point, being more secure or being able to attack another more successful than another. And I think that is the heart of your question. So let me stop there, and I think Joao.
Hello, thank you for your question. And I want to bring another document here just to tackle this issue. That is the Senate Bill number 327 from California. Well, this bill addresses a little bit about the liability of the security, how to impose these security standards, and it's actually interesting to see, because when we compared with the Korean document, they ask like, oh, the user cannot have full control of the device, because he will do things that will make it unsafe. And the Senate bill says like, no, the producer must not are not obligated to block the total control from the user. And about the liability, they also say that the store selling this device are not liable for the security damage caused by the device that they are selling, and also the producer are not liable for third-party systems that are installed. And this is trickier, because if you think like about our one TV and you install an app, so that is crucial to the usage of this TV, the producer will be like not liable anymore. So how can we create this, how can we settle the division about what software are actually essential and weren't installed by default by the factory, and what is not, what is totally optional, and well, the producer will not be liable about any kind of breach.
Thank you, Joao. I think that leads us to our concluding remarks, because everybody will have to go to another session and people will want to come into this room. Let me start with saying how amazed I was how many people came to this session. So it proves how important this topic is, and that as IS3C we have managed to hopefully contribute successfully to this discussion, and through our report, hopefully, like Roberto mentioned at some point, to turn this into actions and capacity building programs. But that's the next step. As Nicolas mentioned, we are going to start a public consultation, hopefully the week after the IGF, and we invite you to come to that public consultation and leave in your comments so that we can produce the best report this world is able of producing at this point in time. But that is the aim, basically. But we will have compared about 22 jurisdictions that we have found on their best practices, and from there come up with the recommendations and best practices, and find the spots that have been left out, because that is, as been mentioned by the researchers, there's some points are simply not mentioned. And the question from the gentleman from the US saying, should we convene in some way in the world to tackle this problem? Then the answer, of course, is yes. And recommendations are all nice, but they can be easily ignored. And coming back to the comments on quantum computing, which will be upon us probably within the next decade, we have the chance to do it right and not to make the same mistakes that we've made with the introduction of the internet and then with the Internet of Things. Because I remember discussions of previous IGFs in Brazil, in Mexico, so years ago, saying we have to act now. And look at where we are, in a quagmire of threats, basically. And that is that if there's no regulation in place, when it comes down to voluntary action, and when your competitor is not adhering, and you probably will be out of business because you're not competing anymore. So I think that is where some sort of a guiding hand is necessary, but we are going to provide the recommendations to do so. The report hopefully will be there in February, and from there we'll start discussing a next phase. And anyone who's interested to join IS3C, please go to our webpage on the IGF website. It's on the Dynamic Coalition's Internet Standards, Security and Safety. And you will find a link to an email system. And once you're registered there, you're in on our communications. And that means that you can join the working groups that you're interested in and contribute to them. So as I said, we have about 3 up and running at this point in time. We have the IoT one we're discussing here. We have education and skills and data governance and security. We will be announcing the start of the procurement and supply chain management working group, and what we call the list. But we will also announce the intention to start working groups on 3 main standards, which one is DNSSEC, the second is RPKI, and the third is IP version 6. And to drive that discussion towards an even faster deployment than we are at this point. And finally, there are 2 proposals on quantum computing, which I haven't had the time yet because the last one is off the day before I left here for Addis Ababa, on quantum computing and post-quantum encryption. So we'll have to see whether they're really different or that we can merge them, but that is a discussion we'll have. But the fact is that we have 2 proposals on the topic, which means that it's serious. And the one who's the furthest away is on consumer advocacy. So how can consumer organizations, when they test devices with the IoT component in them, also test the IoT in the right way? Because that would be a tremendous driver for companies to make it more secure. And we hope to discuss this with Brazilian representatives pretty soon and start that working group somewhere next year, hopefully with the help of Brazilian government. But we'll see whether it gets that far. But then you can see how broad this coalition is growing to be. And the furthest one out is on the vulnerability disclosure that João mentioned. We should organize ourselves globally also where vulnerability disclosures are concerned, because the dark side is testing these devices, software, 24/7 a day and using every vulnerability they find. So why doesn't the white side organize itself in the same way that testing takes place, reporting takes place in the right way, so that is done in a legal way and that manufacturers are reported in time that they have a vulnerability and not something which is disclosed after we've had multiple attacks on these vulnerabilities. So that is the one that we still need to discuss even, but it's in the back of our minds to do. So this, I think, is the end of our session. I think I want to have a round of applause for our researchers, because I think they did excellent work, as you were able to see. So first, for the 4 researchers, an applause, please. Thank you very much. And thank you for being online. Thank you for being in this room. And as I said, join our calls, because the more we have, the better we'll do. So have a very good IGF, and I hope to meet you in person later this week. Bye-bye.
let's start, please. Yeah, we can start now. Thank you. Just let us know. Yes, how long we'll have to wait? You let me know. Can we start now? Because I don't think we have Imagine. Okay, thank you very much. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos los que están presentes. Esta sesión la vamos a hacer en español, en atención a la comunidad latinoamericana que tenemos, y por supuesto vamos a hacer un resumen en inglés. We will do a summary in English for the people that can't understand our language, because we don't have the translation system. But don't worry, but we are going to do the translation later. Quiero dar la bienvenida a todos ustedes a esta sesión, que es una sesión que le hemos trabajado con la comunidad Youth de Latinoamérica y con los NRIs, los foros de gobernanza de Internet de nuestra región en Latinoamérica, y que tiene la intención justamente de hacer un repaso respecto a las diferentes actividades que se han trabajado a lo largo de este año y el año pasado, porque por supuesto, como en todo el resto del mundo, las actividades son muy dinámicas en nuestra región LAC, en los diferentes países, y es importante que podamos a partir de esto trabajar una articulación. Quiero darle la bienvenida también a Nicolás, que está co-moderando esta sesión por parte de nuestra comunidad Youth. Adelante, Nicolás.
Muchas gracias, Roberto. I will speak in Spanish also. Bueno, bienvenidos a todos a nuestra sesión. Un poco la idea de este LAC NRI Space era tener un espacio para las iniciativas nacionales y regionales de gobernanza de Internet, que bueno, hay otro tipo de espacios como el LAC Space, que es para NGOs en general, ¿verdad? y pensábamos que era un momento oportuno para poder tener acá un LAC NRI Space, donde ver un poco qué fue de los IGFs nacionales, regionales de nuestra región en específico, y de esta forma vamos a lograr poder tener mecanismos de cooperación entre nosotros, ¿verdad? Un poco más pronunciados respecto a muchas veces ayudas para organizar estos foros de gobernanza de Internet. De repente también hay cosas comunes que vemos en los outputs que como región deberíamos tener en cuenta. También esto de llevar los resultados de los IGFs nacionales al IGF regional, ¿verdad? Y del regional hacia el global, de alguna manera teniendo como algún input de nuestra región, cuáles son las preocupaciones, qué son las cosas que nosotros pensamos y tenemos en la agenda para trabajar. Entonces, nos parecía un momento oportuno tener acá en el IGF global un momento donde poder tener reporte de todas estas iniciativas nacionales y regionales. Como bien Roberto mencionó, vamos a incluir aquellas iniciativas nacionales y regionales de los foros de gobernanza de Internet y también las iniciativas juveniles de gobernanza de Internet. Ahí lo que voy a estar empezando yo un poco comentando sobre los reportes del Youth LAC IGF, ¿verdad? Esta porción de la iniciativa regional de jóvenes de Latinoamérica y del Caribe. Luego Roberto, si entiendo bien, seguirá con lo que es algún reporte de lo que fue la parte de la participación de los NRIs en el marco del LAC IGF 2022 o LAC IGF. Y después sí vamos a ir uno por uno viendo algunos comentarios, resultados de cada una de las iniciativas nacionales de nuestra región. Entonces, para comenzar nomás un poco con lo que fue el Youth LAC IGF, primero voy a poner un poco de contexto. Existe una organización o varias organizaciones de jóvenes a nivel mundial de gobernanza de Internet. Una de ellas es la Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, que es una coalición dinámica dentro del IGF. En ese caso yo soy el director de la parte de Latinoamérica de la Youth Coalition. Lo que buscamos en la Youth Coalition es llevar la voz de los jóvenes a los espacios de gobernanza de Internet, porque creemos que los jóvenes, si bien los estudios lo remarcan de que son los que más usan la tecnología, por lo tanto los más expuestos a la tecnología, ellos tienen voz y voto y son de hecho los que tienen alguna de las soluciones para los problemas de hoy en día en Internet. Esto lo vemos viendo con la participación que vemos cada día más pronunciada de estos jóvenes en los espacios de discusión. Donde antes se pensaba que estos jóvenes que estaban en los eventos para poder aprender, ¿verdad? Para formarse, que ellos estaban como pidiendo herramientas de educación para poder desarrollarse, pero ahora vemos que no, que ellos son los que participan y son los que dan algunas de las soluciones. Entonces voy a enfocarme un poco en lo que fue el día cero del LAC IGF, que en la mañana tuvimos lo que es el Youth LAC IGF. Esto incluyó un segmento global que se hizo en los eventos de las 4 regiones de los IGF regionales, que es lo que se llama el Youth Track, que fueron 4 workshops, uno por cada una de los IGF regionales, empezando por EuroDig, después fuimos al African IGF, después en el Asia Pacific IGF, en Singapur, si no me acuerdo, y el último fue aquí en el LAC IGF, donde en el día 0 tuvimos el workshop 4, que era una reunión global donde se separó por thematic tracks del IGF. En el del LAC IGF, el Youth LAC IGF, nos tocó la parte de ciberseguridad, o sea que se abordó, en cada una de estas partes del Youth Track se abordó un speak de alto nivel de cada uno de los thematic tracks, donde hubo oradores invitados. En el caso nuestro del Youth LAC IGF estuvo Joao Moreno Falcao, que está aquí con nosotros, y Baut de Natris de la coalición dinámica de IS3C, y dieron como un overview general del tópico de ciberseguridad, que bueno, trata de fomentar la colaboración y el intercambio de esas preocupaciones sobre cada uno de los tópicos de parte de los jóvenes, ¿verdad? Y bueno, y en el Global Youth Summit, que está sucediendo ahora en este momento en otro lado, se va a hablar sobre los outcomes de cada uno de esos tracks y se va a hacer una conversación general sobre tratando de llevar una contribución al Global Digital Compact de cuáles son las cosas que más preocupan a los jóvenes y cuáles son las soluciones que se han tocado en estos 4 eventos regionales que los jóvenes creen que bueno, pueden ser algunas de las soluciones para el futuro de Internet. También tuvimos en el Youth LAC IGF la participación del secretariado de IGF, ANIA, donde se hizo una contextualización de por qué el workshop, de qué manera se iba a alimentar a este Global Youth Summit. Y bueno, algunos de los puntos clave que se abordaron en la sesión fue esta existencia y uso permanente de la criptografía, ¿no? Como mecanismo fundamental para el mundo digital y sistemas más seguros, que un poco de que el Internet no es como el de hace 30 años, ¿verdad? Y que el modelo de estándares en Internet sea provocado por las múltiples partes interesadas. Después también se abordó el tema de que la rápida evolución del poder computacional y el advenimiento de las computadoras cuánticas de alguna manera se hacía un poco más accesible a las personas este tipo de computadora y bueno, eso provoca una disminución geométrica, disculpen por el término matemático, en el problema de la criptografía, ¿verdad? Estas computadoras tienen más capacidad y bueno, alguno de los outputs de los jóvenes en esta sesión fue un poco eso. También se habló del tema de crear software y aplicaciones web seguras en nuestra región, que muchas veces tomamos ejemplos o usamos aplicaciones que están por ahí que vienen de repente de otros países y no tenemos una base muy fuerte de open source acá en Latinoamérica del Caribe, por ejemplo. También se habló el tema de la educación, ¿no? Y acciones regulatorias, programas de educación en Latinoamérica del Caribe, qué está pasando a nivel de nuestras universidades, se están abordando los temas de digitalización. En mi país, por ejemplo, no se está abordando mucho, entonces son algunos de los outputs que hemos visto. Y después también tuvimos enseguida de esta parte como del High Level Overview del topic y de este Youth Track, se tuvo un keynote sobre acceso significativo y empoderamiento de los jóvenes en el tema de redes comunitarias, en el tema de accesos alternativos de acceso a Internet. Y ahí Raquel Gato, nuestra representante de Brasil, estuvo dando una charla sobre cuál es el rol de los jóvenes justamente en la creación de un mini full access, ¿no? Que no solamente es tener el cable, tener el acceso, sino ella comentaba también que se necesita capacity building, ¿verdad? Se necesita que las personas que no tienen Internet y que van a empezar a tener Internet entiendan para qué sirve Internet, que no sea como algo que les resulta reluctant, ¿no? Tiene que ser algo que van a poder chequear la meteorología, si tienen una farm, van a poder enterarse de los precios al consumidor final y que no le mienta al intermediario. Entonces hay un montón de aspectos que Internet trae, que viene a globalizar y ayuda al bienestar de las personas. Entonces, como les decía, no solamente la posibilidad de acceso asegura el uso, sino también tiene que ver con los digital skills y estas brechas que cada vez vemos más, ¿verdad? El uso de la inteligencia artificial genera una brecha adicional. ¿Qué pasa con los que ya no tenían Internet? Están a 2 brechas de distancia, entonces tenemos que ver. Y también se tocó un poco el tema de multilingüismo, que es esta habilidad de que en las lenguas que hablamos aquí en Latinoamérica y el Caribe también se creen contenidos locales en esas lenguas, que las personas puedan crear dominios y direcciones de correo electrónico escritos en caracteres diferentes a los occidentales. Bueno, hay varias cosas que se abordaron allí. No quiero llevar mucho tiempo, entonces voy a la última parte, que el último panel de esta parte del Youth LAC IGF, dentro del contexto del LAC IGF, fue un panel de iniciativas jóvenes, donde, sucedió algo muy parecido a lo que vamos a tener un poco más adelante ahora, que es de contar con la presencia de diferentes coordinadores de las iniciativas juveniles de gobernanza de Internet en la región, donde vamos a abordar algunos puntos clave de la cooperación. Y allí un poco de lo que se habló, como para hacer también reporte, fue que existen muchos programas, por ejemplo, el programa de Youth Brasil, que ahora nuestra compañera Julia va a comentar cuando le toque sobre eso. Y hay muchos programas de jóvenes en Latinoamérica y el Caribe donde se becan a personas jóvenes a participar de estos espacios, que creemos que es fundamental que puedan participar de manera presencial, ¿verdad? Porque eso genera un montón de otras cosas, contactos, empezamos a generar más cooperación y sinergia entre nosotros. No es lo mismo estar participando realmente virtual que en un evento on-site. Y para las personas que vienen por primera vez, que son becados y empiezan a participar, vemos que estas personas siguen continuando su participación a lo largo de los años. De hecho, terminan trabajando en alguno de los múltiples stakeholders que andan por ahí y siguen participando desde ese punto de vista, ¿verdad? También hemos visto mayor cantidad de jóvenes participando en eventos como RightsCon, el Mozilla Festival, o también acercándose a grupos regionales donde estamos tratando de hacer cosas bottom-up para llevar a la conversación global, ¿verdad? También se destacó el tema del involucramiento de las iniciativas juveniles en Latinoamérica y el Caribe, que realmente con una gran falta de recursos lograron hacer un montón de eventos y de alguna manera siguen empoderando a los jóvenes en estos años de pandemia. Y ahora después de la pandemia se ve un poco más, ya hay planes también dentro del grupo, hay un grupo global que es el Youth SG, que es el grupo de jóvenes de interés especial de Internet Society, que el año que viene también van van a volver un poco a la presencialidad, donde van a poder contar con algunos espacios allí. Y bueno, también se abordó el tema de los jóvenes, la participación de los jóvenes en la toma de decisiones, ¿verdad? A nivel de gobierno, donde, bueno, ahora estamos viendo un poco más esa participación de los jóvenes y se está viendo como más aceptada también por parte de los gobiernos, y de hecho se están incluyendo a los jóvenes en mecanismos multilaterales. Ya lo veíamos venir en Europa, ¿verdad? Con el Youth Council europeo y en algunos países. Entonces, de alguna manera no digo que estemos copiando el modelo, pero se están viendo cada vez más esta participación de jóvenes en temas de gobierno. Y bueno, entonces nada, fue también se hizo unas conclusiones, se invitó a seguir desarrollando estas iniciativas nacionales juveniles de gobernanza de Internet, que no están en todos los países que hay IGF, ¿verdad? Hay muchos países de Latinoamérica y del Caribe que tienen su IGF nacional una vez al año, pero no todos ellos tienen un grupo de jóvenes, ¿verdad? Entonces, una invitación a que, bueno, de repente dentro de los capítulos de Internet Society, de repente con los jóvenes que estén asistiendo a esos eventos nacionales, sería muy bueno y la verdad que nos gustaría, y cuenten con nuestro apoyo, la verdad, desde la Youth Coalition hasta el Youth SG, de poder crear esas iniciativas juveniles que realmente son muy importantes para seguir uniéndonos y logrando esa participación juvenil. Así que esto sería un poco el raconto de lo que fue el Youth LAC IGF dentro del contexto del LAC IGF. Y entonces ahora le devuelvo, no, vamos a ir un poco a la parte específica de cada una de las iniciativas juveniles, ¿verdad, Roberto? Sí. Y le doy entonces la palabra a Julia, que va a hablar un poco desde su perspectiva de participante en lo que es el Youth Brasil, y va a dar un poco algunas ideas y de su propia experiencia. Adelante, Julia.
Muchas gracias, Nicolás. ¿Me oyen bien? ¿Sí? Claro. Bueno, yo voy a hablar en inglés solo porque me expreso un poco mejor así. So, hello everyone. Thank you, first of all, for having me here. My name is Julia. I'm a participant. I was a fellow of the Youth Brazil program, and now I'm a mentor. And I'm a Brazilian lawyer, currently pursuing a master's degree at the London School of Economics. And I just wanted to present how the youth program in Brazil works and maybe talk a little bit about our challenges and also positive outcomes that we have been having lately. So the Youth Brazil is an initiative by the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. The format that we have today started back in 2016, so it's been a while. It's a yearly program, so we've had around 6 editions so far, and it's addressed to Brazilians between 18 and 25 years old. The program is organized in 2 stages. So we have first a capacity building that lasts for around 4 weeks, and then some of the participants are selected to take part in national and international events. So we take them to Brazilian IGF, LAC IGF, and the IGF, the international IGF. The idea is to introduce these young people to internet governance and to prepare them to engage among other young people, but also to propose solutions, like Nicholas said, and actively participate and engage in the internet governance community on different regional levels. That I think it's sort of a differential aspect of the Brazilian youth programs, that we take them to the national level, the regional level, and international events. So how it works, we have first a capacity building program that lasts for 4 weeks. There are 4 thematic weeks, and we present them with different kinds of content and also different formats of content. So we present them with maybe academic papers about the history of internet, or about infrastructure, but also about hot topics that have been discussed regarding regulation or other issues. And also maybe presenting them with videos from past IGF sessions and so on, so they can have that initial contact with internet governance, or if they're already somehow engaged, that is also an opportunity for them to maybe broaden or deepen their knowledge on the subject. Something that is also very special about the Brazilian youth program is that we have many diversity criteria that I think it's really important, especially in a country as big and diverse as Brazil. So it's very relevant that we have representatives of different regions and genders. So we have gender criteria, race, region, but also the object of their study or work, which means not only that we want to have people representing the private sector, the public sector, academia, and civil society, but also we want people from different areas, so social sciences, the technical community, and so on. And talking a little bit about the positive outcomes and balancing that with the challenges that we've been having. So far, we have had over 850 people that have been through the capacity building stage, so that's quite a lot of people. And around 120 of those were selected to participate in national and international events. We see that most fellows increasingly engage in internet governance issues, and they maybe actually pivot their careers to be more active in the field. And we see a lot of success cases of people who have achieved strategic positions and are actively working in positions of leadership. So we have a lot of representatives in the public sector. For instance, we had former youth fellows in the Brazilian Data Protection Authority, and as well as the private sector. We have some very renowned Brazilian researchers who started off as youth fellows. So, and actually many of them are here today that were fellows maybe in 2016, our first edition, and are back here representing other institutions and so on. But even though we consider the program to be extremely successful in engaging young people and being that first contact with internet governance, it does not come without challenges. So we can maybe discuss that a little bit further afterwards, but I just wanted to maybe name a few to get the ball rolling. Because Brazil is so big and diverse, like I mentioned, we have diversity criteria, but it's difficult to reach some areas. So we solved this year, being a facilitator, that it was really difficult, for instance, to reach out to people in the north of Brazil and even in the center-west region. So we have had that sort of difficulty in the past, and also some areas. We see that the technical community is underrepresented among the fellows because we have a hard time reaching out to them, but that is, we are working on that, and we see that their participation are actually increasing. Well, yes, and just another thing that I think connects with what Nicolas said is another challenge, I think, is engaging with other youth initiatives in Latin America and internationally. So, yeah, I think that was just initial overview of how the program works, and I think we can maybe dive a little deeper afterwards.
Thank you so much, Julia. Returning to Spanish. Bueno, un punto importante que me parece es que el Youth Brasil es el único youth de Latinoamérica y el Caribe que lleva jóvenes becados tanto al evento nacional, regional como al global. Eso es algo que realmente, yo fui cofundador del Youth Uruguay y realmente no están los recursos para poder hacer eso, y la verdad que sería muy bueno poder llevar realmente personas para que participen presencialmente, como decía un poco al principio. Y otro punto a favor es lo que decías, Julia, respecto a la cooperación entre los movimientos youth. Es muy importante, por ejemplo, aprovechar los speakers, aprovechar los recursos de los grupos juveniles en los otros países, ¿verdad? Por ejemplo, puede haber un panelista del Youth Brasil en el Youth Uruguay, presentando un poco, también eso motiva a las personas a decir, esto no es un invento de acá solo, sino que existe en otros países, o sea, se generan sinergias, también se pueden ver cuáles son, cruzar los concerns, ¿no? Creo que eso son cosas muy, muy valiosas que está muy bueno que estén saliendo a la luz. Bueno, ahora viajamos hacia Uruguay, al Youth Uruguay. Tenemos a una persona online, a dos personas en realidad online que van a hablar, una tras de la otra, que son Rodrigo Alexandre y Virginia Alonso, así que nada, cuenten un poco cómo fue la experiencia en la organización del Youth Uruguay este año, que fue en el día cero del IGF Uruguay, y bueno, también un poco comentar qué ideas tienen hacia el futuro, cómo han visto la evolución del grupo. Así que adelante Rodrigo y después vamos con Virginia.
To our friends that are helping us with the coordination, we now are going to Zoom. Can you go? ¿Puedes ir, Rodrigo? No te escuchamos. Estás, parece, con muteado. Perhaps we need to allow him to open his mic. Okay.
Hola, ahora sí. Muchas gracias. Pequeña dificultad técnica. Bueno, buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches a todos. Un placer estar participando online. Es una muy buena cosa que tenemos ahora en el IGF, que se ha profundizado esta participación online. Es algo bueno, quizás de las pocas cosas buenas que ha dejado la pandemia. Esto de que los IGF sean planificados con ese formato híbrido un poquito más en mente. Así que, bueno, un placer de estar participando online, también de estar hablando en español. Son pocos los espacios en los cuales podemos utilizar nuestro idioma. Así que, bueno, aprovechar esa instancia también. Desafortunadamente, queda un 50% de la población en el mundo que todavía falta estar conectado a Internet y todavía no puede participar, no puede formar parte, y es algo que tenemos que tener en mente para futuras ocasiones. Bueno, les comentaré un poco de nuestra iniciativa, les comentaré sobre el Youth IGF Uruguay. Como decía Nicolás, no tiene el tamaño que tiene el Youth IGF Brasil. Nosotros somos un país muy chiquito y por lo tanto nuestra organización surge desde el voluntariado, desde lo que cada joven que forma parte de la organización puede aportar, y estamos trabajando en ella desde el año 2016 con la misión principalmente de promover y generar capacidades para la gobernanza de Internet y el diálogo a nivel nacional. Promover ese diálogo es una tarea y una misión fundamental dentro de las múltiples partes organizadas. Como decía Nicolás anteriormente, son los jóvenes quienes usan más Internet, por lo tanto son los que están más expuestos a las problemáticas, pero también tienen mucho que decir en cuanto al mejoramiento de Internet, al mejoramiento del ecosistema. Por lo tanto, es fundamental que los jóvenes tengan esos espacios de participación y de diálogo y que puedan aportar sus ideas, que puedan aportar la solución a muchos problemas. Los jóvenes no solo venimos a aprender, a participar de espacios educativos, sino también a generar instancias de solución de conflictos, ¿verdad? A aportar nuestras ideas, y es eso lo que buscamos en el IGF Uruguay. No solo en lo que tiene que ver con aquellas cuestiones que tienen que ver con otorgarles capacidades para un mejor uso de Internet, sino también más elevados o más grandes, como podría ser este o muchos otros. Entonces, este año lo que hemos realizado es formar parte del comité organizador del IGF Uruguay, teniendo un espacio cero, que es lo usual para los espacios juveniles, y tuvimos un panel sobre aspectos que tienen que ver con la participación de los jóvenes de acuerdo a su ciudadanía y cómo funciona todo ese proceso online y cómo veníamos gestando ese proceso tanto a nivel nacional como internacional. Así que sobre eso, y ya aprovecho a darle la palabra, va a hablar mi compañera de equipo, que forma parte del Youth IGF Uruguay, Virginia Alonso. Así que sin más, les agradezco y feliz IGF. Muchas gracias.
Hola a todos, muchas gracias Rodrigo por cederme la palabra. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos allí. Mi nombre es Virginia Alonso, pertenezco también como los compañeros al Youth IGF Uruguay. Y lo que quería comentarles es de la sesión que tuvimos la oportunidad de invitar a actores del ámbito público, privado, de sociedad civil y académica para generar debate y discutir qué se está haciendo tanto en el aspecto de juventudes y ciudadanía digital. Y bueno, quería simplemente señalar 3 conclusiones importantes que surgieron de ese debate. En primer lugar, el tema de los desafíos de cómo abordar la ciudadanía digital en sí misma, dado que es un concepto en constante cambio que combina los aspectos que tienen que ver con derechos y obligaciones ya presentes en el mundo offline, que ahora pasan al mundo digital, pero también nuevos derechos y obligaciones que están también muy dinámicas y cambiantes, que aparecen con el surgimiento de Internet y los contextos digitales en sí mismos. Y en eso hay algunos progresos que se han hecho en Uruguay. A través del gobierno uruguayo se ha publicado una estrategia de ciudadanía digital recientemente, que resultó de un proceso de construcción abierto, y lo que busca es ser una guía, un framework para diferentes stakeholders en el país, en sus acciones orientadas a trabajar ciudadanía digital con distintos públicos objetivos, y bueno, justamente podría ser de guía para el trabajo con jóvenes. Dentro, además de esta estrategia, hay un grupo de trabajo de más de 15 organizaciones entre el sector público, privado, sociedad civil y académica, que tratan de justamente definir acciones en torno a este concepto y estrategia. Y recientemente se han profundizado los esfuerzos en tratar de definir mejor, detallar, operacionalizar e integrar aquellas habilidades necesarias para convertirse en ciudadanos digitales. Y esto me lleva al segundo punto, que es que para construir y ejercer ciudadanía digital no solo se necesita, en todo su potencial, se necesitan habilidades instrumentales, pero también lo que llamamos habilidades fundamentales. En Uruguay, muchos actores del ámbito público, privado y la academia tienen un trabajo extenso con juventudes y especialmente con grupos de jóvenes en sectores más vulnerables para promover habilidades digitales que les permitan participar en el área social, profesional y económica y generar más empleabilidad. Pero las habilidades fundamentales son muy importantes, y en esto detallarles como comentario que en la estrategia de ciudadanía digital se fueron operacionalizando en 3 dimensiones de uso y competencia, que tienen que ver, por un lado, con el uso crítico y reflexivo; en segundo punto, uso seguro y responsable; y tercero, crítico y participativo, y cada una con una caracterización y detalle de las habilidades que se intentan promover en esos ámbitos. Algunos desafíos, sin embargo, todavía permanecen, y fue lo que un poco debatimos en esa sesión, porque sabemos el rol activo que tienen los profesores y educadores junto con toda la población joven para trabajar estos temas. Sin embargo, actualmente hay muchos recursos y hay como intereses si hay interés de los propios educadores para trabajar estos temas, es muy voluntario, pero no hay una currícula general y obligatoria para trabajar estos temas en el ámbito educativo, ni tampoco para ejercer las oportunidades de participación en el ámbito educativo para proponer cómo trabajar estos temas desde los jóvenes. Y bueno, esto me lleva al tercer punto final, que es enfatizar la importancia de que junto con promover estas skills, hay que incluir información, como decían los compañeros tanto de Brasil y Rodrigo, sobre cómo Internet trabaja, cómo evoluciona en torno a tecnologías emergentes y cómo evoluciona su gobernanza, para así generar mayor conciencia en la población joven de su capacidad de participar y debatir sobre cómo se conforma y se define el futuro de Internet y qué tipo de impacto queremos de él en nuestras sociedades. Y bueno, por eso, como comentaba Rodrigo, también nuestra labor desde el Youth IGF en Uruguay es tratar de generar espacios como webinar, workshops y áreas donde se puedan discutir estos temas con los jóvenes. Hay muchas oportunidades, hay oportunidades que están apareciendo, como también se mencionó, en ámbitos regionales, internacionales, para participar y dar voz, y queremos que más jóvenes estén con nosotros desde Uruguay, involucrándose. Y sin embargo, el último desafío que surgió en este punto es cómo a nivel nacional, si bien se reconoce la necesidad de que escuchar la voz de los jóvenes y en la definición de la política pública y la intervención, hay muy pocos espacios directos y reales oportunidades para que genere ese diálogo bottom-up y de los jóvenes vayan estas iniciativas, como también incluso mencionaba Nicolás en un momento. Así que eso fue importante porque pone a todos los actores en conciencia sobre la necesidad en un futuro empezar a trabajar a nivel nacional en este ámbito. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Virginia. Y sí, me parece que está muy interesante el tema de incluir los temas de ciudadanía digital en los conversatorios nacionales. Por ahí, Rodrigo, ¿querías hacer algún comentario adicional? De repente, sobre un poco más del Youth Uruguay. Y ya pasamos.
Absolutamente, gracias, Nicolás. Sí, como bien mencionaba Virginia, nosotros tenemos esos espacios de generación de habilidades. Nosotros lo que buscamos principalmente y las herramientas que utilizamos y los sitios que buscamos son universidades o espacios donde los jóvenes ya se congregan y iniciamos lo que tiene que ver con diferentes grupos de discusión y diferentes cursos allí sobre capacity building o construcción digamos, de habilidades para mejor uso y manejo de Internet. También explicamos cómo funciona Internet, cómo funcionan los espacios de la gobernanza, cómo realmente existe todo un grupo o varios grupos de personas que trabajan por Internet. A veces es un poco difícil para aquellas personas que no están o como yo en algún momento no estuvimos involucrados en lo que tiene que ver el ecosistema de la gobernanza de Internet, dar a conocer eso, ¿verdad? Uno piensa que Internet es algo dado, sobre todo en mi país, que tenemos una muy buena conexión a Internet y realmente no se piensa o uno no se imagina que existe tanto trabajo detrás. Yo siempre digo con mis estudiantes en la universidad que uno piensa que Internet es algo mágico, es algo etéreo que está volando por ahí, pero realmente tiene aspectos físicos y tiene aspectos tangibles, tiene muchas personas detrás y por lo tanto también buscamos el involucramiento de los jóvenes en lo que es el ecosistema y que realmente participen y aporten sus ideas y la solución de problemas, que es lo principal. No queremos que simplemente sea una cuestión vertical, educativa, sino también que sea un espacio de intercambio de ideas, que sea un espacio de diálogo. Así que, bueno, sin más, Nico, te devuelvo la palabra. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo. Bueno, después teníamos un par de colegas más de los youth de Latinoamérica y el Caribe, como ser Colombia y Nicaragua, pero por el horario no nos pudieron acompañar hoy, ya que en Uruguay eran las 5:30 de la mañana. En realidad en toda nuestra región estaba complicado, ¿no? Con el horario de aquí de Etiopía. Entonces nada, quedará para la próxima los compañeros de Colombia y Nicaragua, de los youth. Y bueno, ahora le devuelvo la palabra a Roberto para seguir con la parte de Ana Rice.
Gracias, Nico. Excelente la presentación de toda la actividad y la dinámica que nos muestran los compañeros de la comunidad Youth. en los países que hemos conocido y sin duda van a ver como otros espacios donde vamos a seguir conociendo este trabajo. En el caso de las iniciativas, como las llamamos, iniciativas regionales y nacionales en los países de Latinoamérica, ha habido desde hace varios años atrás ya una evaluación conjunta con una percepción similar en todos los casos respecto a la necesidad de encontrar espacios de articulación. Por supuesto que hay un espacio que es el IGF, donde la intención es que se pueda utilizar, además de ser el espacio donde encontramos y escuchamos perspectivas interesantes de opinión, también sirve este espacio como para intercambiar justamente un informe de las actividades que se han ido haciendo en las diferentes iniciativas locales y que además podamos aprender conjuntamente las buenas prácticas. Esto es parte del resultado y el trabajo que se ha hecho en este último LACIGF, en el cual hemos tenido la posibilidad de, conjuntamente con la comunidad de jóvenes, con la comunidad youth, poder trabajar este día cero en la mañana y en la tarde. Dentro del día hemos tenido sin duda actividades interesantes, algo de eso ya se mencionó anteriormente, y en el contexto del trabajo que se hizo por los NRIs tuvimos 2 mesas que han resultado siendo muy interesantes. La primera era perspectivas regionales sobre el acceso universal y significativo a Internet, en la cual tuvimos la oportunidad de contar con Olga Cavalli, una querida colega nuestra de la región de Argentina, que ha estado apoyándonos. Han estado como panelistas Julián Casasbuenas, Alan Ramírez, Gilberto Lara, y tuvimos un segundo segmento que estuvo moderado por Lito Ibarra, nuestro compañero que está acá con nosotros presencialmente, en el cual, después de una introducción de Cristian O'Flaherty, estuvimos con Demi Gechko, Roman Chukov de Rusia y Carmen Denis. De hecho, la participación de tener un colega de Rusia en esta sesión tiene que ver con la temática que se discutió, que era sobre fragmentación de Internet, políticas que se aplican localmente, cuyos efectos son globales. Entonces, me gustaría, ya que todos tenemos justamente a nuestros 2 colegas que han moderado esta sesión, que nos comenten un poquito las conclusiones de la misma, que entiendo son muy relevantes, y para eso, en principio, ya que nos está siguiendo y está con nosotros en línea Olga desde Argentina, le voy a pedir a ella que comience, por favor, con su comentario, su resumen sobre esta sesión, y luego iremos con Lito. Adelante, querida Olga, es muy temprano para ustedes
Roberto.
por allá, pero bueno, muchas gracias por el
Roberto.
compromiso y el apoyo de siempre. Adelante, querida Olga.
Gracias, querido Roberto. No sé si ven la luz que está amaneciendo acá en Buenos Aires por mi ventana. Sí, son como las 6:30 de la mañana, pero es verano acá en Buenos Aires, así que está bien. No hace frío. De hecho, vamos a tener un día muy cálido hoy. Se esperan como 40 grados. Así que está bien levantarnos temprano en este día de verano. Gracias, Roberto, por el espacio. Pero antes de dar este resumen del panel, yo quiero destacar el gran trabajo que hizo Roberto con el IGF. Él realmente ha sido el alma de esta edición, creo que es la 15, ¿no? Del IGF, que después de la época de pandemia se había debilitado un poco la participación. Obviamente fue una época difícil para todos y para todos los eventos. Así que quiero destacar el gran rol que tuvo Roberto en revitalizar, y obviamente fue un esfuerzo conjunto, pero siempre hay alguien que lidera y que lleva adelante la tarea. Sobre el panel que me tocó moderar, como dijo Roberto, perspectivas regionales sobre el acceso universal y significativo a Internet. Tuvimos Julián de Colombia, Alan de Perú y Gilberto de El Salvador. Yo tuve el gran placer de moderar el panel. Los temas que tratamos son, primero, el desafío de la infraestructura, que es un desafío complejo para nuestra región, porque nuestros países son diferentes. Algunos tienen tienen geografías complejas, algunos más que otros. Por ejemplo, el caso de Colombia tiene gran cantidad de zonas montañosas. Argentina es un país muy grande, hay países insulares, hay zonas de difícil acceso. Ese es un primer problema a resolver, que tiene que ver con recursos, tiene que ver con instalación de infraestructura, y también con la posibilidad de que que el servicio sea sustentable económico. Para eso sabemos que existen los fondos de servicio universal que han tenido diferente éxito y sustentación en el tiempo en América Latina. Sin embargo, también tocamos el tema de la asequibilidad. No solamente hace falta tener infraestructura, sino también que exista la posibilidad de que las personas compren el servicio, que el precio del servicio sea asequible y que el precio de los dispositivos también sea asequible para las personas que no solamente tengan infraestructura y tengan disponibilidad de conexión en el lugar, sino que también puedan usarlo comprando el servicio y comprando equipamiento. Esto lo vimos reflejado especialmente en épocas de pandemia, cuando en una familia había un solo dispositivo, una sola conexión, y papá y mamá tenían que trabajar en la casa, los chicos tenían que hacer las tareas, así que hemos visto chicos en la calle con celulares tratando de encontrar señales de internet y poder hacer la tarea del colegio. Esto tiene que ver con infraestructura, pero también con accesibilidad del servicio y de dispositivos para acceder a internet. También hablamos sobre la capacitación, para qué uso internet, para qué lo puedo usar, en qué me es útil para mi trabajo, para mi educación. Y finalmente hablamos de la importancia de la concientización en el uso, ser conscientes de cómo usar internet, qué beneficios tiene, que son muchos, pero también qué riesgos tiene en usarlo en forma consciente, en cuidarse, en qué medidas hay que tener presentes para poder usarlo en forma segura y que sea realmente provechoso el acceso que tenemos la suerte de tenerlo, lo usemos eficientemente. Bueno, esto es un poco un resumen, no sé si hay alguna pregunta, y gracias Roberto por darme el espacio y comentar.
Muchas gracias, querida Olga. Vamos a escuchar y vamos a, por supuesto, recibir también comentarios en línea y consultas, así que, por favor, queda siempre atenta, querida Olga, para seguirnos apoyando en la sesión. Gracias de nuevo. Y paso la palabra ahora sí a Lito. Adelante, Lito.
Gracias. Soy Lito Ibarra, de El Salvador, aquí en presencial en el Foro de Gobernanza de Internet. Un saludo a quienes nos están siguiendo en línea y a las personas presentes en la sala. En mi caso me tocó moderar una sesión dentro del IGF sobre la fragmentación de Internet, para lo cual contamos, como dijo Roberto, con una introducción de Christian Flaherty de ISOC, de Internet Society, y la participación de Carmen Denis de México, que está acá en el foro, no está en la sala, pero está acá, que además es también parte del directorio de la CNIC. También tuvimos a Demigeshko, que varios conocidos, es un consejero de CGI Brasil, y a Roman Chukov de Rusia. Era relevante, digamos, la participación de todos ellos para el tema de fragmentación de Internet o segmentación de Internet, porque como sabemos, este es un tema que está en la agenda de Internet Society desde hace algunos meses y también forma parte del Digital Compact, de alguna manera, de los temas que están también contemplados en el mismo. Por tanto, es una preocupación, es un aspecto que vale la pena considerar. Y en el panel que tuve el honor de coordinar, se trató ese aspecto, pero desde la perspectiva más regional, más propia de Latinoamérica y el Caribe. ¿En qué consiste esta? Pues analizando que no hay dentro de nuestra región, digamos, al menos si esperamos no lo haya, un país o una nación que quiera separarse, digamos, o tener su propio Internet, como puede verse en otros lugares, en otras regiones. Quizá más nos concentramos en cuál sería el efecto de una fragmentación de Internet, y es perder todas estas posibilidades, estas oportunidades de conectividad que quizá en algunos de los países de la región se han logrado alcanzar después de años de esfuerzo, y en otros aún falta mucho por hacer. Se dice en términos generales que la mitad de la población mundial está pendiente de conectar. En nuestros países hay algunos de ellos, en nuestra región, algunos países que tienen un poco más de ese porcentaje ya conectado, más de la mitad, pero hay otros en los cuales todavía la penetración de Internet está abajo de ese dato. Por tanto, la concentración en la región, o el énfasis en nuestra región, es buscar lograr avanzar en esta conectividad, en esta conexión, cerrar las brechas, diferentes brechas que tenemos, como la geográfica, la generacional, la cultural, y, la de género, etcétera, todas de carácter digital, pero que es importante trabajar en eso y concentrarnos, como digo, en más que todo en seguir aprovechando esta unicidad de Internet, es decir, la antítesis de la fragmentación, tratar de seguir sacando el provecho y consolidando aún más el uso y el aprovechamiento de la herramienta Internet en todos los ámbitos de nuestra vida, como la productiva, educativa, cultural, entretenimiento, etcétera, etcétera. Esto, digamos, fue el enfoque del panel que desarrollamos en el marco del Foro de Gobernanza de Internet a nivel regional, latinoamericano y el Caribe. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias también, Lito. Y bueno, vamos a pasar ahora a una siguiente sección. De hecho, la reunión que tuvimos en este día cero en el marco del IGF nos permitió también tener un tercer espacio, un tercer segmento, además de estos dos que nos han comentado nuestros colegas, respecto al trabajo y a las experiencias que tuvieron los diferentes países en el marco de la organización de sus propios IGFs. Estuvieron con nosotros Fred Clark, estuvieron también Tana Lochner, Osvaldo Larancuent, Carlos Vera, Laura Margolis, Nairet González y Obed Cindy, son colegas de diferentes países de nuestra región que dialogaron sobre las experiencias positivas y en algunos casos también negativas sobre el desarrollo de los diferentes espacios de diálogo en cada uno de sus países. A continuación, justamente quisiera que escuchemos de alguna manera parte de los resúmenes de cada uno de los países en relación a algunas preguntas que hemos preparado justamente para poder identificar cuáles de estas temáticas, por ejemplo, son comunes y han resultado parecidas en el desarrollo de los diferentes eventos. Tenemos algunos colegas que están presentes ahora y también en línea, y la idea es dialogar, reitero, en torno a tres preguntas que me interesaría hacer. En el recuento particularmente de los últimos tres IGFs, ¿cuáles consideran que han sido los temas persistentes y cuáles han sido los temas emergentes en nuestra región? Esa es una de las preguntas. La otra es qué cambios o impactos positivos y qué cambios o impactos negativos ha tenido la pandemia en el desarrollo de los IGFs de los diferentes países durante y después de la pandemia. Y la tercera, ¿cuál ha sido la evaluación en sus países sobre el Pacto Digital Mundial, que se viene en septiembre, en el marco de la Cumbre del Futuro, en septiembre del 2024? Y en relación a los temas que se han sugerido desde la Secretaría General y sobre los cuales hemos ido escuchando y seguramente vamos a escuchar además durante el desarrollo de este IGF. Y además preguntarles si es que pensarían en que hay algún tema que hubiera sido de interés y de hecho, por supuesto, todavía es posible que sea, porque está vigente una consulta abierta que se está haciendo para contribuir en lo que va a significar este pacto y, por supuesto, para proponer temas que se puedan abordar también en este marco. Entonces, si consideran que hay algún tema que pudiera haberse incluido y que valdría la pena tomarlo en cuenta. Entonces, voy a comenzar con Alan Ramírez, que está con nosotros ahora, que es miembro MAC, es su primer año de miembro MAC, pero además está vinculado, por supuesto, al proceso de diálogo que existe también en el Perú. Adelante, Alan.
Gracias, Roberto. Es un gusto estar aquí compartiendo este espacio. En relación con la primera pregunta que plantea sobre los temas que son de común denominador en los últimos años, creo que nuestros países no son muy distintos en ese sentido. Siempre la conectividad o la falta de conectividad es el principal de ellos. La transformación digital y los retos que se encuentran en este proceso también lo son a su vez. Y por otra parte, los derechos digitales incluidos en el debate público. Creo que, pueden haber otros temas que naturalmente se incluyen y pueden ser más o menos contextuales dependiendo del momento, pero sin embargo, estos tres me parecen centrales en cuanto a la discusión global. naturalmente existe una perspectiva desde Latinoamérica, una impronta que cada país le puede dar y en el caso de Perú, lo que puedo reconocer es que hay un comité organizador del IGF Perú que tiene precisamente un debate constructivo sobre cuáles temas se eligen y cuáles en consenso se deben discutir. En ese sentido, también existe para el IGF del próximo año, de este año, que se dará en la siguiente semana, los mismos temas que hemos elegido en el Foro de Gobernanza de Internet, que están alineados con los de nuestra Agenda Común y el Pacto Global Digital. En ese sentido, serán esos temas que van a ser discutidos y aparte de eso se añaden otros más que precisamente engloban a la discusión sobre el Pacto Digital Mundial y por otra parte a la participación ciudadana. Esa es sobre la primera pregunta. ¿Sigo con la siguiente?
Sí, adelante.
Ok, la siguiente hablaba de qué impactos positivos y negativos existen o se han podido presenciar. Bueno, creo que los negativos los conocemos todos. Esta ruptura de la presencialidad ciertamente causa una serie de inconvenientes y de problemas y a su vez de aceleración de procesos. En este sentido, en el caso peruano, las últimas ediciones del IGF Perú fueron en formato virtual. Naturalmente esto permitió que la participación se pueda extender y que los panelistas o los ponentes y los participantes puedan participar desde distintos ámbitos y posiciones. Lo que podría decir también es que, como decía Olga, existe o se ha podido evidenciar más claramente cómo la falta de conectividad ha sido un gran problema en nuestros países, principalmente en el Perú. Existían casos en los cuales naturalmente se documentaba que los niños tenían que subir tenían que subir a los cerros o caminar kilómetros para obtener señal y precisamente de esa forma tener la conectividad para recibir sus clases o la educación básica. Entonces, naturalmente este es un tema que se pone en debate, se evidencia aún más y requiere más acción respecto de lo que podamos discutir aquí. Por otra parte, sobre la evaluación de los países sobre el Pacto Digital Mundial, había adelantado yo que precisamente el comité organizador del IGF Perú había seleccionado están perfectamente alineados con los que tenemos trabajando en el IGF Global, que a su vez están alineados con nuestra agenda común del Secretario General de Naciones Unidas. Entonces, la idea es que luego de un diálogo constructivo se pueda tener un producto que precisamente pueda ser un aporte a esta discusión global y en la agenda del futuro. Y es precisamente lo que a continuación se dará en la siguiente semana, ya que en el caso peruano se realizará los días 5, 6 y 7 de diciembre. Hay otros, la última pregunta hablaba, Roberto, sobre qué temas podrían incluirse.
Si tuvieras pensado alguno, si te gustaría que algún tema que no está todavía incluido se incluya.
Bueno, yo creo que precisamente en el proceso, el hecho de incluir los temas que el IGF global ha podido ya instituir, me parece lo más positivo que se ha podido hacer. ¿Por qué? Porque si bien hay una emergente preocupación sobre el Internet fragmentado, ciertamente no representa un problema en el Perú ahora mismo. Sin embargo, plantear estas discusiones y anticiparse de alguna forma con expertos internacionales y con posiciones geopolíticamente distintas es también un enriquecimiento al conocimiento y a un futuro debate que eventualmente puede llegar más tarde que temprano.
Perfecto, Alan. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Y nos vamos ahora en línea. Está con nosotros Augusto Madurín. ¿Estás, Augusto? Augusto, ¿nos estás escuchando? Can we please give him authorization? His name is Augusto Mazurín. Ahora sí. Adelante, Augusto.
Hola, hola a todos y todas. Buenas tardes o buen día, o buenas noches tal vez también. Eh, yo voy a hablar en nombre del inicial, el UTGP Argentina, en su momento que fui parte durante 4 años, pero siendo parte de los procesos de los IGFs y en distintas organizaciones como embajadores de Internet, siempre participando de iniciativas más pequeñas. Sobre la primera pregunta, de acuerdo a los temas persistentes, yo creo que me ha pasado una vez que hice una pregunta a una persona que tocó estar del otro lado haciendo las preguntas y preguntar una cuestión, preguntar nada que ver, pero sobre cuáles son los desafíos para la región. Y me contestaron, la región de Latinoamérica es muy diversa como para poder generalizarla y decir estos son los temas o estos son los desafíos. Entonces, como eh, siempre me gusta como destacar eso de la diversidad que tenemos, pero lo que sí, como me gustaría hablar y definir, me parece que es un meta asunto que siempre tenemos en la región. Probablemente es algo que se repita en las demás, pero es algo que sucede acá y es los problemas que tenemos para consolidar la comunidad de gobernanza de Internet en Latinoamérica. Entonces, es como generar esos espacios para poder hablar de estos grandes retos que podemos tener respecto a Internet en Latinoamérica y el Caribe. De hecho, bueno, también tiene que ver después con la segunda pregunta, pero la cuestión de la pandemia y demás, siempre la participación de jóvenes ha sido complicada en los eventos de la IGF, etcétera. Entonces, creo que siempre es como esa discusión que está latente y de alguna forma siempre también se ha discutido de cómo revitalizar el DACA IGF y creo que se está haciendo un trabajo muy bueno y bueno, siempre invito a que se pueda repensar distintas cuestiones y ver cómo innovar como para generar estos espacios en los que realmente se pueda participar digamos, sin tener grandes recursos, porque no es solamente participar como asistente, sino de alguna forma poder participar proponiendo sesiones y demás. Tal vez ahí los formatos como los del IGF Global o otros eventos como había mencionado Nico, como el Mozilla Fest o el RightsCon, que tienen estos llamados a sesiones, sería como algo a destacar. Entonces creo que ahí podrían surgir incluso más problemáticas, más temáticas que tenemos en nuestra región, que es tan diversa, con estos enfoques que siempre hablamos que son bottom-up. Después sobre la segunda pregunta, que ya hablamos sobre desafíos, si bien ya comenté algunos. Yo creo que lo que ha pasado, bueno, desafíos y oportunidades, la oportunidad fue esto de que se rompieron las fronteras al poder participar todos de forma online. Pero también, y yo creo que ha pasado algo de esto en Argentina, fue que si bien la distancia dejó de ser una limitante, nuestros días siguen teniendo 24 horas y los años 365 días. Y entonces la gente no tiene el tiempo para participar de todo. Y de alguna forma como que ahí, si bien todos los eventos eran virtuales, las personas se tenían que elegir entre participar en una instancia nacional o regional o global, ya que todas eran online, iban a preferir tal vez la global o la regional, etcétera. Entonces como que los eventos empezaron a competir con la atención de las personas, porque obviamente no todos van a asistir a todos, porque no todos tienen el tiempo y demás. Entonces también de ahí de alguna forma como se pueden articular todas las sesiones, sería interesante. Creo que ese fue como la oportunidad eh, y bueno, el desafío que tenemos. De hecho, este año, bueno, puedo hablar por el UTGF Argentina, que quedó inactivo, principalmente por la Argentina. eh, Tienen dos problemas que creo que pasan en todos lados, pero primero dejan de ser jóvenes, entonces ya no pueden ser parte del comité y además muchos se fueron, o bueno, nos fuimos del país, entonces también como que se complican en ese sentido. Y también quedó el comité desierto, pero esperemos que pronto se pueda armar para el año que viene. Y creo que también ha quedado inactivo el IGF Argentina, pero por estas cuestiones bueno, pasó la pandemia, pasó todas estas cuestiones que esperemos que ahora con la presencialidad y se vuelva a ver entusiasmo y se puedan generar estos espacios nuevamente. Y por último, sobre los temas sugeridos, yo lo que celebro es que se abran estos procesos de consulta y los distintos mecanismos bottom-up para la definición de estos temas rectores. Incluso también esto de la definición de los tracks del IGF me parece muy interesante y bueno, que después se puedan tomar bueno, en estos temas sugeridos por el secretario general. Eh, no quiero como hablar de algún tema específico porque siempre uno puede tener un sesgo. Lo que sí quiero mencionar que siempre ha surgido en los temas de como muy interesante, de mucho interés en cuando hacíamos las consultas públicas en el Youth IGF Argentina, es el tema del Internet verde o Green Internet o el impacto ecológico que puede tener. Me imagino que es también una cuestión generacional. Y lo que he visto, y de hecho fue un track el año pasado, en el IGF del año pasado, bueno, Nico también había hablado algo de la criptografía y el costo, y bueno, es el costo computacional, pero creo que de alguna forma como que la discusión como que se terminó muy rápido. Entonces, podría ser que de alguna forma yo lo que veo es que hay mucho interés, pero no sé hasta cuánto puede desarrollarse en profundidad eso. Tampoco soy un experto en el tema específico de medio ambiente, pero sí he visto que siempre cuando trabajamos con jóvenes es un tema que siempre despierta interés, y más que nada jóvenes que tampoco están directamente relacionados con Internet. Eh, pero bueno, solamente quería comentar ese, pero yo creo que lo importante a la hora de definición de tracks, temas, etcétera, es esto de que siempre hay como una cobertura bastante amplia y los temas además tienen su holgura para que, bueno, uno después pueda trabajar sus intereses específicos. Así que, bueno, ese es mi aporte. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Augusto. Y ya que estamos en línea, vamos a continuar ahora con Fred Clark, coordinador del IGF de Guatemala, que me imagino que ya tiene permisos también para poder tomar el micrófono. Adelante, Fred. Hola, Fred. ¿Estás con nosotros? Ahora te vemos. No, no te estamos escuchando todavía. Quizás mover algo en tu micrófono. Todavía no. Ahí sí parece. A ver, ¿puedes intentar de nuevo? No, nada. Todavía nada. Es el micrófono, parece, no está bien conectado.
¿Y ahora me escuchas?
Ahora sí.
Ok, bueno, era el micrófono. Perfecto, mira. Con respecto a las preguntas que ustedes me han hecho, voy a apagar aquí el video. Bien. Perfecto, mira. No, yo solo quiero contarles que nosotros hemos tenido ininterrumpidamente 6 IGFs desde el 2017 a la fecha, y a pesar de la pandemia hemos tenido los IGFs. Los principales temas que nos preocupan a nosotros, les voy a mencionar 4. Uno de ellos es la ciberseguridad. Guatemala lamentablemente no cuenta con una ley de marco que nos defienda, entonces esto es aprovechado por personas malintencionadas y desde servidores o sitios web que no están protegidos debidamente. Desde ellos lanzan sus ataques a otras naciones o a empresas o personas, lo cual es muy lamentable. Se hizo un intento de pasar una ley este año y fue bloqueada por muchas personas y organizaciones porque tenía unas carencias, tenía unas cosas malas y por eso fue bloqueada. El segundo tema que es de muchísimo interés y lo hemos visto en todos los IGF desde el 2017, adicionalmente a ciberseguridad, son las políticas públicas. Como se dan cuenta, el no contar con una ley tiene un enorme problema y es una de las demandas públicas de la gente. Sin embargo, nuestro impacto no ha sido suficiente como para que haya conciencia en el Congreso de la República para la ley de ciberseguridad y además porque hay muchísimos problemas también que ya los voy a mencionar en el siguiente segmento y por esa razón, por las razones de que hay mucho que hacer, los foros de política pública siempre han tenido muchísimo, pero muchísimo eh, audiencia. Otro tema que en especial desde los últimos 3 años ha tenido una gran relevancia es la educación digital. La pandemia dio como resultado un resurgimiento de la educación digital que era muy poca y entonces este tema ha ganado muchísima relevancia, especialmente en los últimos 3 años. Otro tema que siempre ha estado vigente y es de muchísima preocupación es la protección de la infancia y de la adolescencia. Es increíble la cantidad de argucias que utilizan personas malintencionadas para poder poder engañar a los niños y a los jóvenes. Pues bien, les quiero hablar un poco de los cambios positivos de la pandemia que han tenido en nuestro país. Los negativos ya los trataron anteriormente mis colegas, también que afectan a Guatemala. El principal problema que hemos tenido de los cambios es que la cobertura de Internet no se ha incrementado. Entonces, ese es algo que la pandemia vino a enfatizar. Un cambio positivo es que se hizo evidente el uso no recreativo de la Internet en la vida de todos. Esto lo digo porque para muchas personas, no quiero decir que grupo de edad, pero para muchas personas el Internet solo sirve para divertirse, para estar viendo películas, shorts, para muchas otras cosas, pero no para el uso que nosotros sentimos que debería darse. Otros dos cambios positivos son que se amplió la cantidad de servicios digitales disponibles. Esto es muy bueno porque antes las filas en los bancos eran enormes, especialmente en tiempos de quincena y fin de mes. Y gracias a que se ha mejorado todo esto, ahora hay servicios que antes no estaban disponibles. Igual, se mejoró la calidad de los servicios digitales que ya existían, especialmente en el sistema bancario. Y otro cambio positivo es que el Estado se vio en la necesidad de desarrollar servicios que anteriormente eran exclusivos de trámites personales. Y pues como el país estaba cerrado durante el año 2020 y parte del 2021, el Estado no podía dejar de percibir los impuestos, no podía simplemente decir, miren, no hay citas para el Seguro Social, ni para los hospitales, ni para las clínicas médicas. Así que el Estado se vio en la necesidad de crear estos servicios. Estos son cambios muy positivos. No toda la pandemia sigue en cantidad más baja, en intensidad más baja, perdón, pero sigue. Y entonces aquí es donde hay que aprovechar, como mucha gente lo dice, en tiempos de crisis hay que aprovechar porque hay oportunidades. Estas han sido oportunidades y el otro cambio muy, pero muy positivo ha sido la educación. Hubo muchas dudas en un principio, pero afortunadamente se pudo tener educación digital, pues tal vez no de la calidad que todos hubiéramos esperado, pero no se dejó abandonados a los niños, a un 100%. Sobre el Pacto Digital Mundial que tú mencionabas, Roberto, quiero decirte que tenemos 3 preocupaciones y quisiéramos que fueran tratadas. Una es el incremento de la cobertura del servicio de Internet de banda ancha en nuestro país. Olga ya lo mencionó en su experiencia. Guatemala es un país que tiene una geografía bastante complicada, el área de la costa, que sería la costa del Pacífico, no es significativamente grande como para poder tener una solución que sea aplicable a la parte del altiplano. Entonces, la parte de la costa ya tiene una buena cobertura, aunque podría mejorarse, pero la parte abandonada es la parte que tiene que ver con la geografía compleja, con las cordilleras. Y ahí es donde está una cantidad enorme de personas que viven aquí en el país. Entonces, eso nos preocupa y quisiéramos que se tratara, porque de nada sirve hablar de otros temas y seguimos con el mismo 50% de la población que no tiene acceso. Hay que llevar acceso a todo el mundo. Adicionalmente, aumentar la creación del contenido digital que sea significativo para la población. Y aquí siempre, especialmente mi persona, siempre he creído que de nada sirve mejorar la cobertura del servicio si no contamos con contenido digital que ayude a la población en su vida diaria. Y ya lo mencioné, pues, trámites de los gobiernos locales para su impuesto local, pagar el agua, la energía eléctrica, temas nacionales también. Y también lo que nos preocupa es que no solo debería ser en castellano, sino que en los 4 idiomas mayas principales. Guatemala tiene 22 idiomas y además del castellano, pero hay 4 idiomas mayas principales, el MAM, ¿sí? Quiché y cachiquel, y este contenido hace falta desarrollar. Otro tema que es que quisiéramos que el Pacto Mundial se tratara es proveer seguridad a las personas, a los cibernautas. Y vemos con muchísima tristeza los esfuerzos que ha hecho el Ministerio Público y las autoridades de gobierno son insuficientes, a pesar de que han hecho lo mejor que pueden, porque estas son bandas de personas internacionales, cuentan con recursos muy grandes y comprometen la seguridad de los niños, y personas, hay muchas personas vulnerables que han caído en trampas. Así que pues estos son los temas que nos preocupan. Roberto, te paso control a ti. Muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad y un gran saludo a todos ustedes.
Muchas gracias, Fred. Siempre agradecidos por tu participación también. Y para cerrar entonces ya esta ronda y ya la sesión, porque nos quedan pocos minutos, vamos a darle la palabra ahora a Lito, que también ha estado pues como parte de la organización del IGF en El Salvador. Adelante, Lito.
Gracias, Roberto. Lito Ibarra. Para ser muy breve, me voy a concentrar nada más en un par de temas adicionales, emergentes en el IGF, que surgieron en el IGF El Salvador de este año. Uno de ellos es blockchain como tecnología, porque como quizás saben, El Salvador es uno de los pocos, si no el único país que tiene admitida por ley como moneda nacional el Bitcoin, que está basado en la tecnología blockchain. Pero al margen de eso, lo que ha traído en El Salvador es un despertar, digamos, del interés por muchas personas sobre la tecnología blockchain. Y todos sabemos que blockchain puede ser utilizado para otras cosas adicionales a las criptomonedas. Entonces, esa investigación, esa inquietud es la que ha surgido con alguna fuerza en el país. Y por eso el foro de gobernanza de este año incluyó incluso 2 temas relativos a blockchain. Uno sobre qué está haciendo la academia en El Salvador sobre los temas del uso de tecnología blockchain, y otro relativo a cómo también a través de la Fundación Celo, que hay presencia en El Salvador, proyectos de blockchain relacionados al medio ambiente o a finanzas pueden empezar a ser desarrollados. Eso fue, digamos, uno de los temas. El otro también emergente fue el uso de inteligencia artificial, particularmente en un chatbot que tiene que ver con la atención a violencia de género, que está siendo en el país desarrollado por Naciones Unidas, por PNUD, para varios países de Centroamérica. Tuvimos entonces una sesión en el foro sobre este tema que también resultó de mucho interés, esos temas emergentes. Y como dije, por brevedad, me voy a ir a la última pregunta sobre qué temas podríamos considerar adicionar al Digital Compact, al Pacto Digital, y nos permitimos sugerir empezar a pensar sobre la gobernanza y el ecosistema del metaverso, aunque tenemos 5 a 10 años todavía para que la tecnología esté completamente desarrollada. Sabemos todos que hay experimentaciones, todos sabemos de realidad virtual y todos estos temas que van a ser parte del metaverso una vez que sea completamente desarrollado en forma comercial, pero no deberíamos, nuestra sugerencia es que no deberíamos esperar hasta que esté completamente distribuida, conocida, aplicada en varias partes del mundo para empezar a pensar en una gobernanza del metaverso y en el ecosistema, como ya lo hemos hecho para Internet, aunque nos hemos tardado algunos años en hacerlo. Gracias.
Gracias, Lito. Y definitivamente nos encantaría continuar comentando sobre estos temas. Debido al tiempo no lo vamos a poder hacer. Simplemente una reflexión final en el contexto de nuestra región. Es sumamente importante continuar con este intercambio respecto a las conclusiones que tenemos en los foros de gobernanza de nuestra región. Creo que hay que aprovechar la posibilidad de poder contribuir con este diálogo, lo han dicho otros colegas anteriormente, y dado este proceso de consulta, no van a ser, de ninguna manera van a salir sobrando los espacios que tengamos. Todo lo contrario, hay que aprovecharlos, hay que continuar planteando temas como los que se han planteado y hemos escuchado ahora, de modo que se incluyan en la agenda de discusión que se va a tener en la cumbre del futuro el año 2024. Tenemos varios desafíos en nuestra región, por supuesto. Uno de ellos tiene que ver con la carencia de un espacio común para definición de políticas. Hay espacios subnacionales que aún así son insuficientes y es importante que también a nivel de nuestros gobiernos podamos trabajar en la posibilidad de generar políticas públicas regionales que nos permitan avanzar en los diferentes temas que estamos tocando. Eso es fundamental. Y bueno, no quiero extenderme más, nada más agradecerles a todos ustedes, agradecer a mi compañero Nico, a quien enseguida le doy la palabra igual para que haga su cierre, y agradecer por todo el trabajo que se ha estado haciendo desde la comunidad del youth, por supuesto desde mis compañeros en la comunidad de los foros de gobernanza de Internet, sin quienes nada de esto sería posible igual, porque han estado comprometiendo su tiempo y aportando muchísimo, tanto en la preparación del trabajo para el IGF, para el AQIGF, que esperamos que se vaya consolidando hacia adelante, como por supuesto en los espacios que hacen y en los que trabajan en cada uno de sus países. Por mi parte, eso es todo y muchas gracias. Adelante, querido Nico.
No mucho más para mencionar. Muchas gracias, Roberto. La verdad que estoy de acuerdo con esto de la cooperación. Creo que debemos seguir cooperando también entre nosotros, tener más de estas instancias. Y así como también que los IGFs de los países de Latinoamérica y del Caribe que todavía no existan, ¿verdad? Que sabemos que hay bastantes, o sea, hay bastantes aquí en la región, en realidad faltaron el de Caribe, faltaron unos cuantos que realmente tienen su IGF, el Ecuador, etcétera, pero realmente que creemos que deberían tenerlo, ¿verdad? Los que no lo tienen, si están escuchando ahora la sesión o la escuchan, por favor, deberíamos reunirnos, tienen a los coordinadores de los IGF nacionales de los demás IGF como apoyo también. Sin los que faltan no podemos construir una identidad regional, que es lo que estamos queriendo lograr, y bueno, una invitación abierta entonces a que todos puedan participar. Gracias.
Gracias. Vamos a la de coordinación. Sí. Gracias, gracias.
Claro que sí, por supuesto. Igual vamos a la de...
A la de coordinación, sí, la de coordinación de... Estuvo buena la cosa. Ahí está bien. Está bien. Nos estamos bien. Voy a ir a la que tenemos con Anja. Anja, esta de coordinación.
the purpose to do this video?
Basically, cambiar mission director in school. So I just want to promote the school.
John?
Yeah.
Yes. Are you going to have lunch?
I'm going to have lunch.
Yeah. Hi. How are you? Yes.
Yeah. It looks so beautiful.
Thank you. So, maybe would you like it?
ለምን እዛ ይቀመጥ እንጂ መበተናችን አይቀርም። ማለት
Okay, everyone, if you'd like to take your seats. We'll start in a couple of minutes. A few people just settling in. My name is Mark Carvel. I'm the on-site moderator for this session, event number 19 of the IGF, which is now up and running, underway, day 0 still, but anyway, this is an important opportunity for the Internet Society to showcase its collaborative leadership exchange and a wide range of projects, all with the aim of strengthening and growing the Internet. So as I say, I'm the on-site moderator, but we also have an online moderator, and I think I'm going to, if Mauricia Abdul is ready, I think I'll hand over to Mauricia to say a few words at the start as the online moderator and generally introduce the program of presentations. So, Mauricia, if you're ready, shall I hand over to you? All right, okay. I've just written. Sorry, glitch. I didn't realize I had to switch on my laptop mute. I've been speaking to the room here on the mic. So I was just saying that I'm the on-site moderator here for this Internet Society session, and on the Collaborative Leadership Exchange program of projects for supporting and strengthening the Internet. And we have an online moderator too, Mauricia Abdul, who is waving on screen now. Thank you, Mauricia. And I'll hand over to you now, ready to start the ball rolling and introduce the program of presentations and so on. So, okay, Mauricia, over to you. Thank you.
So much, Mark. I hope I am audible. I'm leaning into my screen so that I'm closer to the mic. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for joining us at the Internet Society's Collaborative Leadership Exchange meeting. We are very excited to share, or to actually give the floor to our ambassadors that will be sharing some of the work that they have been doing. And before we do that, we have the honor of having our Director of Fellowships in the room with us today. Her name is Ms. Alejandra Prieto. And before we give the floor to our ambassadors, it would only be appropriate and correct to first allow her to say a few words. So to kick off our session today, I would like to introduce you to Ms. Alejandra Prieto, our Director of Fellowships. The floor is now yours, Ms. Alejandra. You can take over.
Thank you, Mauricia. Thank you, Mark, for moderating on-site too. It's a challenge sometimes to have on-site and online moderation people both places, but I think we will manage. Just be positive. This will be a great session. We have a lot of people with us today willing to share with you ideas. So I'm just looking forward to starting. So let me share my screen. I will. Can you see the agenda right now? Perfect. So this is what we have planned for today. So we will start myself. I will introduce with our program that we have at the Internet Society. Then we will have discussions, 2-part discussions. In total, it's 10. So we have 30 wonderful Internet Society, IGF youth ambassadors that have been working hard for several months. And they had different ideas that they wanted to implement. So they were working on initiatives that are going to be presented today, but not just presented. What we want is really to have a conversation, a discussion. This is a collaborative exchange. So people in the room and people online with us here in Zoom are really welcome to discuss and have comments and questions. So we will allow them to present for a while, and then we will open the floor to have a discussion. So please be prepared to share your input and have a conversation. This is what we really want. And at the end, we will have Mauricio back to share some conclusion and wrap up. This is like some housekeeping rules that Mauricio, you could maybe share in the link. If I don't know if you can get access to that, but the code of conduct is the most important thing. We really want people to be respectful, and this is really important. So please respect that. And then for questions and answers, Mauricio will also explain later how we can all get all the questions and answers in this room. I'm just checking if you can see the slides because I see myself twice. So I don't know if you're seeing my face or the slides. So Mark?
We are seeing your face and the slides.
Perfect, thank you. Great, so let me now talk a little bit about our fellowships that we have. So I'm director of the fellowship programs at the Internet Society. So for several years, we've been running fellowships. And year after year, we of course improve, we learn from experience, and we want to have kind of like what the people want, because we have one mission, and it's that the internet is for everyone. So at the Internet Society, we really work towards reaching this vision by promoting, building, promoting, and defending a bigger and stronger internet. And we can't do that without having people. People is the center of everything we do. Of course, the internet is what we want to build, promote, and defend, but we cannot do it without people. And specifically for these programs, we identify that we have what we call internet champions all around the world, that are those that are there and they understand the multi-stakeholder approach, they can advocate for our values and principles, and they are, as the ambassadors that you're going to meet today, those that are behind the development and the advancement of the internet. Because just a reminder, the internet flourished because a community of people work tireless to help it grow. Without that community of people, the internet would never have existed as we see it and we know it today. So really, if we want to keep expanding it and involving it, we need people. That's why we want to empower these people that are the internet champions we mentioned here through skills development to become the key actors. So we want them to take action. At the end, the goal is to grow and strengthening the internet because we want to benefit the diverse populations equitably. So to achieve this, we work closely with partners. We have a list of great partners from all around the world. And we develop a range of programs that are there to equip these people that are going to be the internet champions we need with tools and knowledge. And at the end, we really want you to accelerate your career, make your voices heard, join a global network of internet champions, and shape the future path of the internet. So today we will see that we are going to actually make your voices heard, because we're going to hear from you, these internet champions that we have identified as IGF Youth Ambassadors. All of this is also to mention that we have fellowships, of course, but at the same time, we also have some courses that we call training and learning activities. They are mostly online, but now that we are going back to physical events, I hope that we will have more face-to-face training, and all of them will join a network of alumni that it's really, really important that it stays alive for years after years. So we have this community of internet champions that can impact the internet. So at the end, our programs really, what they really want, and they've been built for that, it's to equip internet champions with the skills and knowledge, empowering them to defend a global, an open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy internet that is for everyone. The people you are going to hear from today are the IGF Youth Ambassadors. And what we know that they can do, thanks to the program that they've completed and their skills, is that they can make a great impact on internet governance in their different communities. That is what we expect. And thanks to the initiatives that you will hear from them later, you will understand that the impact is quite clear. Of course, they are building their skills, knowledge, and connect with the network. Please help them get connected to you. If you see someone in your region, in your country, or interest in something that you are maybe working on, do not hesitate to contact them and be sure that you keep in touch. Connections are really important. And of course, they will be part of this platform that we are all working together, that it's like a network where they can raise their voice and mobilize action on internet issues that matters. So this is what they are doing, and you will see them on screen. To finalize my section today, I will just share that we have not only one program, that is the one that we are talking about today, the Youth Ambassador Program, but we also have more fellowships, the Mid-Career Fellowship and the Early Career Fellowship. I won't talk about them today, but I will share a link in the chat in case you want to take a look after, because now we now need to listen fully to what our ambassadors are going to present. With this, I will hand back to Mauricio, who is going to explain a little bit more how the CLX Collaborative Leadership Exchange and highlighting collaborative leadership exchange is going to take place today, and what are going to be the topics that our IGF youth ambassadors are going to talk about. Thank you for listening, and thank you for being with us today. To you, Mauricio.
Thank you so much, Alejandra. That was very fantastically presented. And I hope that everyone in the room are a bit more excited about the fellowships that we offer at the Internet Society. Yes, so we are kicking off the Collaborative Leadership Exchange meeting immediately. We've kicked it off with a bang. And what is really important for us to remember for today's meeting is that we will have a presenter speak. Once the presenter has delivered their presentation, we would observe a 6-minute discussion time. That brings us back to the title of this meeting, which is called the Collaborative Leadership Exchange. So we really are advocating for and encouraging everyone in the room to please exchange ideas with our ambassadors, give them feedback, ask them questions. It's really about an interchange rather than a one-way communication. So we really want to encourage you to participate. Without further ado, before I introduce actually our first presenter, and tell if we're really excited, please know that we will have 5 presenters going first. So it will be the presenter and then the 6-minute discussion. Each presenter will have 7 minutes to present. So you'll have 7 minutes to speak and deliver the idea of your initiative, followed by 6 minutes of exchange. Once we have gone through the first 5 ambassadors of our program, we will have a 5-minute body break so that you can be very clear. And I will indicate to you the time that we should be back in the room if anyone decides to take a quick blot out. So it will be 5 presenters, 5-minute body break, and then we will reconvene to finish off with the 5 remaining presenters that are in the room and online today. So thank you so much again for your presence. And as they are presenting, they will also then introduce their initiative idea in the best way that they feel they would like to share. And in addition to that, we are also sharing the titles of the presentations on the screen for you to be able to follow along. And based on what you see in front of you and also who is coming up next, I'd love to introduce to you our very first group, group number 1. And speaking or representing for group number 1 today will be Mr. Ashlesh Sridhar. The floor is yours. I'm going to share your PowerPoint now so that you can start off. But Ashlesh, can you open your mic so that we can hear your lovely voice?
Yes, thank you, Monisha. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very audible. That is fantastic.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm heading over to your presentation and I will start sharing. All right, over to you.
Thank you, Monisha. And hello, everyone from Hello from New Delhi, to those at the venue and others joining in online. I must say there is a strong sense of, as the youth calls it, FOMO, as we are missing being on site at IGF. But nevertheless, glad to be here today as ISOC's IGF Youth Ambassadors for 2022. I'd like to thank the entire fellowships team at ISOC, Mauricia, Alejandra, and all the mentors for the journey over the last 3 months leading up to IGF. Today, I'm here to present my team's initiative that we've worked on together with my incredible teammates, Elena and Avni, as well as our mentors, Veronica, and who've helped us shape and sharpen our project. Let's get started, shall we? As the title suggests, our initiative is Peace of Cybercrimes. And here's what it entails. Can we move to the next slide? To put it in a single line, we are co-creating an art literacy resource, a peace tree of cybercrimes in form of a zine. We were inspired by illustrated compilations of mythical beasts from Middle Ages, and we intend to use this format to talk about the modern day beasts, agents of cybercrimes. Just like any other bestiary, we will be profiling each beast along with a clear and approachable description. Throughout the process, we'll interact with cybercrime experts, young internet leaders, creators throughout through conversations, workshops, and open calls. Sounds amazing, right? But what do we get out of it? What is the objective? Next slide. Thank you. First, we intend for this bestiary to be a super accessible educational asset, both in terms of distribution and the content. Starting a conversation informing the public on cybercrimes in a fun and engaging. The zine will be co-created with members and experts from ISOC communities, artists, young internet leaders, bringing in the aspect of co-creation and community building. And third, coming to the most exciting objective for me personally, our experience throughout this process of compiling the research, interacting with the community, creating engaging literacy resources will be documented in form of a small how-to report that shares our insight on how art can be effectively used to communicate IG issues and objectives to an audience beyond the policy circles. This is one of the main questions that got us started on this initiative. How can we leverage art for internet governance? How can we make the conversation that we are having here more accessible? Moving on to the next slide. So in short, our initiative will be focused on the creation of two main deliverables, a bestiary in form of a zine and a report to document our experience. Next slide. Here's a sample render of what the structure of the bestiary would look like. As our first case study, we will begin with profiling Pegasus, the infamous spyware by NSO, which targeted prominent activists, journalists, human rights defenders, politicians, Supreme Court judges, and a whole lot of people around the world. As all of us might already be aware of this, thanks to the incredible work of Forbidden Stories and media organizations around the world. In the bestiary, we will profile different characteristics of the beast. Here, Pegasus, what type of cyber weapon it is, who developed it, the type of attack, the number of people affected, geographical location. We would also document some history and timelines of that. The profile would also have an experts corner section with insights and comments from cybersecurity experts aimed towards the readers. Next slide. Now let's talk about the timelines. In the next few weeks, we intend to put together the first prototype that we just discussed. We'll share it with experts for their feedback. After addressing the feedback, we'll then test the prototype with a wider audience made up of experts, civil society members on how effective the format is and how accessible the copy is. Towards the end of the year, we'll start documenting our learnings and all the challenges we faced throughout the process. In terms of the future of the initiative, over the following months, we'll put out an open call for contributions from creative researchers, artists, experts to co-create the full zine with multiple beasts, including more cyber attacks.
Wonderful. On that note, and thank you so much, Ashlesh, for your fantastic presentation and very unique indeed. We will kick off with the on-site questions or comments. So we would like to ask anyone in the room to raise their hands if they'd like to speak. And also in this moment, I'd like to hand over to our on-site moderator, Mr. Mark Carvel, who will moderate the room and take us through any comments or questions from the on-site participants. So over to you, Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Mauricia.
Thank you, Mauricia.
Got a bit of echo. Okay. I don't see any hands raised in the room. Looking around, does anybody want to put a question or comment at this time following Ashlesh's presentation? No, I don't see any any requests, Mauricia. So back to you.
Along the way, while we are taking the online comments and questions, we would invite you to raise your hand. Please feel free to exchange ideas and feel free to share with the rest of the room. We do have a comment online that I'd love to share. I just want to get the name correctly, but I can't see because it's in a different language. But the comment there is amazing illustrations. So I definitely echo that. And as you can hear from the room, Elena, Avni, Ashlesh, the illustrations that you have shared are absolutely fantastic. I would also like to ask a question, but before I ask my question, I'll give the floor to our Director of Fellowships to share her comment, and then I will take over from there. So over to you, Ms. Alejandra.
Thank you. I don't want to ask a question, but I want to say that maybe we can ask a question to the audience. So, Ashlesh, if you have a question that you would like to hear from the audience about your the initiative that you're presenting with your group, that would be also a possibility. This is a conversation, so it could be that you maybe want to hear something specifically, so you can use this time also to have that discussion open with a comment or a question that you would like to hear from the audience. So, and I'm saying this for everyone, be prepared to just open a discussion with something that you would like to know from people sitting in at the IGF right now. Thank you. Mauricia, I think you had a question, so back to you. Oh, and I see also another hand.
I'll give preference to Izan, and then I will follow up after. So Izan, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Cool. I just wanted to congratulate Ashlesh and the rest of the team on the initiative. I think it looks really, really incredible. I think it's a very good way of trying to visualize a lot of the problems that we have in a way that makes it accessible. And it's it has parallels to my own initiative, which we'll get to in a second, but I think the power of imagery is something that sticks for quite a long while. And so one of the questions that I had, I guess, it's a bit of a facetious question, but how are you going to allocate beasts to the particular problems that you identify or that you will get from this collaboration? Because you started off with Pegasus, and Pegasus obviously was the code name, and it makes it slightly, an obvious inclusion into this bestiary. But for example, if there are other issues out there, let's just say we have other hacker organizations, how are you going to decide what beasts are going to be, corresponding to those particular kinds of issues? That's a question that I have, but I wanted to say it's a really good initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Izan, for your comment and for your question. So this, in terms of what's gonna end up in the final bestiary and the shape and form it's gonna take, it's gonna be up to the community and communities we are gonna collaborate with. So this is also an exploration in what has hit different communities. So what kind of cyber attacks they have been victims of. So it's going to be elected by our different collaborators to choose which kind of incidents we're going to be focusing on. And through conversations we're gonna come up with an imaginative way of representing the different attacks that has a connection to the shape and form of which the attacks manifested in. So it's a patient, it's an ongoing and emergent process that is going to take shape in the upcoming months. So I hope I answered your question, and I also would like to answer more questions if there are any questions.
I'm trying to see if there's any hands. Okay, can I please ask my question? I don't see any questions in the chat yet, so I'm going to jump in. I'm really an advocate for giving everyone access to credible work. And I was wondering, will this project be open source? Will it be shared at libraries as well? What type of reach are you looking at?
Yes, absolutely. Open sourcing our material is one of the ways we're also hoping to reach out to more and more people, because our main target is a general audience that would like to know more about ways and strategies to defend themselves from cyber attacks. So the publication is going to be hosted in free and open source formats and websites for everyone to download. And of course, we would also like to have it published, but this is hopefully something that is going to be in the works later on, possibly next year, to also distribute it to different libraries. For now, our main goal is to distribute it online, as this would grant access to more and more people.
Fantastic. I do have a follow-up question, but I just want to check where we are on time. Mark, are there any comments or feedback from the room? And how are we doing with time? Are we able to take one more question?
I think Mauricio. Echo again, sorry. I think we're close to having to move on to the next presentation, but maybe one quick question.
Is there anyone in the room that has a quick question that you'd like to ask or comment before we move on? Going once, going twice. In that case, I'm going to move on swiftly to our next group of presenters. Well, actually, it's going to be one speaker, and she's a fantastic voice based in Africa. She will introduce the title of their initiative, and then I will share screen their presentation. So without further ado, and please, I also would like to just note, if you have any questions or comments that come up while we are presenting or while we are proceeding, please feel free to put them in the comment section. I will also be sharing a link to a Google Doc where you can post questions and comments as well, if you would prefer to do that instead. Everyone in the room on site, also feel free to interject and let us know if you have anything you would like to share in this exchange. Okay, so without further ado, I hope Ms. Thea Rose, you're in the room. Can I have your mic open and hear your lovely voice?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You are audible. Yes,
Great.
we can hear you.
Great.
All right.
Thank you all so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to those joining online and to all of you here. My name is Theo Rose, and I'm presenting on behalf of two of my colleagues, Dijan and Shivan. They are not here, but I'm sure that I'll do justice to their presentation. So our initiative is a measure of 3 different projects. The title of our presentation, of course, is on digital education and online safety. Marisha, you could help me share the screen online if that works. I'm going to give a little background of our initiative and why that is very important and why we would or I would encourage all of you to support and go for our project. So we wanted to provide education, digital education, specifically in the area of encryption and cybersecurity, and we were focusing on younger people. Now, when we talk about younger people, we were looking at youth, specifically between the ages of 25 years and below. Yeah. And again, the Global Encryption Coalition has done a wonderful job so far. And one of the emerging issues that I have noticed as a trend is that a lot of people have their data being out there in the public without they even knowing. So for example, when you give your consent to a social media platform, for example, right, if you want to open an account on Facebook, they would ask you to agree on something. How many of us here or online take time to read and really agree with that? Then again, if you do take your time to read, do you really have an option to say yes or no? Because if you don't agree, you don't use the platform. So most people end up saying, I agree, and the information is out there. Now, as a journalism lecturer teaching in a school, one of the things that I've noticed is that a lot of younger folks share personal information on social media platform. So just following one platform, I could know where the person lives, the person's favorite food, just within a week by following the trend. And so we have come to a kind of agreement that we really cannot stop people from posting information online. Really, we can't do that. But we can educate them on how to keep those information secure. And what is a better way of doing that than having a color book and then, having fun and learning at the same time. So now what my colleague Shivan is doing is to actually create a platform, right? Shivan is based in Europe. So she would want to create a platform where we are going to host courses on cybersecurity, internet governance, and all that. The courses are free. The website is already running. It's ongoing. We have 100+ courses on those platforms. It's free of charge. You don't need to pay for that. It's also going to be self-created. So we are going to have people, we are going to be reaching out to people to create content or lesson notes, sort of, and putting out there to educate. Now, on the same platform, I am going to create an encryption color book together with all of us here. Of course, I'll be reaching out for images as well. But this is how the encryption color book is going to run. It's going to be a 25-page color book. I have sample of how the page should look. So Marisha will show. Again, I'll need your vote on which of the pages are very colorful to you to do that. On each of the page, right, 25, so on each of the page, we are going to have an image of an encryption advocate. I intend to work with the Global Encryption Coalition, to find out or source out those 25 advocates. We are going to have, so that's an image, a sample image of one, and then the other one could look to show that. Now I'm going to ask each each advocate to give us a quote or a lesson on an encryption in its simplest form. Because in my piloting, one of the things that I have learned is that some of the encryption terms are so technical that people don't really understand. And because of that, they are not really interested in learning on that. So we are going to make it more simpler, more easier to understand. So what you see on the page is a sample of how the color book is going to be like. It will be virtual, so you could color it virtually. And I also intend to print it out if possible, but for now, from next year, it's going to run virtually with that. Then my third colleague, Dijan, is going to take our resources onto the field. Dijan is in Africa. Sorry, I can't pinpoint the country specifically, but his initiative is to now take the materials that we've developed, the advocacy work, into senior high schools and tertiary institutions. He intends to organize workshops and trainings on cybersecurity, encryption, and all that. So this is Putting it all together, it blends, because then you have a hard copy material that could be hosted on a website that is free, easy to be accessed, and at the same time, we are not just living it online, that we are moving from institutions and to tell them about the available material and how they can use that. Now, in terms of its importance, we all know virtually, and there are a lot of sessions on encryption, cybersecurity. We keep talking about it all the time, how important it is. Wouldn't you want your child to actually be safe online without necessarily having to be on them? Most of us are here. We have our what's at home. We don't know what they are watching. We don't know what they are reading. We can't even moderate their content online. Wouldn't you want to give them that education so that when you're out of the house, you are more comfortable, that at least they kind of know how to surf on the internet? So that is relevant. In terms of implementation, as I mentioned earlier, the website is already up going. Early part of next year, that's 2023, between January to March, you can fully now go and take your online courses. The color book should be ready at the latter end of the year. Of course, that the trainings the cohort trainings are starting from April all the way going down. So this is what our initiatives are. I'm open to questions and more clarification, and of course input if there is any. So this is a sample of the website that I mentioned, and some of the courses that I said, they are free of charge, and again, they are content that are internally generated, and there are some that we would outsource to experts in those areas to work on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Theo Rose, for sharing. We already have a question from the online audience, but as per our process, I'm going to allow those on site to feel a bit more included and go first. So, Mr. Markava, over to you again. Are there anyone wanting to contribute in the room?
Okay. Thank you, Marcia. I don't see any hands raised, but oh, sorry. Oh, down the far end. Okay. Please introduce yourself and fire away with your question. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Mariam Benaissa from ISAC Tunisia. I just wanted to thank Rose for the interesting project. I have one question. Well, she mentioned that there's people who are going to contribute in this book. They can add content to the book. I just wanted to learn more. Who are these people? Are there certain criteria? Are there experts or people you are going to reach to? And how do you control or evaluate the content that's going to be in the book? Is there certain criteria or, I don't know, selection criteria for the content that you want to be in the book? Thank you so much.
Okay. So I can go, right? Okay, so in terms of content moderation, or what sort of content they are going to be in there, I mentioned earlier that I'm going to collaborate with the Global Encryption Coalition from the Internet Society, so that we kind of censor the information. Of course, I want people to be educated, but I want the correct and the right information in there. So at ISOC, we have people that teaches encryption as a course. In terms of the technical knowledge, for example, what encryption is, the types of encryption, I would want experts in those areas. However, the book is going to have quotes as well. So if you remember or you were following the coalition, they reach out to individuals to send quote of how encryption has empowered your life. Yes, so we are going to have that. So I'm just going to do a little demonstration. Let's assume that this is the color book. On the side, right hand side or left, we are going to have an image. So for example, if you want to contribute to it, you are going to send me an image or an email image. We are going to do a cartoon version of your image, which is colorable by it. We are going to have an expert knowledge on what encryption is. So for example, encryption is A, B, and C here. Then we have your code by it because you are not an expert in that area. But if you are an expert in that area, it's your image plus the lesson. Now, I don't want to restrict it, so we are going to open up the floor, call for participants in twofold, expert and people who would want to share quotes. Again, we would want a quote that is relevant and important. I keep sharing this example that before I get to know much about encryption, I used to share my password with everybody. First of all, because I don't want to forget, and that when I'm not with my phone and I need to go into my email, I could just call a friend to check my email for me. But then I realized that that was actually the wrong thing because my password is all over the place. I could save my bank PIN on my mobile phone, and I could leave my phone with anybody and they all have it. That's a important, and it's something that everybody could relate with because we do that a lot. So such code is important. So again, we would censor the code to see how relevant it is. But once the first production is gone and is good, we would have continual code so we could have more people in the system. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Theoros. We're quite tight on the time available for discussion. I know it's a very useful, full explanation and exemplification, so that's very helpful. As we're so tight on time, we better go back to Mauricia for online.
Mark.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, Mark here.
Okay, just very quick.
All right, thank you, Theoros, very much for the presentation. IGF Youth Ambassador. My name is Selby Abraham from Ghana. I'm also part of the Youth Ambassador. I want to see the fantastic job being done here. In terms of the website, we have various jurisdiction in terms of language barrier. How are we going to ensure that people from different regions come? In terms of language translation, do we have that feature in it, whereby if not, you can include it so that people who can speak French can learn the actual language on themselves. People who can speak Hindi or maybe other languages, you can factor that into it so that it can translate. They will understand well on their home language other than English. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. No, we do have some languages. We have Portuguese, French, and English, but we would incorporate that in more things.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. That's a very important point on multilingualism. Thank you for that. So, Mauricia, back to you for any quick online questions. Thank you.
Much, Mark. Yes, we are very aware of time, so please be direct with your question, and also and this is for everyone, when you are providing feedback or you're answering a question, please also try and do it in the most succinct manner as possible. I can't see the name, but it does say Ghana Viewing Hub. So the person from Ghana that would like to share, your hand is up and you now have the floor.
Hello, Maurice, I hope I can be heard. This is Shadrach, joining virtually from...
We can hear you, go for it.
Yeah, sure. So I'm at the Ghana Viewing Hub. Yeah, so with regards to Chiru's and her team's project, I would like to know, she mentioned that copies of their book will be shared to schools. So like, how is it, like how are they going to work that ensure schools better understands like cybersecurity issues, like encryption issues? Because nowadays a lot of students know a lot of stuff on social media, but then how would they ensure that these students really understand encryption, be able to protect themselves online without sharing their passwords with the other colleagues, and then by the end they realize their data is being shared online without their knowledge. So that is what I want to know. How would it let the students really understand the encryption concepts? Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of understanding, I did mention that, right, that we will try, or we are trying to break down the technical words to make it more simpler, right, to make it in a basic form for people to understand. Then in terms of education and sharing, we've, again, during our pilot stage, we've actually identified some institutions that do teach cybersecurity. So we are hoping to reach out to those institutions to see if we could collaborate with some of the lecturers to include that in their teaching schedule and all that. And again, if you were following what my third colleague is going to do, Dijan, is to actually move from secondary schools and tertiary institutions, organizing boot camps and training sessions. I must say that, I mean, the world is big. We cannot reach anywhere, but we are hoping to leverage on the various resources that we have to do that. And for those who would want to assist, my email is down there, Theo31. You could reach out to me and we would pick up from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Theros, for your response. Quick one from you, Izan, and then we do need to move on.
Thank you, Marisha, and thank you, Theros, and the rest of the team for a really, really interesting presentation. I just had a very quick sort of comment. So usually when we're talking about encryption, we have parties that we refer to. So you have the story of Alice and Bob who are trying to communicate with each other, and you have Eve, who's the eavesdropper trying to listen into their communications. And so I think that that trope and that story of Alice and Bob really hasn't been told in a story form or a narrative form, I think, since John Gordon in 1984. And so I think it would be a very interesting thing to probably add to your coloring book to make the story of Alice and Bob come to life. And it's something that will be very appealing, I feel, to people of the younger generation as well, when you have the story of encryption being told in that sort of way. So I think it's a very, very interesting idea, because the sooner that people are exposed to the need to have privacy and encryption, and to do so in a way using characters that we've already built for this purpose, like Alice and Bob, I think that would be a very big synergy, and I look forward to seeing this project to completion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take it there's no comments further from Thea Rose. She would have opened her mic if she wanted to say something. Let us move swiftly along. Thank you so much, Izan, for your fantastic contribution. Let that be the encouragement to everyone in the room to keep the engagement going and to keep the questions and comments coming. Without further ado, we would like to hand over to our next presenting group, and representing group number 3 would be Miss Christine Kim. Miss Christine, if you are in the room, can we hear your lovely voice?
Hello?
Yes, I would need you to speak a little bit louder or adjust your volume because you sound a bit faint.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Still a bit far. I think you might need to move a bit closer to your microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now? Okay.
Perfect. Okay, great. So I'm going to share your presentation slides now, and we will be back.
Okay, thanks, Marisha. Hi from Washington, D.C. I'm very excited to be with you all today. My name is Christine, and I've been working with my colleague Lucy on our initiative, which is on examining privacy laws in Africa in the wake of AI and emerging technologies. Next slide, please. So these are our bios that would be available on our initiative, which is a blog. Lucy and I both work in the legal sector, so our approach will focus more on laws and policies. Next slide, please. So our broader goal is to more widely inform the general public about privacy issues in Africa that are caused or impacted by AI and other emerging technologies, such as the metaverse, blockchain, and e-government processes. So we will write a series of blog posts, each dedicated to a privacy issue across African countries. And we plan to draw from news articles, scholarly sources, policy rationales, and interviews to assess the privacy laws in these African countries and whether they provide protections for vulnerable minorities. And then we plan to propose solutions inspired by approaches used by local communities, and as well as other different countries that present long-term potential for privacy protection. So the purpose of our initiative is to review the data protection, privacy, and AI laws in African countries, and to also look into evolving privacy concerns for minorities, such as children, persons with disability, and women. Next slide, please. So we've identified 4 objectives for this initiative. We'll be analyzing the laws concerning data protection, privacy, and AI in African countries, and considering whether they address the socio-cultural context of the continent so that we can offer feasible solutions. We'll be identifying privacy risks in these countries, including rights of vulnerable groups and gender concerns. We'll also be providing policy recommendations, not restricted only to AI, but this includes other emerging technologies so that we can help minimize privacy risks. And Fourth, we will conduct comparative studies across different governments and their approaches to governing data, privacy, and AI. So this initiative will involve conducting, a deep dive analysis of these laws in Africa and determining whether the approach is taken and whether the same addresses privacy concerns in the continent. The research will result in a provision of recommendations and approaches that can be adopted to address the concerns that we'll outline. And we'll also plan to monitor engagement metrics that are made available by the blog's platform. So how many views, comments, and likes we received based on the post. Also that we can determine whether this information is helpful, interesting, and relevant to the general public. And we plan to tailor some posts towards parents or lawmakers. So a post, for example, on children's privacy and African laws governing this will be written with parents and caretakers in mind so that they're better able to understand how their child is impacted. Next slide, please. So we're still working on a title for our blog post publication, but this is a short introduction of what we'll be posting as on the website. And I wanted to share an example of a blog post topic that we've been brainstorming. So in January 2020, Kenya's High Court blocked an e-government initiative that aimed to collect citizen biometric data. And the High Court made this decision due to a lack of adequate data protection laws, in addition to Kenya's Data Protection Act, which doesn't specifically regulate technologies like facial recognition technology. So in our blog post, we would write about this topic and provide modern day policy recommendations. Next slide, please. So we would love suggestions and any comments that you might have, and thank you for allowing us to present this.
Well, thank you, Christine and Marisha. I'm looking around the room. Yes, I see a hand up. Please introduce yourself and provide your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Katerina, and I'm also one of the participants of this year's Youth Ambassador Program. And I would like to thank you for this amazing initiative. But could you please tell us more, maybe on some sort of example, that in your blog you will identify that some law is not addressing some issues, especially related to the vulnerable groups? What kind of recommendations can you suggest? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katerina, for that question. My name is Christine, and I'm part of the IGF Youth Ambassador. I'm going to answer that question. When it comes to, for example, one of the issues of which was in most of African data protection laws are not gender specific. They generalize. They seem to bring issues with gender to be all of it one. So, for example, for gender, there are issues that are concerned that women have a gender diversified people experience that in online and also when there is applications that are not addressed in. So, for example, in one point of our solution such a scenario would be to advise the next lessons to look into this issue that we are going to raise in that blog post and to make sure or expand their policies to cover these issues concerning gender and not just generalize these issues into one. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Are there any more questions or quick comments in the room? Yeah, one. If you could keep it quick, so we've got to keep on time. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abstra Mersha, and I'm from Ethiopia. I just want to make sure that all the new technologies, all the new emerging technologies such as machine learning, AI, and other algorithms are dependent on the data they are gathering. I just want to ask how you are planning to make sure that the policies we are raising here in Africa don't come against to the development of these technologies.
Okay, who'd like to respond to that?
I will respond, please, Mark. Thank you. So our recommendation it will not be to curb development. We are aware that AI and other emerging technologies are not here to harm us. We're more here to bring development and solve some of the challenges that we are facing as Africa and the globe. So our solutions and our recommendations will be best to ensure that while we embrace these technologies, while we accept them in our continent and the globe at large, that at the same time, developers and companies that bring along these developments and technologies are well aware that data protection is the key issue that should be addressed, and that to ensure that privacy is also understand that when they're developing these technologies, they have it in mind, and like having to conduct and resolve this issue later on when it is already a big concern and a challenge.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. I think I'm going to hand back to Mauricia now for any online comments and questions. Mauricia.
That sounds good. I have asked in the comment section here if there are any questions or comments from the online audience. We have not seen any comments or questions as yet. I would love to congratulate you ladies on a fantastic initiative and just give you the advice of making your blog as colorful and attractive as possible, especially since you know how they say people eat with their eyes, meaning before you even consume a plate of food, what is on the plate and the way it looks is what attracts you to it. So please make sure that either if you need to get an illustrator friend in, make your blog catching to the eye, and also if you can research the meanings behind colors in marketing, it will really assist you also in being intentional with the colors that you use on your blogs, so that you also communicate the message through the coloring that you intend to do through your initiative itself. So that is just another platform to also communicate your intent. All right. On that note, I would like to move on swiftly to our next presenters. And they are, well, actually, it's going to be one of them speaking. His name is Izan, and we've seen him a couple of times earlier in the session. So without further ado, Izan, if you can open your microphone and get ready, I'm about to share your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marisha. I just want to confirm that everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. So thank you, Marisha, and thank you to the Internet Society. And it's really difficult coming after a lot of really interesting presentations. But good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to present what effectively is two initiatives that have been effectively merged because they center around the same theme of internet fragmentation. Internet fragmentation and digital sovereignty has essentially been the cause célèbre of the internet community in the past couple of years, primarily because of the fact that it goes against the very grain of what the internet is meant to be, which is meant to be this open, interoperable network where everyone can sort of manifest their digital freedoms. And so there are two ways that myself, as well as one of my colleagues, Megan, who I believe is also present over here, have decided to tackle this problem. So what I will do is I will present both of the initiatives in sequence and then talk about the synergies that result from both of them. And following on from what Marisha said about feasting with the eyes, my initiative is titled Visualizing the Splinternet, which is meant to be a data visualization project and an open source collaborative research tool for academics, policymakers, researchers, and so on, to be able to showcase the current state of internet fragmentation and digital sovereignty that takes place at a global level, as well as having an underlying database that people can contribute to that shows what the effects of different laws and initiatives are, and also contains a methodology to quantify those effects in terms of how much fragmentary potential they have. The reason I wanted to do this is there are many, many initiatives that are coming out from established institutions. For example, we have the Policy Network on Internet Fragmentation at the IGF, a presentation of which will be held tomorrow, I believe. We have the Internet Society's current consultation, I think that recently ended, on the issue of digital sovereignty. And so I felt that there was a need to have a tool that could allow individuals to not only contribute so that we could have a global view, but also to be able to very quickly understand the impact of these initiatives at a visual level, so looking at things like maps, charts, and so on. We move to the next slide, please. So based on the policy network on internet fragmentation, as well as other initiatives that have come out, I decided to tackle the issue of internet fragmentation in two ways, looking at what I perceive to be the internet layer, which is the technical infrastructure surrounding the internet, and the application layer. And I've decided to do this using 6 different topics for which areas could possibly be fragmented so that we could get more researchers come in for different specialisms so that they can contribute to whether a particular law or rule or new policy proposal for a specific area that they might be an expert in, how much that might contribute to fragmentation. So as you can see, and these are again open for discussion, and I'm very happy to hear your views on this, but these follow along the topics of infrastructure and connectivity. So we're looking at things like shutdowns, we're looking at accessibility, then we're also looking at technical standards and issues. So we're looking at things potentially like new IP or IPv6 or any new potential proposals that might come out of the ITU in terms of trying to regulate the standards behind the internet. And then following on from that, we have the application layer. So we have things like speech and misinformation and what fragmentary potential local laws might have. We have the digital economy. So we have things like the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act that came out from the EU very recently. We have privacy and data protection, which naturally might lead to things like data localization. And we have online harms and safety rules, for example, dealing with child exploitation content. And so in terms of the deliverables, I intend to have a GitHub repository that contains the project data for all of these visualizations that I intend to create, and have a working paper to describe the methodology of how we want to evaluate how fragmentary each of these potential proposals might be, and then a web page that showcases all of these, so you have charts and graphs and so on. Can we move to the next slide, please? So there are challenges and opportunities to this, and I'm not going to be backing away from them. The first thing, and the reason I wanted to present this to the IGF, is because we want to build a motivated and sustainable community to keep this project going, given that sometimes it can be very hard for open source projects to maintain that momentum. And so hopefully we want to be able to introduce this to a bunch of different organizations and initiatives to see if there's any potential for collaboration and for research, given the utility of this tool for policymaking and for advocacy for having a united internet. There are also potential overlaps with other initiatives. So for example, by my understanding, Freedom on the Net has also very, very similar criterion for evaluating fragmentation, but they're much more broadly focused on the state of digital rights overall. Can we move to the next slide? Sorry. And I also want to present Megan's paper. She intends to research the internet fragmentation and digital sovereignty issues in Africa. Could we move to the next slide, please? And I think it's a very important thing that she's doing, where there's a lot of synergy with things that I'm trying to do. And she's going to form, in many respects, the foundation for the research that I'm also going to be doing, and for many other researchers as well, because internet fragmentation and digital sovereignty issues have often been pitted as a Western versus Chinese internet model issue, where you have things like freedom and the desire to have multi-stakeholder models versus more multilateral models and focuses on more control over network flows. And there is a term for all of the countries that haven't really fallen into one of those categories called digital deciders, and most of them happen to be in Africa. And I think this is a very important piece of scholarship that Megan will be contributing to understand how African countries will be understanding the issue of internet fragmentation and digital sovereignty and looking at their multilateral objectives within the broader scope of internet governance. And she intends to use the Internet Society's tools, such as the Internet Way of Networking and Internet Impact Assessments, to identify the impacts of those initiatives. And her deliverable will be a research paper output, but I have no doubt that this will lead to further collaboration between myself and her in the future. And I believe she is also there present in today's meeting. So hopefully there should be a chance for her to address any specific questions related to her initiative as well. And I look forward to all of your questions as well. Thank you so much for the time.
Exquisitely presented, Izan. Thank you so much for that. Without further ado, Mr. Mark Carvel, any questions or comments from the on-site participants?
Okay, Mauricia. Thanks, Izan. That's such a hugely relevant, high-profile issue now. that your initiative is relating to. I'm looking around the room for reactions, questions. Anybody want to raise their hand? Oh, yeah, please, yes, on the left there, thank you.
Thank you once again for giving me the floor. I would like to share my appreciation of this initiative, and I see that it's really comprehensive approach that is based on the like scientific research, but it wants to make it accessible for the bigger audience. And indeed, there is a challenge of overlapping with other initiatives. But at the same time, I would like to point out that if you are focusing on the policy discussions and on the policy making in the area and governmental driven like fragmentation, we also should take into account that sometimes the fragmentation is driven by the private companies, and it's interesting whether you are going to take that into account in some way in this initiative, or you're focusing only on the like digital sovereignty and states. Thank you.
That's a very interesting question. Thank you so much for posing it. Most of the time, in my opinion, the mandated kinds of fragmentation that exist are driven by public sector and governmental and intergovernmental initiatives. So that's something I haven't really taken into account for this project. And also because visualizing it and collecting the data for those kinds of initiatives can be quite difficult, given that they are very subjective and their effects can be felt in very different ways, as opposed to things that can be objectively measurable, like looking at laws and looking at things that are proposed and calculating them and counting them. It is very important to note, and I definitely agree, that the private sector can also be a very big source of internet fragmentation. But from my understanding, the nature of my approach would be looking at it from a top-down perspective rather than something that's bottom-up. It's driven by the initiatives of private sector entities of their own accord, as opposed to something that's mandated on them. I'll leave it to Megan to also answer that question, because I'm not sure whether that's something that she's also introducing in her research paper or not, but I definitely appreciate the question. And if you believe that there is a way for us to include that within the scope of what we're trying to do, then by all means, please reach out to us. And I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Zan and Katrina, for the question. Just as Zan had mentioned, I had not considered the perspective of private companies having an impact on internet fragmentation, but it is something that I will definitely consider in my research output. And in Africa, I think it's an element that needs to be considered, perhaps from Chinese entities which are supporting Africa's digital infrastructure. Perhaps there is definitely an input that I've considered in internet in the discussion of internet fragmentation in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Any more final quick question from the room or comment? I don't see any hands. Okay, Mauricia. Oh, one quick question, sorry, just slipped in there. Okay, please go ahead, introduce yourself and please be short. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Efraim from Ethiopia Information Science and Internet Security, INSA. Mine is about conceptual clarity to capture the essence. What does it mean by that? Internet multilateralism. I think it has some interminglance with social science concepts, and it is the internet governance aspect. So would you brief a little bit about it, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I fully caught the question. Are you talking about multilateralism?
Yes, of course.
Yes, so multilateralism would be intergovernmental objectives where you don't have other stakeholders involved in the decision-making process that has had a top-down approach on the fragmentary potential. I agree that there's a lot of different ways to interpret the issue. and there are different terminologies that are often thrown around. So point of this collaborative leadership exchange was to understand and to gain insights from yourselves to think about how we can more clearly and conceptually define all of these terms. And I think we intend to definitely capture initiatives in international organizations, so things like the ITU and things like the UN more generally, that do have an impact on the fragmentation of the internet and whether they give any credence to nations having more control over internet infrastructure or the user experience of the internet in their regions that might affect the overall openness of the internet. So multilateralism, in our understanding of the term, is focusing on those sorts of initiatives. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Izan. I think that was a very comprehensive and informative response. Thanks. So, Marissa, back to you, I think, for online reactions and questions.
Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate that. I have asked in the comment section if there are any questions or feedback points from the online audience. As till now, I've not received any just yet. But once again, Izan and Megan, fantastic, fantastic work that you have put forward. And to echo what Mr. Mark Carvel earlier shared when you were done presenting, Izan, is the relevance of your initiative in this time. Please, as you have started your collaboration with the Internet Society, I would encourage you to continue to leverage on this resource. It will really help you with the visibility of your initiative and also ensure that it is sustainable in the years to come, because I do foresee it expanding quite a bit. So I would love for you to continue staying on the mark and let it not, I would love to see this being the first research output of many from the two of you. And as your collaboration continues, I do wish you the best and may it flourish, and may more scholars, more people at ground level continue to hear about your work as well. Fantastic, fantastic presentation. Well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marisha. And I appreciate everyone's comments and questions on this. And by all means, this is a collaborative project. So please feel free to reach out to myself as well as to Megan, because the success of this project is very heavily dependent on all of your contributions. So thank you.
Perfectly said. On that wonderful note, I would love to also keep this exchange going. We have one more team presenting before we go on our 5-minute body break. And without further ado, Mr. Ochieng, if you are able to open your mic, we would love to hear your amazing voice. Maybe your audio is just taking a bit of time to load or to come up, but we can see you, but we cannot hear you yet. Not yet.
Marisha, can you hear me?
Yes. Perfect.
I think.
Fantastic.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. As Marisha stated, my name is Ochieng. I'm from Kenya. And our initiative is in collaboration together with a good friend of mine called Cynthia. And I will just first take a moment to pass my regards and appreciation to our mentors, that is Ambrel King and Toko Mia, for wonderful contribution towards our project. So this initiative project is a merger of two initiative projects, one from myself and the other from Cynthia. Basically, my initiative project was which formed the entirety of our project was in proclaiming the promise of the internet, basically, which was assessing various components of the internet, various components of the thematic areas of the internet governance, which was basically on the access to internet and the necessary infrastructure, investment in legal content, inclusive decision making, that is a multi-stakeholder approach, and then putting people at the heart of the agenda, which was looking at the freedom of expression, privacy, and data protection and security, which basically was looking at the various rights that, as we know now, the internet has turned out to be a life, it has turned out to be the heartbeat of the digital economy. And for that, as much as we're talking about accessibility to everyone on the internet, we must ensure that we put people at the heart of the agenda, just as Peter had suggested. Then further, I was looking at the future of the internet. While at Cynthia's project, he was basically looking at the indigenous people's rights to digital inclusivity in digital economies. So we merged the two initiative projects and we came up with one initiative project, which is now enhancing internet governance in Kenya and Africa at large, and of course, the world at large. So basically, we know that the internet has become the heart of the digital economy, and it's not only a tool of communication, but it has become part of our daily lives, lifestyle, a necessity, and a basic human right. So that to ensure open, safe, and free internet accessibility, just like water and electricity, internet not only needs to be protected, but we also need to ensure that we promote the digital divide amongst various communities in our localities. So our project will be based on a research paper that will be looking at assessing various community networks to ensure that we have connectivity and looking at, because we noted that in Kenya mostly, connectivity to the internet is basically among those people who are living at urban areas. So for us, we're focusing our energies towards assessing how and the power of community networks in ensuring that there is internet connectivity to these persons who are marginalized in the country and Africa at large. We'll also be looking at inclusivity, the public participation. We're looking at a multi-stakeholder approach of internet governance. How does various stakeholders play in ensuring that these marginalized communities are able to access internet and be able to voice themselves out and have a digital path, which is also protected by ensuring that, which now brings me to the next purpose of the initiative project, which will be looking at digital rights, digital literacy, in ensuring that we promote content creation and e-commerce for these marginalized persons and communities. And as stated earlier, the project will be focusing people at the center by ensuring that we protect digital rights, freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and also ensuring that there is always security as much as we are pushing for connectivity that is free, safe, and open to everyone. We're also ensuring that your data, as you leave your digital prints online, we ensure that your data is secure and away from any sort of a security breach. In that, our main focus will be assessing some of the community networks in Kenya and think tanks in the country, such as Kiktanet, Tunapendanet, and Aherinet. The next slide, please, Mauricia. Finally, as stated, the initiative project is about starting the conversation in ensuring that we proclaim that very promise that the internet has given us, the promise of connectivity to everyone, connection that is open, safe, and that calls for inclusivity to everyone, not only those who are in urban areas, but everyone, no matter the place that you are. So in that, the initiative project will be based on a research paper that will be looking at those various thematic areas, and in the end, we shall be reporting the research paper, or rather publishing the research paper in a way that will now have a conversation that will be discussed in a symposium that will be held later on after the research has come to life. And the symposium will now be bringing all those thematic areas into life and having a conversation, having a discussion, that will ensure that we keep on promoting the internet, governing the internet for a safer and clear space for everyone. And with that, I yield the remaining time and call for any questions, any comments, and suggestions from the members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ochieng. That was very well presented. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Markavel. Any on-site questions or comments?
Thank you, Marisha. Thank you, Ochieng. That was a very interesting presentation. I'm looking around the room for any raised hands, questions, comments, feedback. No? I think they're all anxious to go for the break, actually, but okay. All right, Marisha, I don't see any raised hands here. Online, maybe?
Online, we do not have any questions yet, but we do have quite a few comments in the comment section. Lots of congratulations coming through for the amazing presentations, for you, Ochieng, for the teams that have gone before you as well. Then, yes, Fred also said, great presentations so far from all of your ambassadors. Actually, he's also a former ambassador himself. Again, some more from Omar as well. Great presentations to you all. So lots of congratulatory wishes and sentiments coming from the online audience, that is for sure. I just have one quick question for you, Ochieng. You mentioned that, I know that you will have a research output, right? But you mentioned that you would be advocating for sharing of digital literacy content. And I would imagine that when you do encourage this, that there will be content creators approaching you and Cynthia to share their content. And do you have a contingency plan around this? Have you maybe established any collaborations? What is your plan for those types of feedbacks that could come your way?
As I said, we'll be basically assessing some sort of think tanks in the country and community networks in the country. And so in terms of contingency and where to get the content, these community networks and think tanks that really, let me talk about KITANET, which is Kenya ICT Network, network, which is through this think tank, KITANET, I was able now to start my journey for the Internet Governance Ambassador, which eventually led me to here. So I think through assessing such think tanks and community networks, that is where we'll be able to be getting this content, because the community networks work with people on the ground, and so for us it will be a platform to pursue the same.
I hear your feedback. I acknowledge it. Thank you so much for giving me your answer. But I was also wondering for your lay content creators, not your official, because I know KITANET is an official body, but I'm thinking of your content creator on the street. If they come to you and they say, well, I've created some content on digital literacy and I'm looking for visibility on this, and I see that you are advocating and encouraging for the creation of my content, can you connect me? Do you have a system in place to assist these kind of voices coming to you from your community?
For now, we do not have. Maybe the same can just come out through the research paper, and as a way, maybe also through during the symposium, we're able to voice those those content, and yeah.
Okay, that is great. Thank you. No, that does answer my question. Don't worry. I'm not here to grill you. But thank you so much for your response. And on that note, I will not keep anyone in the room or on site any longer. Thank you so much, Mr. Ochieng, for your presentation. We are ready for that much needed body break. Mr. Tracy Hackshall is saying in the comments, though, that I just want to bring some attention to, that this was very thoughtful. and well researched. This is to everyone who have presented thus far. And he would just like to also share his sentiments of congratulations to each and every one of you have presented. And I'm sure the presentations to come will not disappoint because we know that we have quality in the room. Without further ado, please feel free to take your body break. We will be taking a break for the next 5 minutes. Stretch your legs, get yourself refreshed. I would like to give you the time, but since we are all in different time zones, I'll just say please calculate 5 minutes from now and kindly be back in the room. See you in 5.
Yeah, so those in the room, that means what, 23 minutes to 4, I reckon. Thank you.
So everyone, you should be ready to get back in if started soon. For those on site, Mr. Mark, are we ready to kick off the second half? Please give me an indication.
There's a lot of empty seats here. I'll see if I can grab people from just outside the door if they're chatting. Okay.
Oh, you're still muted. So sorry. We can't hear you.
Okay. Okay. Well, I will have the echoing.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there are a lot of empty seats here, particularly on one side. Actually, I don't know where they are. Maybe they're outside. I'll just quickly shout, "We're starting again," okay, and come back in. All right.
Sounds good.
Oh, Marissa, I'm back. I've broadcast the message. Hopefully it'll attract people back into the room. A few people are coming back in. So I think, yeah, you could probably start in the next minute or so, actually. But they got the message, we're starting, okay?
Got it. Thank you so much. As we gear up to get started, I just want to check with Arvik. Is everything all right? Is your mic working? Hello, hello. Let's test your mic.
Do you hear me?
are
Hello?
currently muted.
Is it okay? Do you hear me?
I can hear you now. Let me just see if it's your volume or mine. Do you mind speaking one more time?
Hello.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. No, it
Great.
was my
Thank you.
volume. Fantastic. Okay, I'm getting your presentation ready, and as soon as you see the screen pop up, you can get started, really. And then as Mr. Mark is busy getting everybody back in the room, everyone can also just relax back in, but in the spirit of keeping time, we're going to move along swiftly and involve everyone as they come. All right, Aravik, we wish you all the best for your presentation. I will share my screen shortly. I hope you can see my screen. I'm about to present. All right, can I have an indication if my screen is showing? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, perfect. In that case, the floor is yours, Arvik. All the best. Enjoy.
Oh, thank you very much. So, dear Internet Society team, dear IGF participant. First of all, I would like to welcome you and thank you for the opportunity to present my project. Sorry for my voice, I have some problems, I will try to do my best. So let me introduce briefly myself. I am Arevik Martirosyan, a researcher at the Diplomatic Academy of the Russian Foreign Ministry, head of the Youth Educational and Scientific Project International Information Security School, and this will answer the question of why I had this particular idea. So, dear Marisha, can you please, the next slide, please. Okay. Thank you. So my idea is to conduct a scientific study on Internet and sustainable development goals, publishing the results and present them during an online roundtable on the topic ICT and the concept of sustainability. So I want to do some research on how Internet can positively influence achievement of each CDG through a review of specific practices. The project have two main purposes, and I think that it's no, yes, it's okay, this slide. So the project have two main purposes. The first one is to contribute to the study of the relations between the Internet and sustainable development goals by first providing that Internet can positively influence achievement of each CDG. Secondly, to demonstrate practical experience of the positive impact of the Internet on achievement of the CDGs. So the second purpose is to develop a scientific discourse on the topic. And the next slide, please. Okay, speaking about the objectives, they are the next. Explore the interaction between the Internet and CDGs, find patterns of the influence of the Internet on the achievement of the CDGs, identify the positive impact of the Internet on the achievement of CDGs, conduct an analysis of significant initiatives in this area, and to put forward general recommendation based on this research. So what I want to see as outputs in the framework of the purpose number 1, I would like to explore how the Internet can positively impact the achievement of each sustainable development goals, and I also see an opportunity to achieve the following results on the second purpose: to draw attention to the topic, to stimulate discussion during the online roundtable on the topic ICT and concept of sustainability, to make a publication of an online collection of roundtable speeches or main points of discussion, and finally expand the research base and scientific discourse. So that's briefly the presentation of my project, and I would like to end with the words of gratitude and assure that as EGF ambassador and the project manager of the Sustainable Development Solution Network Youth Russia, I believe in the slogan to create a sustainable world for future generation, and I would like to contribute to the achievement of sustainable development goals through science. So thank you very much for attention, and I'm open for your questions.
Very well said. Thank you, Arevik, for a fantastic presentation. Without further ado, are there any comments? Are there any feedback points on site? Over to you, Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Marisha, and thank you very much, Aravik. That's yet another highly relevant piece of work, research work. As the time ticks away now on the 2030 agenda, and it's so relevant, of course, to the Global Digital Compact objectives as well. So, any points, questions, feedback from people in the room? I'm looking around the room to people like Tracy. Highly relevant for you, I would have thought. Any comment? No? No, I don't see anybody raising their hand at the moment, Mauricia. So back to you. for online reactions.
Thank you so much. Hopefully, there will be some sparks of ideas as the session continues on. I do have a few congratulatory sentiments coming through on my comment section. And one of your fellow ambassadors, Shivam, also said a comment. Let me just go down. Let me see. It's actually Jim. He says, congratulations for your presentation. What are your expectations at the end of this project? And how do you plan to use the results?
So thank you very much for the question. So as I mentioned, I think that it will be a great opportunity to involve the young generation to do some research on the issue of sustainable development and internet, and as a result we can publish an online collection of scientific articles on the issue and then present them during the round table that can be international, of course, and in a hybrid format. And so by this we can develop scientific discourse on the issue and to draw attention to it. I think something like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Arvik, for sharing. And I hope that answered your question, Jim. Mr. Fred Azore, please feel free. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So I just want to add up something little to what has been said, because I think this is very good an initiative. And the fact that the clock is ticking and the world is struggling as to how to be able to achieve the sustainable development goals. And now all of us are aware that the internet has actually become very essential and cannot be taken out of the equations. And so as we are looking at sustainable development goals, I think as you are looking at this from a research point of view, you would also be looking at people who actually implement these kind of sustainable development goals in terms of their education, in terms of poverty reduction, through other like implementation options that they do, so that you are able to like blend the internet aspect of it to this these initiatives that those organizations are already involved in. So your research would be able to impact society very well. If not, I'm afraid this might turn into a white paper, which is very good though, but in terms of implementation, if you do not get stakeholders or organizations to partner to work together with, it might become very difficult for you to achieve it in real life. And so I would be very excited to see that this initiative actually comes to life, not just in paper, because in paper, we actually hide a lot of knowledge, but people don't see them because people don't look at them to read. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. I will take it into account, and to make you sure, I will send invitation to all ambassadors to join my project. Thank you very much.
Fantastic contribution there, Aravik. It actually answered my question. As you all know, as soon as you graduate from the IGF Youth Ambassadors Program of the Internet Society, you would become part of, or have the opportunity to become part of, the alumni network that we have here at the Internet Society. And so you would have access to all of the previous fellows that have graduated from programs before you. And I would encourage collaboration, especially because of the relevance globally when it comes to your project, Arvik, that once you join the alumni network, that you would reach out to your fellow alums and that you would leverage on their connections, on their networks in order to increase the visibility of your work. and also perhaps enhance the impact thereof. So just a bit of an encouragement from my side. Are there any comments or questions with regards to Aravic's initiative still in the room or on site? If
Mauricio,
not, we do have a yes, we do have a feedback point or question from Mr. Mark Carval with regards to the SIDS initiative mentioned earlier. Theo Rose, Shivam, Jim, I believe that would be you. So, Mr. Mark, over to you for your question.
yes, thank you very much, Mauricio, and thank you, Aravik. My question is really generally if there was any particular focus amongst the roster of SDG issues on small island developing states, whether which face particular challenges, of course, because of the size of their communities, remoteness geographically, and so on. Have you looked at those particular issues as part of your initiative, or are you planning to do so in the future? Thank you.
So thank you very much for your comment. So what you can see is just maybe a draft project, and I think that your idea it's great, and I will think about it, of course, and I will try to do it inclusive and comprehensive project.
Perfectly said. Thank you so much, Aravik. Again, bringing me back to the point of collaboration will be key for you here. You have a very big initiative on your hands, but with many more, you can definitely increase the impact of your work. And so don't hold back from reaching out to as many networks as possible to support you in this initiative and to make it the best possible version of what can come out of your work. And I wish you all of the best. Moving on to our next presentation, we do have a group of lovely young ambassadors that would love to share, but it would only be one of their team members that will be speaking today. I'm sure the others would engage more once it comes to the exchange part of our discussion today. Without further ado, Mr. Lennon, can I have you open your mic so that I can hear your lovely voice?
Hello, Mauricia, can you hear me?
Fantastic. Okay, without further ado, I am going to now share my screen and share your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Greetings, everybody. My name is Lennon, and I'm in the group with Madi, Omar, Paul, and Selby. Our group is represented from Ghana, Gambia, Kenya, and Rwanda. And our project has the tagline, the Next Gen Project, which means the Next Generation Project. But the formal title of our project is Education of Secondary and Tertiary Students on Internet Governance and Related Concepts, and Intra-African Collaboration. So in this presentation, I'll be taking you through why there's need for our project, what our objectives are in pursuing this project, and how we intend to execute the project. And so on why there's need for our project. Mauricia, can you move to the next slide? Thank you. So on why there's need for our project, we have two principal reasons. Our first reason is that our group observed as young Africans that the youth in our countries are getting exposed to internet governance way later than their contemporaries in other countries. And to practically demonstrate this, out of the 5 of us, 4 of us heard of internet governance and what it is for the first time after our tertiary education. In the course of being part of the Internet Society's Youth Ambassador Fellowship, we have met mentors from other countries that are currently in tertiary, but have been in the ecosystem for about 3 to 4 years, which means that they've had the opportunity to build their capacity in the internet governance space way much more longer, even though they are relatively younger. And so we decided that to bridge this gap, there was need to focus and target senior high school and tertiary students with internet governance education in order to get them and introduce them into the ecosystem. Our second reason for pursuing this project is that the internet has become ubiquitous among the younger generation. Many people use it, and yet there's a conspicuous absence of
internet education or digital education from our academic curricula. And it was interesting to find out at the Youth Summit this morning that it was not just within our African countries that this problem persists, because the representative from the Asia Pacific region was actually advocating for digital literacy to be included as early as primary school, because people get to know about digital literacy way too late. And so for these two reasons, we decided that our project is going to target senior high school and tertiary students to introduce them to internet governance and also educate them on digital rights related to the use of the internet and the risk that are associated and how to safely use the internet. Mauricia, the next slide, please. So then, what are our objectives in pursuing this project? Our first objective is to introduce tertiary and secondary students to internet governance and concepts such as multi-stakeholderism to encourage, first of all, their early involvement in youth clubs and also educate them on the opportunities available for them to grow within the ecosystem so that they can build their capacity for a longer term and contribute more to the space, as opposed to now where they come in later and soon they have to transition into the adult realm. Our second objective is also to create awareness over the risk associated with internet use, particularly relating to privacy implications, and also help our younger siblings in tertiary and secondary schools to practice safe use of the internet and also know their rights associated with the use of these internet platforms. But more importantly and significantly, and in consistency with the Internet Society's mission, we hope to also raise advocates among these young persons in secondary and tertiary institutions. Just as we got to know about internet governance and the ecosystem through friends who are already in the system, we believe that if we introduce these secondary and tertiary students to these concepts early enough, they can also within their circles educate and advocate and spread the knowledge that they have gained to their friends. Then together we can raise a generation that is more conscious and aware of internet governance and safe use. That brings me to my final point of how are we going to execute this project. For purposes of execution, we are doing two things. First of all, one is going to be online and the second is going to be offline. Our online seeks to host a webinar in partnership with known internet governance entities, particularly ISOC, ICANN, Access Now, RiseCon, and then the youth governance, so that these entities can educate and introduce their work to the secondary and tertiary students who will be participating from across these 4 countries. Now we are partnering with these entities so that they can also introduce them to the volunteering opportunities available for them to participate and grow under the various organizations within the internet governance ecosystem. Partnership with these entities is also to leverage the reach that these entities currently have in engaging younger people within the ecosystem, so that it is not just young students from these 4 African countries participating on the online webinar, but also it would be open to the public so that already users of these platforms who already know the organizations for the work that they do can also have the benefit of what we will be putting up there. But our offline project is intended to be carried out in the respective countries of the 4 jurisdictions involved, that is Ghana, Rwanda, Gambia, and Kenya. We hope in terms of the physical and the offline project to make it an ISOC-driven project. So we intend to partner with the Internet Society local chapters, and also importantly, the School of Governance, Internet Governance in our various jurisdictions. It is our belief that if we are able to execute the physical project in partnership with ISOC, it protects the longevity of the project because it can become an annual project driven by the local Internet Society chapter, since every year we have new students come into our various institutions. And so every year we would have a new set of young people to educate and introduce to our internet governance. But what is also good is that each of us within the group have experience with youth groups in our various countries. And so we intend to leverage on that experience and the youth organizations that we've already worked with in our countries to make this dream a reality. Ultimately, we believe that since the young people, particularly secondary and tertiary students, are recognized as the next internet experts and leaders, picking their interest early would make it good for them to participate in governance. But even if they don't participate in the formal internet governance space, if we get them the knowledge that they need, they can, even as users, still make choices that would contribute to an ethical and resilient and safe internet. We hope that maybe next year at the IGF, we will see some of our participants from these workshops participate in the IGF as testimony of the growth that taking education to young persons can do in terms of bringing them into the ecosystem. We are glad to seek any support, partnerships, directions, and contributions, and are open for further engagement to make this project a reality. Thank you very much.
And thank you for a fantastic presentation. Well done. Are there any comments on site? Any questions on site, Mr. Mark?
Thank you, Mauricia, and thank you, Lenin, for a very clear set of objectives and deliverables, getting the next generation of people into the world of internet governance and understanding some of the key issues, and then, as you say, becoming part of those debates at future IGF events and elsewhere. I see, yes, a hand raised on the left. First of all, Tracy Hackshaw, if you'd like to go ahead, just quickly remind us of your credentials, and then let's hear your question. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tracy Hackshaw. I actually was responsible for some of this cohort's preparation for this IGF, so I think I'll stop there. Yes, it's a very good presentation. Thank you. I just want to suggest a couple potential partners. There's work being done by a group called the APWG, the Anti-Phishing Working Group, under Stop Think Connect, and they have a series of materials that have been published that have already been validated and utilized in multiple languages, Stop Think Connect, that tend to be useful for younger people as well as for general users. Because one of the things you tend to find is that with this kind of work, you may think if you are doing it that it's coming from a position of knowledge, but what we have found in doing this sort of sensitization is that many younger people don't have the ability to absorb the nuances of these issues. So while you may be, just saying, protect yourself and do these things, etc., the messaging needs to be done in a certain way, and there are groups that have figured this out. So there are child safety protection groups, there are Stop Think Connect, even the ITU has done some work. So I think before you go out and do this project, you may want to reach out to those groups as well, of course it's ISOC, just to get the messaging right, so that you don't have a situation where you think you're doing the right thing, but the message goes above their heads or goes awry. So I think I want to make that suggestion. I've seen some of those projects happen, and people come and they sit and they listen, and then they continue doing the same things because you haven't really gotten the message across. So just be aware of that, and reach out to the groups who are doing this, who have done this, because they have just crafted that message in a certain way to probably make it a little more able to be absorbed by younger people. Thanks.
Lenin, did you want to?
Suggestions. We've noted the groups you mentioned, so we would reach out to them and get it right. Thank you.
I think I saw another hand on this side. Yeah, Rosie, thank you.
Great, thank you. And so I have a question and a contribution as well. So I'm just going to start with the contributions. As Tracy has said, I heard you mention ISOC, Access Now, and the rest. We are doing an educational training, I've not seen you mention any institution, educational institution, and I think that you should focus on that because, again, most of the times, really, the non-technical community is left behind in terms of training. I'm speaking to that because I'm from the non-technical community, and I feel like anytime there's such training, you're focusing on institutions that already teach technical courses, leaving non-technical people. For example, I would also want you to extend your training to media institutions. We are also important. We want to be inculcated into the training and to the ecosystem. So do that. Then again, I'm glad that you mentioned Ghana as well because from ISOC Ghana chapter, we are currently running ISOC Next Gen, which is similar to the program we are doing. We did it last year. This year, next year, we are going to hope to do that as well. So you should reach out to us. AB is part, so you could follow up onto that so that we pick it up from there. Now to my question shortly. I would want to find out what is the long-term goal of this. As Tracy said, right, the project happens, but after next year, do you have plan of keeping it there in terms of having the training in those institutions? Do you want to form a club? What exactly are you going to do so that it's not just one-time education or webinar, whatever, but that it's a continuous thing for other people to follow up to, if that is clear for you?
All right, Theros, I'm going to answer this. My name is Sobi Abraham. I'm part of this team. We mainly focus on internet governance training on this, and I'll answer the question basically from one to other. Aside partner, these agencies like Access Now, who run RightCon program, Internet Society Foundation, who also bring program for, IGF, basically from the local level to the global level, ICANN and other stuff. We also reach out to the School on Internet Governance because they run a full section on training on internet governance. We are also trying to partner the universities and the high schools because they are the main focus. Why are we doing that? The people from the universities are coming out of school. When they come out of the school, they join the working force within our ecosystem. They need to understand the best practices of internet governance, where they can preach out in their various employed institutions. So we are targeting that. And we wanted to also make it a program that we may run every year for similar schools because we're trying to focus on the school section of their annual programs. Some do SLC week, so we use an SLC week session to train people on that with the partner agencies. When we are done, we have various internet governance clubs. We will move the students to that. We also want to do this to achieve a mentorship for people who are already in the ecosystem so that we can connect to them. Basically, what I am doing is that since I've been into IGF, I've picked 10 to 20 people that I am training for the past 6 months. I share them ISOC links to register. I share them IGF's link to, so this IGF, they are not here, but they are joining remotely to learn overview of it. Some also join ICANN meetings to learn. And I also said that there are some courses online that Internet Society is running, ICANN is running for free, they can learn that. Now these people, some of them are universities, they also extend to their friends and other stuff. We want to close the gap that youth understand the technical aspect and the ecosystem structure. We want to involve the media too as well because they also go out loud on that. Last Friday, I was on the media, on the TV station to talk about internet governance and what is happening even in Addis Ababa. These are the ways that we engage the media personalities also as well. Now, in terms of the team, lowering down to the basic high school level, we must also let them understand what is going on the internet because basically people also don't know what internet is really about. So basically we try to assess that. If I have answered your question, if there is any other question left, I can also answer that. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Marcia, I don't see any more hands in the room, so back to you for online reactions.
In that case, thank you so much. And thank you for the fantastic contributions from the on-site participants. I would encourage our team of stars to please take into account everything that has been shared with you. You are working with a critical group of people, being our secondary and tertiary institution learners and students. So we have to make that distinction. It's very important because students do not want to be referred to as learners. I do have a comment from Ariel. He says, wonderful presentation on a key issue such as digital literacy. My question, that can be for a next step of the initiative. Do you plan to engage in person with young?
Thank you very much, Mauricia. I think that is the offline phase of the project we are executing. The offline phase hopes to bring these students in person with the experts and our partners of education. So yes, it is not just the online hosting where we just talk to them, but then we are hoping to interface with them physically through the offline phase, which will be organized in the various jurisdictions that the members of these groups are, which for starters is Ghana, Rwanda, the Gambia, and Kenya.
And he also specifically asked regarding teachers as well and partners.
So what happens when it comes to the engagement is that even though the target are the students, mostly to be able to get access to the students, most of the educational institutions would have to go through the teachers or the institutions. So the teachers' presence there perhaps may be a learning for their own benefit, but they would be the shepherds of the students. But ultimately, it is the students themselves who are focused at reaching out to them.
I hope that answers your question, Ariel, because he was really wanting to kind of drive in also that the teachers and the schools would be fantastic partners for you in your initiative. So definitely be aware of that. I had some questions as well, but for the sake of time, we will move on to the next presentation. And should time allow us at the end, we would then be able to share those. But I did share a link as well to our Google document in the chat, and I will reshare it again for anyone who you get an idea spark or you want to ask any of our ambassadors a question. You would then be able to click on the link for the Google document and post your question or comment so that we can also make sure that that gets through to our ambassadors. Without further ado, we have, Ariel is not presenting today. He did last time. So his counterpart, Mr. JC, will be the one speaking on behalf of his team. I just want to make sure, because JC should be on site in the room. Can you please speak on your microphone? Let's hear if you are audible.
Yes, I can hear you, Marisha. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you perfectly. Okay, this is fantastic. This is fantastic. Okay. I'm going to go to your presentation now and then make your slides available to the audience as well. Let me share my screen. Right, over to you.
All right. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon from wherever you are. My name is Jason Nathan Kalange, and I'm an IGF Youth Ambassador 2022. And together I have a collaboration initiative with my colleague Ariel. And our initiative focuses on building end users' capacity and awareness on encryption. And it's based on research and public campaigns in Africa and Latin America. Next slides, please. Yes, so we focus on the use of technology of a particular significance, which is mainly cryptography in the field of ICT. And we also realize that encryption supports more of free expression, anonymity, access to information, and private communication, as well as privacy. So in this context, we take a scenario from the growing concerns about mass surveillance online. And we look at end-to-end encryption as one of the key steps for protection. As we realize, many organizations and companies have teamed up to promote encryption, and we have this evidenced from the Global Encryption Coalition and ISOC's encryption team, among others. So still, in the line of encryption, we do realize that end users do not necessarily know much and understand what end-to-end encryption implies for them, and even the applications and different tools they can use to apply this. So our initiative's main goal for CASA is on building the capacity of individuals and entities on encryption so that individual end users and institutions can understand and decide on how to use online tools, and that they can be able to consider to ensure that proper privacy and protection as well as transparency is applied. Next slide, please. Yes, so our initiative objectives and deliverables are based on creating public awareness that will encourage institutions to implement a culture of encrypting data in communication. We do realize with a case study, for example, in Uganda, where I come from, a couple of different institutions, especially in government and the private sector, actually do use encryption. However, there is no regulatory framework that actually governs encryption policy and laws in Uganda. So this is something that we, for example, intend to see that we ignite within the National Information Security Policy and Framework, which is also combined within the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which is still a draft and not implemented, because these are some of the issues that are actually missing out in this strategy based on encryption. We also intend to build the capacity for institutions or the general public on encryption. We do realize that still institutions and the public does hear and know a little bit about encryption, but they do not really know how do we apply this in our day-to-day lives. How do we apply this within the communication and data communication channels that we do use on a daily basis. The other is to offer information on the encryption systems available in each country. We do realize that in Africa, for example, I think it's about less than 15 countries in Africa that actually do have encryption policies. And if we cite out, for example, Tanzania, Senegal, Tunisia, just a couple of the few countries we can cite out. So a couple of different countries in Africa do realize that we do not have information when it comes to this particular area. We only have a wide coverage on different policies that only address a wider scope on cybersecurity. So we also intend to create a database on available encrypted tools in different countries to be displayed as a map. My colleague Ariel will actually give more highlights on this particular objective. Then we also intend to develop guidelines for end users and institutions on how to implement encryption. A couple of different institutions, for example, in government and the private sector, do have policies within the organizations. However, most of these guidelines are never implemented, or they do not have better frameworks of how to implement them within their respective institutions. We also intend to organize a public sensitization campaign on encryption through social media campaigns and traditional media, and this is focusing mainly on digital security and cyber rights specifically. Next slide, please. Yes, so our study is based on a background from ISOC's action plan of 2022. And then we also look at different stakeholders like the Global Encryption Coalition, also global events handled by the Global Encryption Coalition, which is the Global Encryption Day. We look at measuring the internet. We look at something coming from the Internet Society PALS, and also on extending encryption. There are a couple of different resources that are definitely available for reference on this particular subject that we're talking about, and we will be very grateful to have inputs from you, questions, and any kind of collaborative interest that you might want to share with us. Thank you so much, and my colleague Ariel will be able to respond to a few questions, and I'll chip in as well. Thank you.
Perfectly said. And yes, I'm glad to hear that Ariel will also be chipping in where possible. Lovely to always hear your thoughts. But before we get to that point, Mr. Mark Carvel, are there any comments or feedback points on site?
Thank you, Mauricia. I'm looking for hands being raised around the room. I don't see any. I mean, I just have a comment that this is, from my previous government background, a very important issue, of course, encryption. And I'm sure your initiative is probably scrutinizing the position of governments and law enforcement agencies and so on. It's to help advance the discussion and considerations of the pros and cons of defending encryption from the perspective of governments and law enforcement. But did you want to say a little bit on that? Or?
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Yeah, it's actually exactly what you're trying to imply. So we look at doing more of checks and balances to scrutinize encryption systems, especially within government, because we do realize that from a human rights background, we always have some input mostly targeted within defending the rights of human rights defenders and actors, but also while creating in a secure space for freedom of expression, but respectful.
Thanks. Okay. I don't see any hands being raised. So, Mauricia, back to you, I think.
Thank you so much. Same here. No comments or questions being raised on our comment section of the chat here. But I do, there's actually one from Izan. He says, just came in. He says, I echo Mark's comments. Governments have taken initiatives to reduce the scope of encryption, given other aims such as child protection. What approach would be taken to address their concern? So Ariel, Jesse.
Right. Okay. Well, as mentioned by Jesse, the initiative covers like two types of main goals. For one side, it's a public awareness campaign, and on the other side, it's a database that basically triggers users to understand the options they have to, let's say, ensure that the apps they use offer encryption. So in the second part, it's up to the individuals to choose the option. It's more about having the knowledge regarding the tools. Regarding the first one, the public awareness campaign, we would cover those debates in the material, of course, but again, it's more about what encryption means and the debates around it. So it's not that concern about the policy debates in the sense of what measures the government should take. Is more about ensuring that the wider audience have knowledge about what encryption means, what are the debates underpinning the use of encryption, and that end user can decide whether they want or not use apps, communication apps that offer encryption.
He says it addresses his concern. Thank you so very much for that. Any
Mauricia,
other questions? Yes.
May I, following Alejandra's first comment, we would like to start the conversation with all the attendants. And for instance, as mentioned, we would like to create a database to be mapped so end user can understand the options of encryption in their own countries. The idea is that an end user enter the website and understand in his or her country what are the options and the features of all the communication tools available there. So some of the variables we consider are the country of origin of each communication tool, the type of tool, let's say messaging app, emailing, etc., if it presents regular transparency and impact reports, and if the company had any data leaks in the previous months. So can you think about other relevant variables you would love us to include in such a database?
Fantastic question posed there to our on-site and our online participants. I will give our on-site participants the opportunity to answer our team first. Mr. Mark, are there anyone in the room ready to respond to Ariel's question on what they would like included in the database he has just explained?
I'm looking around the room, Mauricia. Does anybody want to have a go at an initial comment about the database? No, nobody in the room, Mauricia.
Duly noted. Possibly people still need an opportunity to soak it in and be able to see the possible database or what you have already created in terms of categories, so that they would then be able to contribute more comprehensively on what can be added. We will make all the presentations available. I will just find out from the IGF Secretariat which platform we need to share that on. Mr. Izan, you have a contribution to make.
Sure. I just wanted to speak on, Ariel's comment. I think one of the things that definitely needs to be included is the usability of these tools as well. Because quite a lot of times when you're making use of tools that leverage encryption or privacy standards, they involve more than the usual amount of technical capability in order to actually fully make use of them. So you want to think of tools that outside the box are already privacy protecting and make use of encryption, versus those tools that require a bit more working on your end to try to make them effective, I guess. So I think that's something that needs to be reflected on the database to see whether the usability and user friendliness of these tools is something that can also be accounted for, and other people's experiences of what the key points might be to take into account before you decide to use such a tool. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, make totally sense. Thanks, Aisan.
Perfect. Are there any other feedback points for our group from our comments in the section in the online audience? Going once, going twice. Any ideas on what you feel would be important for your region or country that should be taken into consideration when it comes to the database that the team so wonderfully explained to us today? All right, none for now, but I'm sure there will be more coming as everyone has a chance to view your work. And Ariel has also just shared his email address as well as JC's email address. So if you would like to speak directly with them, and I would encourage all of our ambassadors to share their contact details as well. Anyone in the room, on site, online, if you would like to directly speak to our ambassadors about their initiatives, support them, we would really encourage this. And so please feel free to reach out to them. Fantastic. We will move swiftly along so that at the end, if there are any, if there's any allotment of time left, we can take comments and feedback for the overall presentations, anything that might have popped up after people spoke and then their time for engagement had passed. So we might have another opportunity, so stay tuned indeed. Without taking any further time on my end, I want to check if Vincent Okonkwo, are you in the room? Can you open your mic? I'd love to hear your voice.
Hi, Marisha. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Fantastic. I'm going to share my screen and allow you to take the floor.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, evening. My name is Vincent Tonkwo. I'm one of the youth ambassadors for 2022. I'll be presenting on behalf of my group, our initiative, which is titled A Toolkit for Youth Participation in Global Internet Governance. I'll quickly run through it. I'll be speaking for about 2 minutes. Bohan, who is a member of the team, will be speaking for about 2 minutes, and then would have about a minute thereabout for Saba to also introduce some new perspectives. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of what we're hoping to achieve with the initiative, the idea behind the initiative essentially is we understand that there are a lot of young persons who should be participating in internet governance conversations that are not participating. We understand that youth heavily depend on the internet to create economic value, to learn life skills, to build communities. And increasingly, they're becoming a larger and larger part of internet users. So they have to be involved in those conversations that not only affect them, but to some extent might affect the direction of their lives going into the future. I mean, there's no gainsaying that there's a lot of, shortage in terms of youth participation in internet governance and general global digital policy conversations. This is partly due to lack of awareness, the formal requirements for involvement in youth-driven internet governance conversations, differences in opportunities available across regions, language barriers, and things of the sort. Next slide, please. So following that, we're looking at putting together a toolkit which aligns with the Internet Society's activities for shaping the future of the internet and empowering people to take action as part of the Internet Society Action Plan. So my colleague Bohan would give a little bit of information on what the toolkit would cover and the test cases that we've currently identified for use of the toolkit.
Okay, can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah, so when we talk about the toolkits, there are two purposes for doing this. The first one is to map existing opportunities, and the second is suggest a new format for attracting the youth to get into the field. So when we're thinking about these kinds of toolkits, the first of all is easy to use. So if the young participants in the internet governance look through our toolkits, he or she will find an easier way to get involved with the whole research and the whole platform. Not only for the national level, but also for the global level and the other opportunities for there to develop their skills. And the second one, we try to suggest a new format, which is called the model IGF, because not so many students and young people, they got the opportunity to get involved with the regional IGF or the international IGF, such a high level kinds of events. So maybe in some schools, they can do their own model IGFs. So that's why we have two parts. And the first part is the handbook, and the second part is a concept paper for the model IGF. And the youth participation toolkits will be a multilingual version of the toolkits. It will be translated into English, into Mandarin, and Swahili, French, and Spanish, because we are very, how can I say, we have so many people in this group. And can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah. Yeah, the next slide, please. Yeah. And this is the whole structure of the, the previous one. Yeah, yeah. And this is the whole structure of the toolkit. So we can see the participants book is the first one, and it will identifying the existing parts from the international level, from the regional level, from the academy area, and then from other area that can be referred to this. And it also talks about the contents have already been talked about, and maybe some skills the participants they need to required for them before they attend these kind of activities. And the second part is the concept paper for the model IGF. And we also involve with the youth voices, because there are lots of pioneers of the young people who get involved into the internet governance. So we try to make an interview with them to see what's their idea about how to get engaged and what is the current problem, and how can we make better in the future. And so according these three parts, we're going to put it together and try to make a use IGF guidebook for the Ethiopian use IGF. And we will welcome the pioneer and what we can call the founder of the Ethiopian use IGF, Saba, also one of a member of our group, to give a very brief introduction for the Ethiopia use IGF. Saba, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Bohan. My name is Saba. I'm one of the 2022 ambassadors, and I'm going to present a little bit about the Ethiopian use IGF. So, regarding different forms of use engagements in the IGF process, the IGF Secretariat has recognized around 34 use IGF initiatives across the world, and only 6 of them are from the Africa region. So these initiatives mainly encourage and involve young people in a substantive discussions on internet governance. However, in my country, Ethiopia, there is no such initiatives that aims to engage the youth in internet governance discussions. So we believe that young people by themselves can bring a unique set of skills, experiences, and ideas to the table regarding IG discussions, if the platform is present. That's why it's very important to have this toolkit in order to establish the Ethiopian Youth IGF initiatives that engage, encourage, and empower the youth to inform technological developments and public policy discussions. So the Ethiopian Youth IGF aims to raise awareness about internet governance and provides a platform to voice their opinions, amplify them, and contribute to technical and public policy discussions. So this initiative aims at building a new leaders of internet who are motivated to learn, engage, and take actions to strengthen the internet governance policy ecosystem within Ethiopia and beyond. So the toolkits for youth participation in global internet governance will help in guiding the setting up of the IGF initiative in Ethiopia. So the Ethiopian Youth IGF initiatives will serve as a test case for the toolkit, and lessons from this initiative will be used in fine-tuning that toolkit. Thank you so much. We are very open for further partnerships and discussions. If you have any questions, suggestions, you are very welcome.
Fantastic. Without wasting any time, Mr. Mark Carvel, any feedback from the on-site participants?
Okay, Mauricia, that was a very wide-ranging, very interesting presentation. I'm looking around the room for any reactions. I see one on the right there. Please go ahead. Remind us of your credentials and so on. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Ebsra Morsha, and I'm from Ethiopia. I just want to ask my colleagues how can we access this toolkit as a developer, where there are some of us who can contribute to this initiative here in Ethiopia, and how can we access the toolkit that are available in Ethiopia? Thank you.
May I answer? Thank you very much for the question. We will always welcome any contribution to the development of this toolkit. We will start preparing it first as a group within the Youth Ambassador program, and we'll further publish the first drafts for the consultations for additional contributions from the regions, from different countries, and we will make sure to communicate it as widely as possible. Thank you.
Okay, any other quick comments, points from the room? I don't.
Just add.
Yeah, please.
Apologies. Yes, just to add on behalf of the group. You can always send emails. If you would like to get involved in the initial draft, you can send emails, and we would respond to you. Our emails are on the presentation.
Yep, of course, that applies also to all the presentations. I'm sure a lot of people will be taking away a lot of very useful information, and we'll be thinking of points to raise subsequently. No other hands in the room, Mauricia. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Mark. I'll grab that mic and quickly mention, because I know that we must be aware of time, and we just have one more presentation to go to the end of, to conclude actually this wonderful engagement we've had today. But just to pay attention to the comments that has been shared for the team. One of your fellow ambassadors, Mr. Paul Levy, says, the idea of a model IGF in schools is really thoughtful, Bo and team. So very thoughtful initiative, and he acknowledges that. Fantastic contribution, Paul. And I believe there was one additional comment. Let me just double check. Yeah, from Izan. He says, I agree as well. With Paul, I believe. So he said, +1 to model IGF. It is a great way to introduce the concept. So everyone is behind you and supporting you in your initiative, Bo and team. We also look forward to seeing what will come next year when the launch of the Ethiopia IGF, Youth IGF takes place, and also when the toolkit becomes available to the public. So many hands are ready to grab it. So we wish you just all the best in your developmental process and in your working process going forward, and trust that there's a very high interest in the work that you are doing. So please remain committed, stay steadfast, and see it all the way through. You were opening your microphone, but I just wanted to give you a quick second to say something if you wanted to. Sure.
Yeah, and thanks, Winston, for the presentation. He made the presentation, and the model IGF idea comes from Katerina. She's on site, and we will work harder to get all the satisfaction to fulfill all the, how can I say, the thinking thoughts and the looking forward from the participants. Thank you so much.
Very well said. Just a final comment from JC coming through. He says, amazing, and will be happy to collaborate on a model IGF too with the Uganda Youth IGF. So there's another potential collaboration that just popped up there. And then Katerina says, the realization will surely be a teamwork effort. So definitely echoing what Bo has just shared. Thank you so much, team, for a wonderful contribution and initiative. Great work. For our final presentation of the day, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Bibek. Mr. Bibek Siwa, can I kindly hear your beautiful voice so that I can be sure to share your presentations?
Thank you, Mauricia. I'm audible?
Yes, you are. That's
Thank you.
Great to know. Great to know. I'm getting your presentation ready. And I'll share my screen shortly. Right. Screen coming up. But you, Bibek.
Thank you, Mauricia. Hello and namaste, everyone. This is me, Vivek Silwal from Kathmandu, Nepal. And together with my fellow IGF Youth Ambassador Osno, we have planned this initiative about incentivizing the digital citizenship, which is a proactive approach for creating a comprehensive platform to make internet a safer space. Next slide, please. So I'm mainly going to talk about the introduction of our project, why we choose this project, what are its core objective and purpose, what methodologies we are going to implement in this project, and the conclusion of this specific project. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we actually going to name this project as Internet Gyan. Gyan means a Sanskrit word for knowledge, and it's relevant for 5 or 6 languages. So What is Internet GAN? It's a data-driven platform to raise awareness about the internet safety and meaningful use of internet governance, and developing of ownership of digital citizenship among the next generation youth by incentivizing or rewarding the learning process. Next slide, please. So how do we incentivize the learning process? So as I've already told, our major target group of the project would be high school students and university students, to make them aware about the ownership of digital citizenship, safer and meaningful use of internet, and making them key leaders to proliferate the internet safety within the surrounding family and friends. So it is a data-driven platform such that all the capacity development by the platform and its activities would develop in a feedback model. So it would create a mobile application and website, and it would have interactive learning modules where the aim of the platform is to create a multitude learning interactive modules and various topic of internet infrastructure, safety, governance, and meaningful use of internet for youths. So it would actually partner with fintech and businesses to reward the learning process after successful completion of the modules. Student would be rewarded with coupons and bonus from partner organizations on successful registration and completion of certain tasks. So we are planning to make youth as envoy to the community, where youth are the most capable and eligible to share and proliferate the learning to the community in terms of digital literacy and safety. Youth will also be empowered to represent themselves as a community leader. So our learning will mainly focus on the case study method of learnings. So the platform will emphasize on related case and similar examples to relate with real life incidents of internet issues and even success stories of using meaningful use of internet. Next slide, please. So why did we choose this particular initiatives? And we look at both the demographic of Nepal and Haiti, where about 1/4 of the total population is of age group 13 to 24, and about 50% of this population in both of the countries are internet user, and out of those 50%, maximum of the internet users are social media users. But that's not really the internet we want to promote in coming days. Using of internet in any community or any economy should help in socioeconomic development of the country. So we already have a lot of capacity development programs, internet awareness programs, but the effectiveness of them are rarely measured, and success of the programs are rarely even tabulated in any points. So any capacity development is for a specific purpose that increase complexity and challenges in proper implementations. One undeniable fact that awareness and capacity development is not enough and needs a more proactive approach to internet safety within the proliferation of internet. Ownership of digital citizenship should be also developed within the internet users, specifically youth. So while these plans and policies are being made for capacity development, it primarily lacks the target group and target areas for awareness and action areas, which can be reinforced by this data-driven capacity development program. With all these ever-evolving problems, it is a dire need to establish a platform to bridge this gap, bringing the youth as envoys. Next slide, please. So what is our core objective and purpose? So our core objective is creating this comprehensive learning platform that incentivizes the learning process, the feeling of ownership, digital citizenship, ownership of digital citizenship in next generation youth, promoting digital literacy and safer use of internet, promoting internet society's vision and action plan at grassroots level, empowering youth as stakeholders in internet governance, creating synergy between digital space promotion and learning internet safety, the data for good initiatives where we use the data from this platform in other capacity development program and vice versa. And it also targets for in-capacity development programs and awareness and promoting socioeconomic development by promoting fintechs and e-commerce. Next slide, please. So once again, our core objective is targeting the next generation leaders on basics of this pillars of development in internet safety, making internet more safer and resilient space by making them empowered in this community. Next slide, please. So talking about the methodology, how we are going to make it an interactive and rewarding platform. First, we promote this platform in different schools and colleges, and they register for this website or in application. So they create a profile and users answer a specific set of questions on their knowledge and understanding of internet and safety scenario questions. So in a step 2, user would be assigned with 3 compulsory modules. The first one is on technical aspects of internet, the second one on safer and meaningful use of internet, and third on the multi-stakeholder internet governance module. So additional 2 modules would be assigned based on the answer questionnaires on topic like online transactions, child safety on internet, cryptocurrencies, and etc. So on step 4, participant would answer multiple choice questions and be gifted with coupons and discount codes after passing the test. Users can engage more and take on new modules, mini courses, and participate in the event as well as do referrals to friends for additional rewards. So our final objective is to create a community that contributes in making internet a safe space. Next slide, please. So implementing this project, we have a tentative work schedules where the first 4 to 6 months would be a preparatory phase on developing platform, creating and researching study materials as we had discussed earlier where this material can be resourced. And after the launch of the platform, there would be awareness programs in school and colleges and also joint promotional campaign with partner companies to make this space more proliferating. And we have pre-development phase where we add additional modules and growing of the system for even bigger targeted audiences. And our final and development phase would be mini courses on internet governance, internet safety, and bridging to the youth IGF and other capacity development programs. So earlier we had a discussion about where this platform would be ending on how plans to engage the youth on further activities. I think our initiative should be as realistic as possible, and the target, our objectives should be within our range where we can analyze what wrong thing we did or what are the things needed to be improved. This part of this initiative is just a complement to the existing process, not any replacement to the process that are in this space right now. Next slide, please. So actually, this conclusion I have to draw from the audiences. I'm actually going to ask audience questions for the conclusions. Marisha, can you get to the next slide, please? Okay, so I'm going to ask audience these questions. What do you see in this image? Those in the online, they can write in the message, and those in the hall, please, can you tell what do you see in this image?
Are there any comments? So we've definitely smoothly transitioned to the discussion and exchange part of this presentation. So Mr. Mark, any questions or comments from the room? What do they see on the screen?
Thanks, Marisha, and thank you very much, Bibek, for such a very clear presentation. I especially liked your thinking about the phases of taking forward the platform and promoting awareness and so on. It's very impressive. Any responses to Bibek for reactions and contributions in the room? No immediate reactions. I'm sure, again, it's a case of people taking away what they've heard from you, Bibek, and thinking about it, and then perhaps getting in touch subsequently. So, Marisha, back to you. Maybe online, you want to pick up anything there? Thank you.
Absolutely. We've got plenty, actually. Shivam says, your image looks like a Pokemon. Let me see if I can scroll down here nicely. Let's see who else. Alejandra, creative Miss Alejandra says she can't really see anything. The comments are so funny. Let me see what else are people seeing. Turner says she's that's so precise. Let me try and I will reshare.
Can you share the slide?
Yes, I'm going to share it in a little bit. I'm just checking the comments. Izan says he sees a scene from an anime show. Katerina says she sees a bike rider in a helmet. And Medea said to Katerina's comment that it is so precise. So I'm going to reshare my screen and hand back over to you, Vivek.
Yes, can we get to the next slide?
Sure.
Okay, now it's a progress. Thank you to all those who had answers. So exactly this awareness process is similar to this process. So once you see this frog, you go back to the image. Can we go back to the previous picture, Marisha?
I can try.
So now there's no way you can't unsee the frog. So that's exactly what we want to conclude in this process is that once we bring youth to awareness, what internet awareness really is, what internet safety is. Going back home, they are not able to, or sorry, they will follow or abide by the rules. Okay, these are the standards. These are what we have seen. So you can't really unsee the things you see. That's what the awareness process is really about. And that is what our core objective of this initiatives. With that, I want to conclude my presentation. Thank you. And questions and comments are welcome.
Well done. That is fantastically done. Okay. Any comments or further feedback from the on-site participants?
Richard, I don't see any comments in the room. Maybe people realize we're running right out of time now and people are coming in for the next meeting, which starts in about 10 minutes, I think.
Okay.
So perhaps we better wrap up. Yep. And maybe Alejandro wants to say a few words too. Thank you.
Definitely, for sure. We just had a few here, but I'm sure, Vivek, you can check in the comment section for some of the other feedback points that came through from the team. Before I close, Ms. Alejandra Prieto, any final words from you?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say that it was amazing. Thank you so much. So I'm going to thank first you, Marisha, for the great online moderation. It was really wonderful what you've done. Thank you so much. Mark, on-site moderation, amazing. Thank you. It's the first time I'm seeing a hybrid model that is actually working perfectly. We had engagement from on-site people, from online people, fantastic. And you both did it work. So actually what you've done is great. Thank you very much. And of course, our youth, IGF youth ambassadors, I have to say, every time I listen to your presentations, to your initiatives, or just reading what you're presenting, I open my mouth and say, what amazing things they are doing. It's not that you just work really hard on these things and you get it done by the time. We know that we were quite busy completing the program, attending all the sessions, thinking about ideas, making it like on an initiative mode, working together with people who you didn't even know 3 or 2 months ago. And now you are all working together in teams, like if you were in a classroom, right, face to face, or even friends, right? So this is amazing. And the content you put together deserves a round of applause. So I would like everyone to unmute and join me. Clapping for this great job that you have done. All the ambassadors, thank you very much. And this is just the beginning. You just presented things that you are going to do, and you are going to do them, right? So I hope to see you in maybe a few months, maybe invited to an alumni event that Mauricia will help us coordinate, and you will present what you've done from today when you presented to the audience your ideas and initiatives, and in the, I would say, near future, what are the implications and the impact that your initiatives are having. So thank you so much. Back to you, Mauricia, for the final words. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And really, that was so perfectly said that all I can add is fantastic work, team. Congratulations. You did well. Thank you for everyone at the on-site venue who, oh my goodness, your participation, your support in attending. We are so grateful and we thank you so much for your time. Mr. Mark Carvel, you are fantastic. Thank you so much for all that you did to make sure that this session goes off smoothly. To anyone that wants to find out more about the Internet Society Fellowships and as well as the IGF Youth Ambassador Program going forward, please feel free to reach out to fellowships@isoc.org. That's fellowships@isoc.org for any further questions or comments. And we hope to see you or hear from you very soon. And take care. Well done, everyone, and have a great day. Bye-bye for now.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Bienvenue and Inde Men Walachu. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us. I will ask the IT people if they can share the slides already. Thank you very much for joining us for this IGF session to launch the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network report on framing, mapping, and addressing cross-border digital policies for Africa, in the African Union. My name is Tracy Sinkamba Fusta, and I'm the International Research and Project Management Coordinator at the INJPN. This session will be introduced by Martin Hallen, INJPN's Deputy Executive Director. And for those of you that are joining the session, thanks for joining us online. We will have the welcome and introduction, presentation of the report, a roundtable discussion with our esteemed guests Nima Lungangira and Jean-Paul Adam, and followed by the next steps of the project process. So over to you, Martin, for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Tracy, and welcome everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, and we also wanted to again extend a big thanks to the hosts of the IGF 2022 that enabled us to have this exchange, but also a big thank you to a lot of members of the community that contributed to the report that we'll be presenting today, and of course also to the partners that enabled the support of the report, of whom we'll be speaking about more as I move ahead. Before I start, I would like to share also a few brief points in French, just to make sure that our Francophone audience also has a little bit more information on the availability of the document in French as well. So, bonjour à tous. J'ai le plaisir de vous accueillir à cette session de la IGF qui lancera le Internet Jurisdiction Status Report sur le cadrage, la cartographie et le traitement des politiques numériques transfrontalières dans l'Union africaine. Nous sommes ravis de présenter ce rapport qui a été produit avec le soutien de la GIZ au nom du ministère allemand de la coopération économique et développement BMZ. Et le rapport est maintenant disponible en anglais. Cependant, une version française sera bientôt disponible et lancée lors d'un événement dédié pour le présenter. Pour l'instant, les participants francophones peuvent accéder au résumé exécutif en français en ligne et nous avons des collègues en ligne dans le Zoom qui sont en train de partager le lien pour le télécharger. Et aussi, après la présentation aujourd'hui, on va présenter un QR et une adresse pour télécharger aussi le Executive Summary en français. So with this, again, I'm so pleased to welcome you today. And again, big thanks also to GIZ on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development that enabled us to work on this exciting project over the course of the last 18 months. So developing interoperable cross-border digital policies is an increasingly complex policy challenge, yet it lies at the forefront of leveraging digital technologies and the data economy to improve societies and to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. For the past 10 years, the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network has been working to support the multi-stakeholder cooperation across different sectors, and also it has become increasingly clear that scalable solution pathways cannot be developed without comprehensive understanding of the highly complex and complicated dynamic digital ecosystem that surrounds us, with a lot of silos and a lot of also unintended consequences of regulation that's being put out left and right. New and innovative policy approaches are needed now more than ever to facilitate data sharing and leverage digital technologies to reach the SDGs. And this is now nowhere more evident than here in Africa, after having heard also the sessions at this IGF so far, as this is one of the regions also where in the follow-up to COVID-19, the pandemic, the digital transformation of economies, governments, and societies is sharply accelerating. against the backdrop of the ambitious strategic frameworks of the Agenda 2063, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the recently endorsed AU policy framework, we have embarked with the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network to enable peer-to-peer knowledge exchange of stakeholders in the region as they frame, map, and address cross-border digital policy challenges. And the report that we'll be presenting to you today builds on a unique methodology of the network to mutualize knowledge of key regional stakeholders from states, companies, technical operators, international organizations, civil society, and academia, whom we engage through interviews, surveys, and workshops. So we really, really hope that today the findings that you will see will contribute to the broader continental project of data policy harmonization envisioned also by the digital transformation strategy of the African Union Commission. And as Africa seeks to build its path and strengthen its regional voice in global policy debates, we hope that the report, and especially the community that has helped to develop it, will support further dialogue and evidence-based research to foster coordination on cross-border digital policies across the region. And thank you for indulging this monologue. And with this, Tracy, I'm going back to you to introduce our first speakers.
Thank you very much. To kickstart, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Regina Greenberger. I hope I've said that really well in German. Thank you. Who is the Director for Cyber, Foreign and Security Policy at the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. Her previous experience was chiefly in the field of EU foreign policy as well as EU financial economic policy. Thank you for joining us today, and I welcome you for some opening remarks.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Martin, and Jean-Paul, and Honorable Nima, and Dr. Alison Gilbert for having me here. As Tracy said, I am currently the cyber ambassador, as the abbreviation of my formal title is, and in this regard, I'm happy to contribute here to this session, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor we are launching the Internet and Jurisdiction Regional Status Report today, which provides comprehensive insights from research on cross-border digital policies in Africa. We understand that the development and harmonization of digital policies is an important priority to the African Union and many of its member states. The German government is delighted to support this important effort to work towards closing digital gaps and using opportunities of the digital transformation in order to strengthen the digital and economic integration in the region as well as globally. We applaud the African Union Commission in its ongoing work on the AU data policy framework, which will establish a common basis for regional organizations and member states to develop data policies and regulation. This comprehensive and forward-looking framework can ensure that Africans tap into opportunities triggered by datafication while mitigating risks and ensuring equal benefits and rights in the digital space. It's a wonderful opportunity that the United Nations Internet Governance Forum 2022, hosted here for the first time in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, gives us the opportunity to present and discuss the key findings of the report in the heart of Africa and the headquarters of the AU Commission itself. The report combines a regional data collection engaging over 100 stakeholders from across Africa, countries, internet companies, technical operators, civil society, academia, and international organizations. Germany, and specifically the Federal German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, has prioritized projects for digital development significantly in recent years. There is a need for more coherence in policies for the construction of an integrated regional digital ecosystem, not only during the pandemic, but beyond. Better coordination and coherence are essential in order to make the digital transformation inclusive and sustainable so that nobody is left behind. Therefore, I'm very glad this first regional status report provides an evidence-based overview about facts, trends and challenges for the digital transformation of economies, governments and societies in Africa. Hence, it sets the basis for a better understanding of the fast-paced developments of internet-related activities in the region and for further action and decision-making. I'm convinced that coordinated action in the digital realm is key to the success in an interconnected and dependent world. It is therefore one of our aims to foster international cooperation and dialogue on such topics for which we are here today. That is why we are pleased to have established a trusted cooperation with the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network when we funded the first Internet and Jurisdiction Global Status Report in Latin America and the Caribbean. The findings of these reports constitute the base for many following discussions and can be used for continued capacity development of all stakeholders. In addition to greater coherence and coordination, we agree that increased investment in the digital market could help to overcome the economic and social consequences that economies all over the world are suffering from as a result of the pandemic. It could also be an opportunity to generate jobs and foster inclusion as well as gender equality. In other words, the importance of the alignment of a legal framework regarding internet and jurisdiction policy lies in two main points which are strongly related to each other. On the one hand, strengthening a unified and inclusive digital transformation through adequate legal and institutional frameworks in the region can help to better overcome the pandemic in the sense of guaranteeing the ability to work. On the other hand, the opportunity to generate jobs through further digitization and working towards a digital common market can turn this sector into a boost that helps the region economically. We hope these recommendations from the report can help strengthening cooperation among countries by promoting free and secure intra-African data flows, paving the way to achieve a digital single market in Africa. The pandemic has painfully shown us how interconnected we truly are. Just like with the regulation of the internet, uncoordinated action can have adverse effects on others. Cooperation is therefore the key to mutually beneficial development. Germany is and will continue to be a reliable partner to aim for this goal. I wish you a very fruitful discussion today and want to thank all involved stakeholders for the input they have provided for this report. I hope it will be a tool to further support our partners in the development of digital policies and create strong, human-centered regulation in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can clap. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Dr. Greenberger. And also to echo what Martin said in his opening remarks, we are very excited to share this report, which was enabled by the ministry's support. So thank you very much. In our next slide, I just wanted to share with you our look that these will be our speakers for the roundtable discussions. So Nima Lungengira, who's a member of parliament, Jean-Paul Adam, who's director of technology and climate change, and also we're inviting Andrew Renz, who will be joining us online. I would like to take you through how we got to this journey so far with you all today. So the cross-border digital policies for Africa in the African Union is a 2-year project, as I mentioned, supported by the German ministry, and it complements existing regional mechanisms for stakeholders on the African continent, to share knowledge, consult one another, interact with stakeholders around the world, and develop a shared understanding of capacity. And it is furthermore, we want to ensure a meaningful multi-stakeholder participation and provide the information needed to develop interoperable policy and regulatory frameworks for the digital 21st century. support the evolution of digital single market, and contribute to Africa's Agenda 2063 and the UN Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. So through the utilization of the regional mechanisms that we have had, the partnerships, the recurring workshops, there will be multimedia learning modules for policymakers, which you'll hear a little bit more about at the end of this session, and obviously today's launch on the regional status report for cross-border digital policies in the African Union. So this project consolidates the timely information needed to enable the necessary capacity building to pursue an inclusive and digital transformation based on evidence. So how we got to this, the work follows on from INJPN's work, and it's in the Latin America Regional Status Report, and also a Global Status Report, which were developed in 2019 and 2020. We have seen that there are similar broader challenges and issues that have resonated in this report, which include the disparity of unilateral measures, coordination challenge among numerous actors, the tension between free data flows and digital sovereignty, the role in global debate, the narrative, data extraction, and the aspiration to regional integration. I would like to introduce you to the team on the right-hand side, and you can see, and which was shared by Dr. Greenberg as well, the participation that has been involved throughout this process so far, including in the knowledge dialogue workshops, the data contributors for the online survey and the interviews combined, stakeholders, over 300 that had engaged in the project, and more than 50 countries that have been part of the stakeholder groups where we collected the data. We'd also like to thank our our contributors and participants, interviewees and partners. This list is not exhaustive, but it represents the many actors that have made this important work possible. I've included a timeline over here just to show you the different activities that we've undertaken. And we're now in the 5th phase, which is the presentation of the report, which will be presented by Dr. Alison Gilwald. So now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Alison Gilwald, who is the Executive Director of Research ICT Africa and part of the authoring team of the report to present the report. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Actually, you've got.
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Martin. So the next few slides that we're going to be looking at are the outcome of the INJ methodology that Martin referred to. It draws on a kind of crowd sourcing methodology that uses a survey that was applied in certain meetings and conferences, but also could be voluntarily answered online. It included some responses from mentees done during knowledge dialogues, and just for the statisticians in the room before they get too itchy, the percentages are really to show the kind of relational aspects of the responses. So there's no sort of representative sampling frame or anything for this. It's really trying to kind of assess some of the perceptions around some of these issues and the relational dimensions of that. So one of the important areas of the report relate to policy coordination, and the responses to the question of whether African countries, the statement that African countries need to work more together on digital issues, is reflected in this Likert scale, really, that's represented here. And you can see that there's a very, very strong sense that African countries need to work far more closely together. And that still 24% who agree, and then a 9% that strongly disagree, and not clear always from these kinds of things what those reasons are, but clearly a very strong feeling that supports or resonates with the view that when investigating with African stakeholders that we found that policy coordination and a common digital narrative was a very important aspect, and that stakeholders really underscored the need for African countries to further elaborate and articulate data policy goals, both inside the continent but also outside. So the important issue, before I carry on about these responses, is that specifically on something like the coordination issue, is that this was done over the timeline that Tracy's already spoken to, so it was done over several months, starting earlier in this year. And at some point, the Africa Data Policy Framework actually was released and disseminated, although the Africa member states agreed to that in March, I believe. Earlier this year, it was only disseminated later, and so it really wasn't popularized at the time that some of these responses came out. So it's very timely that, in regard to the question of there needing to be more coordination, we now actually have this framework that in the data policy framework that it will be able to respond to some of the responses that are here. Then the other area that arose from the perception survey of the interviews that were done as well, in response to the question, there is strong coordination among African countries regarding digital policy issues, and the response there was that most people disagreed. Okay, they felt that there was not adequate coordination amongst African countries. You can see again also a number of people agreeing or being neutral, at least not disagreeing, and then small numbers disagreeing. And here, this is also just really enforcing the idea that there are these, global challenges that we need to coordinate on, that we need to develop a common narrative on what a digital single market means, on what our commitment to digital single market, our policy and regulatory environment, the kind of certainty that we're going to need for investment. These are all issues that will require high levels of coordination. And of course to bring African voices to these discussions. And then just some of the continent-specific challenges that arose from these discussions. And again, some of them actually reflected also in the cross-regional analysis that Tracy provided earlier. But of course, when we're comparing these regional studies, we're often comparing other regions with, 11, 13 countries, 6 if you're MENA, or Southeast Asia, maybe go up a little bit more. But, we're talking about a very, very large continent. And so the size, the number of countries, the geographic extension of the region, and of course the diverse political systems within the region are all, really sort of massive challenges if you're looking towards coordination. And then, of course, we've got this very large geographic distribution of populations over some, very sparsely populated areas, and then, of course, some very dense ones, but again, across a massive geographic terrain. We have these very uneven levels of development that we are all aware of and seek to address in various initiatives, including the data policy frameworks, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and various of the things that are the context for this. I was just, as I read this, persistence of war and climate-induced crises, and I suppose Africa is not alone there. This is a global challenge. And then, of course, we do have, there still are institutional constraints and infrastructural constraints. Institutional constraints probably even larger than some of the infrastructural constraints, particularly as we already have to move to new institutional arrangements when we haven't even addressed previous ones. And then, of course, again, as in many other regions, there are competing visions of what digital society should look like. And again, like other regions, challenges to integrate. So our efforts for integration and regional coordination, have reached different levels in different initiatives, but it still remains a big challenge. Actually, full harmonization is, I think everybody agrees, quite a way off. And then in relation to the issue of data flow specifically, and there in the general perception was that, you know, there's a very positive view around the potential of data and a digital and data economy within the single market, and quite an appetite to engage on this issue. And the question there was, data flows are beneficial. And 48% of people said they agree, 41% of people said they, 48% said they strongly agree, 41% said they agree, and then you can see a very minimal number of people who didn't feel this was a correct and positive statement. Numerous initiatives showing so there are numerous initiatives showing the consciousness of this issue, both of digital and data policies in Africa. And of course, there are a number of long-standing initiatives like the African Union's Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, commonly known as the Malabo Convention. This is a piece of a convention, a piece of law that treaties that has been in place for, I think it must be about close 8 years now. Unfortunately, has not had enough countries ratify it. So what was seen as a very positive framework for harmonization in Africa has really faced challenges both in ratification and therefore in many countries hasn't been even implemented. And then there have been initiatives such as Smart Africa over the last a few years that has really built private sector initiatives in the country, although it is a multi-stakeholder initiative. It's built strong public-private interplays and relationships, focusing on a number of areas, including data protection. And then there have been some other initiatives within regions, and we just present one here as the SADC Parliamentary Forum on the digital economy and model law. That's still in its final phases. And then, of course, the really big framing for a lot of these initiatives within the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, or the African Union more generally, is the African Continental Free Trade Area, in which the digital single market is a very important aspect. And of course, the enabling conditions that digitalization or digital readiness create for improved integrated trade across the continent. And then finally, and very sort of directly to this, we have the Africa Data Policy Framework, which is very clear on the need for data value creation on the continent, the recognition of this as a strategic asset, and that very often that value creation doesn't happen without adequate data flows. So these need to protect citizens and that, but they're absolutely critical to that. So that's something that has emerged during this process, and it provides a very nice framework there, specifically because it also is now in its second phase with an implementation phase, precisely to address some of the problems that these previous policies have struggled with. And then, of course, there was this big question that always faces us around harmonization. We don't have the same legal instruments as the European Union, or as probably the best example of a completely harmonized legal entity. And so a lot of the documents, a lot of the frameworks, a lot of the intentions, however, is that we move towards that harmonization, and particularly in the area of data and the data economy, that it is really only going to be through quite high levels of integration that we're going to be able to get the necessary economies of scope and scale that you need for effective data creation and for effective data economies. And there, within the harmonization considerations, there are multiple sub-regional and thematic groupings, within ECOWAS, within SADC, that many of these things are able to plug now into the Africa Digital Transformation Strategies, Africa Data Policy Framework. Just to stress, we've already said, but the emerging frameworks that are there include some of those we've already mentioned: the Malabo Convention, the Continental Free Trade Area or Agreement, and then of course all of this is happening in terms of the big Agenda 2063, which is this vision of a, modernized, free, very significant force on Africa being a very significant force in the global community. And so that provides this very powerful framework for us to work within. And then importantly, particularly in terms of the data policy framework, and I think a number of initiatives now, and especially from lessons learned from the Malabo Convention and the inability to get the necessary ratifications for operationalization, is that we shouldn't wait around for complete harmonization before we move on various of these things. And we acknowledge that with the large numbers of countries at different stages of development and a very sort of diversity of political systems and regulatory frameworks, and very different degrees of digital readiness in order to move some of these processes forward, that there's a increasing notion, which is very much again in the data policy framework, of progressive realization of these objectives. We've got this very, very ambitious framework. We've got these very powerful objectives and targets, but we need to get a commitment to all of those in principle, which we have in the African data policy framework, but we've got to accept that different countries will reach different milestones at different times. And so I suppose the really important questions arising from that is, are there lessons that we can learn from European integration experience? As I said, our situation is quite different from theirs, where there's a very strong regulation and directives regime which allows for enforcement of regulation, which of course our African Union does not allow for. So all of these commitments that are being made by member states, these are voluntary commitments. Obviously, when they're in a formal treaties, then they're more than that, but then they're not getting ratified. And so I suppose another important question that we asked here, which we can come to in the round table, is what combination of functional interoperability and fully harmonized approaches might best create the necessary coordination with African countries. And I think you can see some sort of pragmatism in some of the frameworks that we've got now, where we're saying, let's not wait for full harmonization. Let's at least accept, for example, in relation to data, common data standards. So at least there's a level of interoperability, and so that people can participate in, for example, a continental free trade area. Tracy, how are we doing for time?
You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, let's quickly finish up the digital and data infrastructure then. So this is obviously a critical aspect of realizing a data economy on the continent, of the digital transformation strategy, visions, and the Agenda 2063 vision, is that we have to address these issues while other data frameworks are dealing with, the hard data regulatory issues already on their own. Many of these preconditions are already met, and yet in our country, although there have been enormous gains in terms of connectivity and with rollout of backbone infrastructure, terrestrial backbone infrastructure, and undersea cables, there's obviously still important developments there, and we have heard in various sessions this morning the importance of satellites and various things that will support that. Obviously, with regard to data infrastructure, there are still enormous issues around data centers and the viability of these. From a policy point of view, from a national interest point of view, there have been very important debates around that, which hopefully we again can raise in some of the roundtable discussion. But the ultimate kind of point on this is that Africa still lags many other regions, and these are not only infrastructural. Importantly, there are very large demand-side challenges. So that's really kind of classical human development challenges, and in many ways these are far more difficult to fix than some of the infrastructural challenges. Issues around skills, development issues around skills, the issues of affordability of devices and of data, and then this really impacting negatively on really digital and data takeoff. And I think we are going to have to quickly try and fit in the data sharing and development, because I think
we can go to moving forward then.
Okay, because I'll just be very, very quick on this, just to say that this absolutely is a critical issue, data sharing, and in all the discussions, it came out very, very strongly that we need to develop common data standards and formats for interoperability. We need to foster the governance of data communities, especially for cross-border purposes. So that we need to look at different kind of subject and thematic communities. So we need particular things for health, for example, health or research, but also for actual physical communities. And that in order to deal with this, we should be looking at alternative forms of data stewardship and of access in terms of data sharing. So we should be looking at the potential of data commons and of data trusts. Let's move on because we've not got much more. So the role of Africa in global governance fora, this was a very important thing that emerged, is that everybody felt very strongly that we need to move towards a common African narrative, that there were sometimes competing narratives, which was fine, but we also really needed to be able to have a single voice where we're able to represent African interests in forums of global governance. So, it's very clear that data governance is very high up on the international agenda and in fora such as this. But very often African stakeholders are not active as they should be, and it's wonderful that it's being hosted here in Ethiopia and we've got so much African participation, but this is not always the case. And it definitely, in standard setting bodies and these kinds of other forums of global governance and of decision making, African voices are very often entirely absent. And in the relation to standards, Africa is very much a standard a receiver and not a standard setter. So, influencing those agendas, influencing those standards is very important. I think some of those questions that are up on the screen we can hopefully also tackle in the round table. Issues around, impacts assessments that might be used from other regions, looking at what the extraterritorial impact of their regulations might be to prevent the kind of unintended consequences that they might have. So, for example, assessing what the extraterrestrial implications of, for example, GDPR. What has that had? We've seen enormous impacts of that, on the continent in contexts which are quite different and not what they intended to be, even by the GDPR themselves. So I think we'll just have to go on. Tracy, where are you?
I'm moving forward.
Do you want to?
Maybe a minute.
Yeah.
Can we take a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we go to moving forward, another important response in the survey was in response to the statement, African countries need to work together to regulate data. You saw again the strong desire for collaboration and for coordination and for working together on this. And there was a view that as this work is taken forward, there needs to be far more research to be able to influence digital policy outlook, that at the moment, we're going on a kind of perception survey like this. We need a strong evidence base in order to develop policy. The African Union is in the perfect position now with the Africa Data Policy Framework to coordinate and collaborate with African stakeholders on evidence-based policy development, particularly on the issue of cross-border flows, which is the focus here. And that really relates to the fact that, the African Data Policy Framework now has this implementation framework and this capacity building phase that will go with it, that will really allow us to move towards the domestication and the implementation of this policy at the national and regional level.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alison, for taking us through that. I've just shared with you a slide here. And for your information, the report is now available online. It was made available as we started this, this session. So you can find it on our INJ website and also by connecting to the link here and QR code. And QR code is just behind me as well. So I would like to introduce our panel discussion and our speakers for the panel discussion. And first up, we have Neema Lungangira, Honorable Neema Lungangira, who is a Member of Parliament from Tanzania. will then be followed by Jean-Paul Adam, who's the Director for Technology and Climate Change and Natural Resources at UNECA, who are also our hosts for the IGF. And online we have Dr. Andrew Renz, who has been key in putting together the questions for this, the data collection. So I'll invite Dr. Andrew Renz after our speakers to share some reactions as well from the findings that we've just heard. So first up, I'd like to introduce Nima. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I must say I'm very, very, very humbled to get this opportunity. And I'll start off with a quote from Dr. Allison's presentation, where she said, "African voices are usually entirely absent." This has been the case for parliamentarians in a lot of global sittings, and it is in realization of that absenteeism of our participation as parliamentarians, we decided to form the African Parliamentary Network of Internet Governance, APNIG, which at the moment has about 36 members. And I have the greatest honor and privilege and challenge of being the chairperson. And here at the UN IGF in Ethiopia, 23 of us are here. And we're very grateful for the support of GIZ, who has supported a good number of us to be here, as well as the UN IGF, who have also supported a few of us to be here. And we hope that this will be the beginning, not just for this particular event, but there's a lot of effort and there's a lot of value in us being here, because everything that has been discussed at the end of the day needs parliamentarians. And when we are absent, then we cannot be blamed for not taking any action, but usually fingers are pointed to us, whilst we are not aware of why the fingers are being pointed to us. Now, just very shortly, in this room, we have 9 parliamentarians with us, so I'd like to acknowledge them. If you can just put your hands in. So we're represented by 9 countries. Excellent. Our colleague is there also. Our other colleague is there. I'm not sure if she got the translation. And since I'm in Tanzania, I'm gonna take a little bit of advantage here. I see our UCSAF Director General is here, Miss Justina. Now, before I get into it, I want to put Honorable Lowila, just 1 minute. You can give a reaction on what you think, and then I will use the rest of my time. I'm putting him on the spot. I want to see if he was paying attention.
That's the idea. That is really putting you on the spot. But yes, you see, when the boss commands, you say, how high do I go? Well, thank you, Honorable Nima, for giving me this opportunity, and all the panelists and the distinguished presenters and Professor. This is the second time I'm hearing her talking. She gave us some capacity building before we came to this, so it is good to hear you again. Well, just within 1 minute, when I was listening to this carefully, it goes back again to what the chair had said. The reason why APNIG was formed is because most of these things are so important that Parliament was missing in action. And when we talked about the ratification of the Malabo Protocol, how much has Parliament been involved in this? We had no idea. I mean, I would speak for myself. I only had it when I came here. There was something called Malabo Protocol, for which countries need to ratify, and we didn't ratify. And this is an important aspect of life as people move into as the digital world is becoming very, very important part of our lives. Now, the challenges, I think the challenges were stated by Dr. Allison. Some of them are the things that we have been hearing since morning in different forums. Infrastructure, connectivity, affordability, whether it is for the devices or for the data itself. And these are challenges that we think if parliamentarians are not involved, including the skills even. She talked about skills. Somewhere she talked about digital skills, I remember somewhere in the report. And we're privileged to have had 2 days of capacity building, at least to give us skills to understand some of these things, so that as parliamentarians, when they're brought to us, we can raise the questions that are required in order to improve on legislation that will help move forward this thing. And we're privileged, and I feel privileged that we are happy that we're here and we could have this knowledge that we have promised to ourselves that we will utilize it to the best when we get back to our countries, with your support, if you can support us to push us in order for us to get back to our countries and get this into legislation and move forward this agenda. Thank you.
I think that deserves a round of applause, and it goes to prove, or it goes towards removing the notion that African parliamentarians tend to attend these events just for the sake of it and don't pay attention. We at the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance mean business. We're here to do our part. So it is upon you guys to engage us and capacitate us. Now, very quickly, before Tracy tells me my time is up,
Yes.
My reaction. So we're talking about cross-border digital policies, but to me, everything is around data protection. You know, the crust of it is data protection. So there's issue of sovereignty of the data. Who is owning this data? If I take, for example, for Tanzania, the data is being mined, it's stored in some satellite. Who owns the satellite? When Tanzania wants to access that data, do we get it back for free, or are we being charged for, you know, sometimes we're being charged to access our own data back. So these are things that we, in all honesty, we have to discuss. There are issues of, you know, the revenue generated from our data. Mobile network companies sell our numbers to certain companies, and they're generating money. How is that also going to be managed? And this is across the continent. But there was an issue of regulating data. That was one of the recommendations. But how are we going to regulate data if the parliamentarians are not capacitated to understand all of these dynamics? So then it goes back to the need of involving parliamentarians. But even when we're talking about data protection and all of this, there's an issue of digital inclusion. In Africa, most of the countries, you know, there's a huge digital gap, but there's even further gaps with peripheral regions. Now, when we approach telecom companies to bring access of internet to peripheral regions, they say it doesn't make business case for them. It's not economical. So even with this data protection, this digital policy that we're talking about, this digital data, is it just going to be for urban, or is it also going to be for rural? Because if it's going to be for rural, we need to figure out how to take the internet there. But the mobile companies are saying it's not worth it for them. So the likes of UCSAF, these funds, maybe they need to be capacitated to make sure that we get the access.
And actually, can I really like what you're saying, Nima, and I wanted to also give the opportunity to Jean-Paul just to say something. And what you've talked about is also really key with regard to engaging African stakeholders in the international fora and also the parliamentarians in these debates. So I'd like to give the floor to Jean-Paul, and then we can come back and talk. Thank you.
Oh, I can say one thing and not say it again.
Okay, go ahead.
So the only thing, the one thing that I can say, we always have these beautiful reports being launched, and they end up in the shelf. I think it will be very important for this report to be put into action and have in-country initiatives. That's my final point.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to hand over to Jean-Paul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. And as I am representing one of the hosts, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, I would say to you all, Tena Estilin, as they would say in Ethiopia, and welcome. And so first of all, thank you to all of our partners. I think it's been great to have such engagement. And I think what we are seeing in terms of the digital initiatives in the regional context across the continent is that we saw a little bit from some of the results that there is a sense that if there is cooperation that's happening, maybe it's despite the coordination and the leadership. I tend to be a bit more optimistic because there is a lot being done, and we have to realize how relatively recent some of these initiatives are. The African Union Digital Transformation Strategy is from 2020. We have the Data Policy Framework for Digital ID. The Digital Trade Protocol of the African Continental Free Trade Area is still in its final moments of being finalized, but it's going in the right direction. The Malabo Convention is the one that we're all worried about, and I'm so pleased to have so many parliamentarians here. We are one country short of it coming into force. So we are very close. And what is interesting to note is that countries have done a lot to actually implement this protocol, but they have not yet ratified it. And this, but there are significant movements in this direction. We had late last year the Lomé Declaration on Cybersecurity, which again reiterated the need for movements on the Malabo protocol. And ECA is specifically supporting the implementation and anticipating the ratification, which we've worked with a few countries. We're hoping that this may happen very soon. And we are in the process of setting up a regional center of excellence on cybersecurity in Lomé to support countries in terms of implementing cybersecurity efforts, and also creating a common framework on cybersecurity, which includes aspects related to data protection, as well as dealing with the threats, which of course, as we have seen increasingly, this is one of the fronts in terms of warfare. And African countries, I think, are increasingly aware of all the challenges that are linked financially and in terms of their security, in terms of cybersecurity. So a few other areas, artificial intelligence. Again, ECA is supporting a regional center on artificial intelligence, which is in Brazzaville, Congo. And this is particularly focused on connecting academic institutions to enhance research which is specific to certain fields on the continent, looking particularly at areas such as agriculture and the fight against climate change. We've also worked with African NENDA and the World Bank on inclusive payment systems across the continent, and I think this is one of the areas where increased coordination among countries will be beneficial. Africa is one of the regions which has innovated in payment systems. Mobile money was invented in Africa. But as the Honorable Nima mentioned, we still have that issue of last mile. So even though we've used these mobile phones, for example, to connect payments even in rural areas, but we have not yet fully solved the issue of inclusion. But we have the starting point and we can build on that. Digital ID frameworks and cooperation among countries and sharing of best practices can also be an opportunity. And ECA has worked with the government of Ethiopia on their national digital ID framework, which was adopted in August of this year. And it's in the spirit of leaving no one behind and being able to provide government services using digital frameworks. In the context of trade, we also need to look at the vehicles that can facilitate this. And I would like to cite the example of the African Trade Exchange Platform, or ATEX. And this is something we have worked with Afreximbank to deliver connectivity between providers of goods, as well as the link to financing through Afreximbank and the platform to be able to provide that access at the global level. I'm getting some looks now, so I know I have to wrap up. But to conclude, I would say three key points. Firstly, capacity building, being able to invest in young people in particular, to be able to improve the understanding of how we can access digital technologies and sharing of experiences in those aspects. Secondly, building resilience, and I think a lot of the resilience of systems is going to be designed around regional initiatives. We can reduce the costs of implementing a lot of these best practices by acting regionally. And thirdly, payment systems, which I think is one of the key elements and building blocks. And again, this will be ineffective unless we can address it regionally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jean-Paul, and for also wrapping it up quickly as well. I just wanted to check if Dr. Andrew Renz, are you available online? Can you hear us? No. Our IT team, can you please unmute him Andrew Renz.
Muted, I think.
Excellent, thank you. As we are limited with time, if you could just share your quick reactions in a minute to what Dr. Alison Gilwell shared, that would be great. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So Vision 2063 talks about an integrated Africa. And the report, as well as the African Data Policy Framework, suggests that one of the important components of that is cross-border data sharing. And so the question I have for today's session going forward and beyond today is, so how do we do that? How do we bring about data sharing across borders in Africa? Not just the personal data, which Honorable Lubangira spoke about, and which requires certain safety guards, but also other types of data, non-personal data, which also has important economic and developmental benefits. That's it.
Thank you very much. I know you did that really well in 1 minute.
For an academic,
exactly.
That's
That is amazing. And so,
and a legal academic.
And a legal academic. Excellent. Thank you very much for sharing that, those points. And as we're coming to the end of this session, I wanted to hand over to Martin. It seems that the PowerPoint is down, but he's just going to take us through the next steps and what we can expect. Over to you, Martin.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you so much again to our esteemed panelists, also to our supporters that enable the preparation of the report. And the report is a stepping stone towards the many points that you actually were making now about the question of implementation and also increasing data and digital literacy in order to actually act now. So once we have our slides back on the screen from our IT colleagues, let's see if the screen plays with us or if it doesn't. If it doesn't, I will just, play it by ear. So part of the project now in the coming 3 months will be that we will use the content of the report findings, and we will, together with dedicated service, now try to translate that into onboarding learning modules for specific audiences. And given what we hear today, and also given also the participation of our esteemed parliamentarians from the region, what we would like to also propose, and it's an offer, is that as part of the workshops that we are foreseeing in the coming months, that we would also like to leverage the methodology of the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network of co-developing those learning modules, because this is about the substance that we create, and there's a lot of know-how already within the report, but I think something that always comes short in many of the mechanisms that develop this learning content, there's too little peer-to-peer knowledge exchange. And we have a lot of colleagues also from other Global South representation in Latin America, or also from other Global South regions in the world that had similar challenges, and they would like to also share their insights and also their experiences, amongst others, other parliamentarians. So that would be an offer that we can make today, and we'll discuss, how we could put that into action. And these learning modules at a certain point will also lead to the possibility of certifying knowledge. And for us, this is a starting point of creating a baseline. And then we will also investigate together what are the additional areas where we could dig deeper. What are the topical areas? What are the sectoral questions related to AI or to mobile payments across borders? What are solution pathways that might be interesting to actually onboard also the relevant stakeholders on? So this phase now will be pretty exciting to actually embark upon, because it will not just be about the report. It will now be about the question, how do we put all of that into action? And there's such an appetite, and there's so little time to put things into action. So we should have started last year, and we admit this openly. And we couldn't be happier to have you with us here in the room. And I would be amiss not to make also an additional announcement. The Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network will have its town hall session on the 1st of December, also here at the IGF. We will be presenting other activities as well. And there will be one announcement also that we'll make. I won't be disclosing too much information, but we will be starting in next year a new project related to cross-border sandboxes for data in Africa. as a potential solution pathway, as an African forum, and we will also investigate then there in the session and also in the intersessional discussions on who the right partners are, to then jointly identify areas and sectors where there would be the biggest willingness to engage in experimental cross-border sharing of information, where the urgency is the greatest, where the political buy-in is the most considerable, and also where technical solutions are already existing now to actually have lighthouse projects that showcase African stakeholders and actual, coalitions can be an example for other regions of actually putting things into action. So with this, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the findings, and we'll be here available, of course, with our esteemed also authoring team, to whom I also want to do a big shout out again, and a big thank you for having supported us so far also in the writing of the report, to answer any questions that are there, because we are too short on time for the Q&A, which as usual at the IGF is so unfortunate. But we'll be here. Don't hesitate to grab us, and thank you again so much for having joined us today, and thank you again for having enabled us to present today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
When you let me finish.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Hi. Hi. How are you?
Thank you. Yes, I'm good. Thank you. It's lovely to meet you after all the exchanges that we had.
For cybersecurity, and then
Just to
oh yeah, I know. I think I remember seeing your name. Sure. Yeah, same here. Yeah. Sure. My colleague, yeah.
South Africa. You don't put any, but then people accept it. On est épuisé. Merci beaucoup. Allez, là-bas, plaisir. Okay?